all the brothers and the sisters, cooling out, having fun, drinking yayan with Yahweh Shah up in the kingdom, yeah.
Who are we? Israel! Then who are we? Israel! Can't be you!
Israel.
Who's the power?
Yahweh Bahashim, Yahweh Shah's the power, yeah.
Said, who's the power?
Yeah.
Shalom, Israel.
Shalom.
Welcome to another Shabbat class here at the Israelite School of Biblical History and Practical Knowledge here in Stafford, Texas, which is just a subdivision of Houston. Y'all know us out here. We're here at 231 FM 1092, Stafford, Texas, 77477. If you're new, our class dates and times are Monday and Wednesday, 7 to 9, Friday, 6 to 8. And the Shabbat class, which you're in right now, is from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Got another location with Kazak holding it down, and Shaquat, and Ariyah, and Bakar Gabar. You know, lots of good brothers. Asa, out in Norfolk, Virginia. They're at 2016 Granby Street, Norfolk, Virginia, 23517. Their class days and times, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, 7 to 9, Eastern Standard Time. Gotta remember that one. You wanna tune in? You're out here, you might get into class late. It's like, oh yeah, class starts at 7. But 7 for them is 6 for us out here. All right, so just remember that, Eastern Standard Time. We got another school in Rochester. Zion's holding it down. Got Zion and Isaiah out there. Real good brothers. Uriah. How to rock. You know, holding it down. Who? Double Yard.
Yeah.
Oh, bro Ramiro from out here is down there right now. So, you know, check them out in Rochester. That's 1600 Lau Ave, Suite 1A, Rochester, New York, 14606. Their class days and times are the same as Virginia's. All right, so if you're in the area, go check them out. Unify with the brothers, get to know them, rub elbows, bump shoulders with them, you know, find out what they're about. You know, do what the scriptures say, gather together.
Right.
San Antonio, another location out here in Texas. We got San Antonio, they're at 4444 Walsham Road, Suite 201. San Antonio, Texas, 78218. All right, good brothers down there. Awar, Sam Shawan, Dawiyad, and a whole slew of officers, a whole spread of officers out there. So good brothers out there, holding it down, pushing the word, exhorting, correcting, uplifting the nation. So check them out. Good classes, good brothers. We got Blog Talk Radio, hosted by Priest Mashaba. That's blogtalkradio.com/Mashaba. And you'll hear more than just Mashaba on there. You'll hear Tazapa, Banavad, and sometimes there's different teachers that will pop on. So check out the Blog Talk Radio. There's also archive classes that you can check out the older shows too. They're all very good. Kick back, listen to them, be edified, feed your soul. We got other YouTube channels that we ask you to like, share, and subscribe. You know, if you're subscribed to this one, you'll see all the other ones. But one that we really want to get pumped up right now, because if you're already subscribed to this one, you need to subscribe to the other one too, which is the Rochester channel. The Rochester channel needs 1,000 views so they can start going live.
1,000 subscribers.
Excuse me. Yeah, I messed up. 1,000 subscribers so they can start going live. So subscribe to the Rochester channel so they can start broadcasting class like we are. So they can start broadcasting the street speaking live like we do. Or whatever event that they want to go live with. They need those 1,000 subscribers. All right, so make sure you get on that. We do have kids class out here in Houston. Our kids class starts at 2 p.m. on Sundays, and that's every Sunday. If you have small children, preteens, bring them through. It's good to get them familiar with the scriptures, and give them like a base of something they can build off of. All right. We got Israel Wear. Israel Wear is you can get a monthly subscription, Friends Up shirt, headband, or if you got an idea for a garment, you can shoot it to the sisters and they'll bring your idea to life. All right. We got Hebrew Academy in Rochester every Monday, here in Houston every Tuesday, and in Virginia every Wednesday. The upcoming feast, if you have not heard or you have not marked your calendar, is the memorial blowing of the trumpets, which is sundown September 26th, and that is a Monday. So from sundown September 26th to sundown September 27th. All right. So keep that in mind if you haven't made arrangements to gather or to get together. Just mark your calendar, and let's celebrate the holy days together. We got together for Christmas. We used to get together for 4th of July in the world. We used to get together for Memorial Day to have a barbecue. Labor Day to have a barbecue. Anything that a brother can have a barbecue for, we used to get together to have a barbecue for it. So let's get together and celebrate the biblical holy days, and let's kick out the holidays. All right. If you need to reach a priest or teacher, you can reach Priest Kazakia at 757-300-4047, or you can reach Priest Kwatazap at 303-557-8979. We got a business, like, support, check us out, get you smelling good, it's sweet ambiance. We got aromatherapeutic oil, body oil, your perfume, your cologne fragrances. So check us out online, or you can stop by and visit us at any of our locations. If you want to make any donations, you can drop that into the Wells Fargo account. That info is there on the screen. We also accept Zelle, Google Wallet, Cash App. All right, and all that info is right there on the screen. If you want to mail anything to the school, we're always running through apocryphers. Always running through apocryphers. Someone new pop in for one day, they get an apocrypher, and we don't see it again. So we always run through apocryphers. If you want to donate anything and send it to the school, we do need apocryphers with Bibles, dictionaries. The older the better. Please send that into the school. Call Priest Kwatazak. You got his number earlier, and he'll give you a good address where you can mail these items. Whether you want to mail them to this school, to Virginia, San Antonio, or Rochester, just let us know. All right, that's it for the announcements.
All right, everybody. I imagine we'll put out your Shalom. Let's rise and face Jerusalem. Let's set up these morning prayers. Alrighty. Barakatah Yahweh. Bahashem Yahushai. Ahawa'ah. Lathalanawa. Awar. Zayawam. Tawada. Aman.
That's blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the light this day. Thanks, so be it. The light represents the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding we obtain through the scriptures.
Barakatah Yahweh. Bahashem Yahushai. Ahawa'ah. Lathalanawa. Rayat. Tawada. Aman.
That's blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the sweet savor. Thanks, so be it. The frankincense and myrrh represents our prayers going up to the Most High as a sweet savor.
Bahashem Yahushai. Ahawa'ah. Lathalanawa. Hashabat. Bashalom. Tawada. Aman.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thanks. So be it.
This is Psalms chapter 121. Anashah,
Anashah,
Ayyam Yah,
Ayyam Yah,
Al-Hahorim,
Al-Hahorim,
Na'ayah,
Na'ayah,
Yabu'ah,
Yabu'ah,
My Yahweh,
My Yahweh.
Oh, slack it. Oh, let me look at it. Slack it. Try to go off the dome. Start over. Anashah,
Anashah,
Ayyam Yah,
Ayyam Yah,
Al-Hahorim,
Al-Hahorim,
Na'ayah,
Na'ayah,
Yabu'ah,
Yabu'ah,
Isaiah,
Isaiah, Yabu'ah,
My Yahweh, Sha'ishah, Shemayim, Wa'ratazah, La'ah, Yonathan, Lamawat, Regalia, Yala'ah, Nawam, Shashamamar, Yashra'ala, Yahweh, Shemaria, Yahweh, Zelle, Ayel, Yad, Hashemash, Yala'ah, Hakayah, Bayawam, Wala'ah, Halabana, Walayala, Yahweh, Yashemaria, Horai, Yashamar, Pasha, Yahweh, Yashamar, Hawalakia, Hawa'aya, Ma'aitan, Wa'ai, Awalam, Aman.
The book of Psalms, chapter 121. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore.
All right. Shemaya Sha'ala.
Shemaya Sha'ala.
Yahweh Allahayanawa.
Yahweh
Yahweh Kai.
Yahweh
Shemaya Sha'ala.
Shemaya Sha'ala.
Yahweh Allahayanawa.
Yahweh
Yahweh Kai. Shemaya Sha'ala.
Shemaya Sha'ala.
Yahweh Allahayanawa. Yahweh Kai.
Yahweh
Hear Israel. Yahweh our power. Yahweh is one.
Lord's Prayer. Abanawa.
Abanawa.
Shabbat Shemayim.
Shabbat Shemayim.
Kodash.
Kodash.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Shemka.
Shemka.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Balakwathka.
Balakwathka.
Taba'ah.
Taba'ah.
Ratazaka.
Ratazaka.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Aisha.
Aisha.
Ratazah.
Ratazah.
Kawah.
Kawah. Hayah.
Shemayim.
Shemayim.
Talanawa.
Lacham. Lacham.
Kol.
Kol.
Yawam.
Yawam.
Wasalachnawa.
Wasalachnawa.
Wabatnawa.
Kawalachnawa.
Kasalachnawa.
Kasalachnawa.
Wabathinawa.
Kawalachnawa.
Wala'ah.
Wala'ah.
Tabayanawa.
Tabayanawa.
Banasaya 1.
Banasaya 1.
Abol.
Abol.
Hawashayanawa.
Hawashayanawa.
Mayan.
Mayan.
Rai.
Rai.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Ka.
Laka.
Hamalakwa.
Hamalakwa.
Wa'ala.
Wa'ala.
Wa'ataparat.
Wa'ataparat.
La Iwalunian.
La'alalam.
Aman.
Aman.
Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Aman.
Ha'ishra.
Ha'ishra.
Matazawat.
Matazawat.
The Ten Commandments.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Yahaya.
Yahaya.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Yahaya.
Yahaya.
Laka.
Laka.
Alahayim.
Alahayim.
Acharium.
Acharium.
Al-Panya.
Al-Manya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Da'isha.
Da'isha.
Laka.
Laka.
The soul.
The soul.
Wala'ah.
Wala'ah.
Da'ibadam.
Da'ibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Alakwak'at.
Alakwak'at.
Shem.
Shem.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Bashua.
Bashua.
Thou shalt not take the name of Yahweh thy power in vain.
Zakor.
Zakor.
Hayawam.
Hayawam.
Hashabat.
Hashabat.
La Kodashwa.
La Kodashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Kabad.
Kabad.
Abaka.
Abaka.
Wa.
Wa.
Amaka.
Amaka. Honor thy father and thy mother.
La'a.
La'a.
Tharatazak.
Tharatazak. Thou shalt not murder.
La'a.
La'a.
Dana'a.
Dana'a. Thou shalt not commit adultery.
La'a.
La'a.
Daganab.
Daganab. Thou shalt not steal.
La'a.
La'a.
Da'ina.
Da'ina.
Shakur.
Shakur. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
La'a.
La'a.
Dakamad.
Dakamad.
Kol.
Kol.
Asherah.
Asherah.
Lara'ayaka.
Lara'ayaka. Thou shalt not covet anything that is thy neighbor's.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Tawara.
Yad.
Yad. Aman.
Amen.
Yeshavium, which means to be seated.
No, you can stay up. So, until this, what the stop comes. Alrighty. Shalom, y'all. Let's just go ahead and salute up the first reader. Probably shouldn't even have said it.
Magana War, Shabbat Shal, Yahuda, Ban Yasharala.
Magana War, Shabbat Tashal, Yahawada, Bon Yasharala, Ben Avizra, Amadim, Barak.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai Brakdam.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai Barakatah.
Shalom.
Shalom.
So we'll be starting at Deuteronomy chapter 21 and verse 10. And then we'll read to Deuteronomy chapter 25 and 19. And we'll go to Isaiah 54, verse 1, and then read to verse 10. And then Matthew 24, verse 29 through verse 42. And then, of course, Wisdom of Solomon chapter 19. All right? So yeah, we'd like to say shalom to everybody, man. Again, for joining us for another Shabbat. Real quick before we do start, we need to get a head count for the brothers that's going to be rolling to Virginia. If I can get that head count.
I'm not going to Virginia.
You're not?
No. For the summit?
Yeah.
No, I'm not going to Virginia.
Really?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, I need to get a head count after class. I'm gonna get a head count of those that are going, those that are not going, so we can figure out what we're gonna be doing for the travels and all that, so we can get that together now. Okay. Yeah, we'll talk about that afterwards, of course. So yeah, let's go ahead and get into it. I didn't want to forget about mentioning that. So in case I forget after class, y'all can remind me.
Sure.
All right, we're gonna start Deuteronomy 21 and verse 10.
You're reading to 22, verse 9.
Deuteronomy chapter 21, verse 10. Verse 10. When thou goest forth to war against thine enemies, and the Lord thy God hath delivered them into thine hands, and thou hast taken them captive.
So again, the Lord, He gives us the victory. So it says the Lord is going to be the ones that deliver our enemies into our land, into our hands. Go ahead.
And thou hast taken them captive,
and
seest among the captives a beautiful woman,
and
hast a desire unto her, that thou wouldest have her to thy wife.
Go ahead.
Then thou shalt bring her home to thine house.
All right. So you see a beautiful woman up among the captives, right? You want her to be your wife. This is what the Most High is saying that we should do before we actually go into her. Go ahead and consummate the marriage. Go ahead.
And she shall shave her head, and pare her nails.
So you're gonna bring her to your house, You're gonna shave her head, and you're gonna pare her nails. Can anybody tell me why you would do that? You got to do this before you go into her. You know what? And yeah, let's stick with this verse 12 first. I'm on one.
First of all, you have to humble her, number one, by taking away everything that she had before, and also for she scratching, fight with you, basically.
I'm gonna stick with the humbling part. All right, so you'll bring her to your house, right? Why would you bring her to your house? She's among the captives. Verse 12, the first thing it says is that you're going to bring her to your house. Why would you bring her to your house? This is before you lay with her. Anybody? Why would you bring her to your house first?
What comes to my mind is to show that you chose her.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. You bring her to your house, take her out the flock. Nobody else can choose her. Nobody else can mess with her. Why would you bring her to your house? What's up?
Because you got to show her the ways of the Hebrew, the ways where she's going to be living.
That's good too. Now, just off of what you just said, let's go to Joshua real quick. Let's go to Joshua real quick. Oh man, where it says rehearse the righteous acts. Oh, Judges. I'm sorry. Yeah. All right. So, one reason why you'll bring this woman to your house is so you can see the way that she carries herself. It's almost like a little short betrothal period, real quick. You bring her to your house so that you can now see the way that she is. To even you can see, okay, am I actually going to lay with this woman and make the marriage for real, or do I need to just let her go back? So you bring her to your house, so you pare her nails, you shave her hair. It's a humbling process. Remember, a woman's hair was her beauty, right? Let's hold that. No, actually, let's go to Judges 5:11, and then somebody go to Timothy's. Read that Judges 5 and 11.
Judges chapter 5, verse 11. They that are delivered from the noise of the archers in the places of drawing water.
Go ahead.
There shall they rehearse the righteous acts of the Lord.
So you see how we're rehearsing the righteous acts right now?
Yes, sir.
We're rehearsing the righteous acts. When it says they that are delivered from the places of drawing water and noises of archers, that's the noises of archers is war. That's symbolic for war. And then if you're drawing water, you're in servitude. You're a slave. You're a servant. So not only right now are we in the midst of a spiritual war, looks like it's going to be a real war soon, actual physical war soon.
Right.
But we're slaves. So we're in the midst of a spiritual war and we're slaves, right? So it says there we're going to practice the righteous acts, right? And that's what we're doing. We're practicing, we're rehearsing the righteous acts until when? Until Yahweh Shai comes and makes the marriage for real, for real.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So we have this little time period to rehearse the righteousness that and get to a standard that Yahweh Shai will want us to be at. So it's the same thing with this woman. You bring her to your house, you humble her, but she is now able to see the way a Hebrew would live, learn the Hebrew's laws, learn the Hebrew's customs, learn about this man, but most importantly, the man is not able to learn about her too. He's not able to eradicate. Remember, she's a nation. This woman is a nation. So she's gonna have the ways of the heathens. You see what I'm saying? So you bring her to your house, and you as a man, now you're able to start eradicating certain things. And of course, it says, when we read down, it's going to say that you're going to do this for a month. After a month, you're able to go in and lay with her, right? But in that time of a month, you'll be able to see, damn, do I even want to deal with this woman? You see what I'm saying? Do I even, because of course we ain't going to teach nobody fully in a month, but it'll give you a month to assess, is it worth my time and energy to put into this woman? You see what I'm saying? So you will bring her to your house first and foremost. Let's go back to Deuteronomy 21. verse 12. Read verse 12 from the top.
Deuteronomy chapter 21, verse 12. Then thou shalt bring her home to thine house, and she
Go ahead.
shall shave her head
Uh-huh.
and pare her nails.
So she's gonna shave her head and pare her nails, right? We don't have to go to Timothy's, but you know what? Let's go to Timothy's. Let's go there. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. So it says she's gonna shave her head, right? Wait, is it Timothy's or am I tripping? Or is it Corinthians? I think it is Corinthians. Huh? What is it? I found it. It's 1 Corinthians 11:15. I'm sorry. Uh-huh. Go ahead.
It's book of 1 Corinthians, chapter 11 and verse 15.
Go ahead.
But if a woman have long hair,
Uh-huh.
it is a glory to her,
Uh-huh.
for her hair is given her for a covering.
So I wanted the first part of verse 15 where it says, if a woman have long hair, it's her glory, right? So think about it. When you're in your glory, are you necessarily thinking about being humble?
No.
Not really. You're more in your pride. This is something I'm prideful about, right? So when you go to verse 12, you will shave her head. So you'll cut her hair. And remember, a woman takes her hair as her glory. That's what beautifies a woman, is her hair. So you will shave this woman's hair, and it was a way of humbling her. So now she ain't just going. Now she can't just move like, oh yeah, it's just, I'm gonna move a certain type of way because I'm beautiful. You know what I'm saying? What does a woman love to do about themselves? Damn, you didn't notice I got my hair done. Damn, you didn't notice I got my nails done. So you took away the hair and the nails. You see what I'm saying? And now this woman is humble. So what is she gonna bring to the table now while she's in your house? It can't be her beauty. Because remember, it says that you looked into the captives and you saw a beautiful woman. So it's funny. You decide you're going to take her and you strip her of her beauty. You strip her of her hair. You strip her of her nails. You strip her of the things that make her beautiful. Outwardly. And now you're able to work on, now you're able to see, okay, is it worth working on her inward beauty? You see what I'm saying? So, back to Deuteronomy 21, let's go to verse 13.
Deuteronomy chapter 21, verse 13.
Uh-huh.
And she shall put the raiment of her captivity from off her,
Go ahead.
and shall remain in thine house.
Yeah, so however way she used to dress back in her customs, that's gone now. And after we whooped they asses in war, and now they dressed like servants and slaves. Because think about it, whenever you see a servant and a slave, they're either especially like after war when a place gets conquered, they're like wearing sackcloths. They're wearing sackcloths. They're not dressed. They're not like dressed like beautifully. They just came from war. They just came from getting conquered. You see what I'm saying? Or when you look at us, remember how they did. Remember how Isaiah walked around butt naked for 3 years.
Yeah.
To symbolize we was gonna go into captivity and we was gonna be butt naked. You see what I'm saying? So the raiment of her captivity, that's gonna be stripped. So now that's stripped, she's gonna learn how to dress according to our customs. You see what I'm saying? She's gonna cover herself not just physically, but she's gonna start covering her spirit too, according to our customs. Go ahead.
And bewail her father and her mother a full month.
And you're gonna give her the opportunity to now mourn her mother and her father, because it doesn't matter what race, what nation you come from. Everybody's gonna have some type of attachment to the people that raised them. Whether it was a mother, father, grandparents, you give them the opportunity. You will give this woman the opportunity to mourn her parents. See what I'm saying? Maybe more than likely the father would have died in battle. You know?
He definitely died in battle. That was the whole point of this, is that you wiped out her whole family. You wiped out this woman's whole family, so you weren't going to leave them. You weren't just going to leave her out there to fend. The women and the children, you didn't leave them to fend for themselves.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we took in those women. And, you know, when you read about the Midianites, the Midianites were the perfect example. What did he say about the Midianites? He said, go in and wipe them out. And all the women that have, he said, the only women you save are the ones that have not known a man. Why? Because they weren't going to be influenced.
Yep.
You see that? So we killed the women that had a man, and we kept only the basically the virgin women. The virgin women and little girls, we kept them.
Yep.
And they would be servants and different things like that. What's up?
No, I was just gonna bring that up. Whenever you just brought it out, I was gonna ask, what about like the Balaam and the donkey, when it says that basically when he took her home, he had to cut her hair off and cut her pair of nails because she knew how to seduce a man. And she knew how to work her way. You see what I'm saying?
Well, the idea was you weren't really gonna take a woman that
Had a man.
had a man,
Yeah.
right? You wouldn't even do that. Why? Because
It tells you.
let me just say this. Let's just for a quick second move the Bible out the way real quick, and let's just deal with real world instances. Look at women that, and we all know them, but look at a woman that has had multiple partners, multiple men, and you're trying to get her spirit right, you're trying to deal with her, but how is she moving? She's still moving off the first influence, no matter what. It's a thing that's not really realized, but when you really dig deep and you look at it, and you look at a woman, you say, man, who hurt you? Well, my first love, right? Who influenced you? That first man she was with was the imprint that doesn't matter how much you scrub, doesn't matter how much you clean, it doesn't matter how much you wash with the word, it's hard to get that influence off that woman.
Yep.
You see that? It's damn near impossible because that's how the Most High intended it to be, was with that one woman, with that man. You see that? And he was supposed to be the lifetime influence from the beginning all the way until that death. So if a woman is influenced by that first man, but then now she's trying to deal with the second man, the third man, the fourth man, the fifth man, it's impossible. It's almost impossible to deal with a woman that's been through that, because you got to compete with all that influence as the 10th man.
Yep. 10th man off the bench.
As the 15th man trying to get her spirit right. Right? It's like you climbing a hill. You climbing this hill that's vertical, and it's such a steep slope. And you're trying to figure out, well, why can I influence this woman? Well, because she's already had many influences, but if you take it back to that first man, that was the influence. And I'm not saying it's impossible to it's not impossible for a woman to a woman that has a track record to humble herself to now that righteous man. That's not impossible, but good luck. It's a tough road, man. It just is. It just, the Most High didn't intend it to be like that. And a woman really got to come with a real humble spirit and a real spirit ready to learn after dealing with all that influence. She got to be ready to really humble herself to now be influenced the right way. So it's not impossible. All things are possible through Yahweh Shai, right?
Yep.
Right? Get real Christian on y'all. All things are possible through Jesus.
Jesus.
Right? It's all possible, but it's hard. It's harder than if you met a woman that never dealt with a man and got no type of influence, and then you're the influence. How much easier is that? To keep that mind, to have that continent mind. That's why it says a woman's mind, that continent mind, there's nothing above that mind. A continent mind is a mind of restraint. There's nothing above that. You can't price it. But where does that come from? And why is she unrestrained? Well, all the influences allow her to be unrestrained because it's almost like she first learned how to cook eggs. Her first man wants scrambled. So all she knows how to do is cook scrambled. The second man wants over easy. It's like, well, how do I do that? So what is she going to be doing trying to perform over easy eggs? Making a lot of mistakes, a lot of rebut. Why I got to do it like that? I'm only used to it like this. Now he got to coach her. The third man, well, I like boiled eggs. But I don't know how to do that. I know scrambled and over easy. Well, I want mine boiled. Well, now I got to fight with you to get my eggs boiled and not do it the way you're comfortable.
Right.
Oh, well, I like mine sunny side up. So now she's getting all these different ways to cook eggs, but each time it's a different time for the different instance.
I see.
You see that? And then she might get I like them all. I like sunny side up, this, dude, whatever. He don't got no preference. Then the next man's like, no, I just want scrambled. Now she got to erase all the way she did it and went to scramble. You see that? Just on that analogy.
Yeah, it makes
But
sense.
think about all the confusion behind that and all the mistakes and all the back and forth and the fighting and the you see what I'm saying? So that's why it was imperative to do these steps.
Yep.
But all it was, you did these steps regardless. I mean, think about it. The paring a woman's nails and taking off her raiment. When you met a woman, you took her out them whole clothes, took her out of Victoria's Secret, showing her stuff off in the mall, took her out of pants, took her out of mini skirts, took her out of spandex, right? You took her out of the raiment of her captivity. Think about it. They captive out there in the world. They're captive to that dress code. So if you look at this in a way of, forget about, because ain't nobody going to war, ain't nobody getting no rib of the nations, right?
Right.
Yep.
But you are gonna, if you're a man in the truth, and you know, let's say you meet a woman out there in the world, what are you gonna do? Well, first of all, you're gonna see, is she conformable to the truth, right? And then you're gonna go through all these different steps in courting her and dealing with her, and then you're gonna be breaking her away from the captive mind. So all her clothing, you're gonna pair her nails, you're gonna do all those things spiritually, right? Why? Because can two walk together, at least they be in agreement. I can't walk with you if you're not walking the way I'm walking. You got to now be her new influence. So look at these things, even when you're dealing with a woman, forget about the captive part and the war part. We're not going to war and taking women. We ain't doing that, right? But spiritually, we're going to war, and we're going to be pulling these women and men, but dealing with it, we're going to be pulling these women out of their captivity. We're going to be pulling them out of the world, right? So we got to get them. You're not going to deal with a worldly woman, right? You're not going to get with a woman and just lay with her. You're going to make sure that, wait a minute, is this woman going to be a Proverbs 31 woman? She might not be right now, but is she at least willing to be humbled in the way of, not sexually, right? But is she going to humble herself in the way of, when I prove her as a friend, is she going to be doing the things that I want her to do, right? When I put her to task, right? Is she going to complete the task? In the proving stage, is she going to be able to go through that and not break? And then I may consider laying with her or dealing with her on another level, but remember, there's levels.
Yep.
And going through those steps. So, yes, we're going through the law on how to deal, right, in the times of war, but now flip that to more spiritual, and you'll see it's the same thing.
Same thing.
It's the same thing. The same,
Same thing.
yeah, it's the same exact thing.
Even when you look at the nails and the hair, look at how the woman in the world, just look at, it don't matter
You
what
pull-
nation, look at how their nails are.
Yeah, pull the claws off of her.
They all want to have the claws.
Pull
It
the
talks about shaving the hair off their head.
yeah,
They're all wearing the lashes.
yeah.
That's true.
They're all they all got weave.
They all got the $700
Or
bundles.
if they don't have weave, they got, I don't know, some
Nah.
type of hair coloring going on. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's the OnlyFans starter pack. Hair color, long weave, long nails, BBL. Now it's gonna be hard to get the BBL offer, but you probably don't want a chick that got that anyway, because that's just gonna be a whole problem, right? But yeah, you pull the eyelashes off of her, you pull the excessive makeup, the long claw nails, you pull that out, you pull that influence of the world, right, off of her, and now you got to be the influence. Y'all get that?
Con.
Yeah.
Con. I gotta say this. I've seen this scripture. I've seen this bulk of scriptures broken down in a way that it really irked me. I seen a brother break this down and tried to say that the captives, that the captive women were going to be the women of our nation. That when we went to fight each other, like, nah, that don't make no sense. And I got to bring that out because why would the Most High set us up to fight each other? Like, here's the laws on how to fight each other. Does that make any sense?
No.
Here's the parameters on when you go to fight each other, this is what you do. First of all, when Benjamin fought the other 11 tribes, was Benjamin still Israel? Were the other tribes still Israelites? Even though they weren't moving in a Israelite fashion towards one another, did they lose just everything? Were we captives at that time? No. So there was no way that this applied to us in no time of us fighting each other. We were out, when you look at this scripture, if you look at it in its, just in the context sense of the scripture, this scripture was really only for that time. Or any time that we went to go fight a physical war. So guess what? When did we actually stop fighting wars? When was our last war against a nation? What?
Babylonian War got taken over.
That technically wasn't no war. That technically was, we didn't fight really. But really, if you go to the Philistines, right, in David and Saul's time, that was, you were gonna say that? Yeah. That was really the last time that scripture would really apply, right? In a physical sense of going to fight war and taking captives.
Right.
We didn't fight the Babylonians. They came in and seized the city and ran us out, and then took us back to Babylon. That wasn't no fight. The Assyrians, that wasn't no fight, right? All these captivities that wasn't no fight, right? Because we weren't taking captives.
Right.
They were taking us captive. But when you deal with the Philistines, when you deal with the Amalekites, even though we weren't supposed to deal with none of those women, we would just wipe them out. That nation was supposed to be gone. But the back and forth with the Philistines, this would apply. But really after that, and if I'm missing a war, somebody enlighten me, please. God might be. But y'all get the point that how you gonna take captives when you in captivity? Let's be real.
Yeah.
We slaves in here. We in captivity out here. So this don't apply now. It didn't apply when we were fighting one another. There's no way that applied. That the Most High was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna give you these laws to go fight each other. I'm gonna set y'all up for failure. Right? So I gotta say that because I've seen a very high-ranking man break this down and put it that we were fighting each other. This was for when we fought each other. Knowing damn well that's not the case. So, I mean, y'all get that, right?
It's retarded.
Right. Very. Very high-ranking man. I seen him break that down. Not in our camp. Another camp.
Con. Go ahead, William.
And after that, thou shalt go in unto her, and be her husband, and she shall be thy wife.
So, the sister had asked online, Deuteronomy 21, verse 13, good precept for sets being marriage. Oh, she didn't ask, she was just kind of making a statement.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's one of the precepts you can add, yeah, but remember, and you know, we go through the whole sex being marriage thing, that's part of it. That's part of it. But just think about this. If a man is running around and just sleeping with random women, is he married to them? Or is he a whoremonger? Right, if a woman is just going around and getting popped by a bunch of dudes, is she married to them? Or is she just a hoe? That ain't marriage. The scriptures say that marriage is honorable. Right? The Most High is not honor with a man just running around and popping a bunch of chicks. Or a woman just getting popped by a bunch of dudes. That's not marriage. That's whoredom. So the reason why the Most High gave us these different elements in marriage was that when you did it the right way, you can literally sit back and say, you know what? I followed the guidelines. I'm actually married. Think about it. Because I put on a gun, a belt, a badge, does that make me a police officer? I look like one, but does it make me? Do I know how to do the steps of an arrest? Do I know how to read Miranda rights? Do I know how to? You know what I'm saying? No. This guy put on a gun and a badge. That's imposter. So the Most High gave us the steps of a marriage, and there's many steps. That's why He gave us the law on marriage, the dowry of the virgins, right? The going to the Father, the setting things up, the ceremony, 7 days, letting it be known in the community so there's no confusion. So people could also hold the people accountable. That was part of the marriage.
Yeah.
You knew I was getting married to this sister. Why? Because now you get to hold us accountable for our marriage. I can't be moving through the streets in the brothels. She can't be moving from house to house with every man she sees. Because whoa, ain't you married? Ain't you married to such and such? Wait, what's going on here? Wait, let's go talk to such and such. Right? It was about an accountability.
Yeah.
But if I'm just able to sneak around and just lay with a person, that doesn't. The Most High is not honoring that as marriage.
Right.
Like laying with a person and not dealing with the I don't want to say consequences, but dealing with that person after the fact.
Right.
Most High is not honoring that. We got to make sure that we're doing things the right way. Right? And you may skip a step. You may not have the 7-day ceremony and do all that, but at least taking the time to have the betrothal. At least taking that time to get to know that woman, to get to know that man, to understand what am I going to be facing when we do lay down together, when we do consummate the marriage, when we finalize the marriage, what are we going to be dealing with? You see what I'm saying? So yeah, you could add it as a precept, but remember, one thing don't make marriage. You need to have all the things. Are we in the same mind and judgment? Where two or three, there is Christ.
Yep.
But if I'm on Christ and you not, and you on the devil, then where's Jesus in our marriage? So yeah, I can go through. I can talk about this all day. So hopefully you understand that. But yes, you can add it as a precept. Another thing to show that sexual intercourse was a part of the Hebrew custom of marriage. You had to have that to make the marriage official. Y'all get that? Right.
Deuteronomy chapter 21, verse 14. And it shall be, if thou have no delight in her, then thou shalt let her go whither she will. But thou shalt not sell her at all for money. Thou shalt not make merchandise of her, because thou hast humbled her. If a man have two wives.
So pause. Go back and read that again.
Verse 14.
What chapter we at? 21?
Yes, Deuteronomy chapter 21, verse 14.
Right.
And it shall be, if thou have no delight in her, then thou shalt let her go whither she will. But thou shalt not sell her at all for money. Thou shalt not make merchandise of her.
Why did he have to come back and say you can't sell her or make merchandise of her? Why did he have to remind us of that? See, this right here gives it away that this wasn't our people. Why? Because a person of another nation you could sell. You could sell them as what? Merchandise. You could sell them as a slave. But he would have to remind us, in this case, of these women that you lay with, and you humbled her, you couldn't sell her now. You already used her. You just gotta let her go. No, you just gotta let her go. Let her go, and she could move to whatever land or go attach herself to wherever. But you couldn't now sell her as anything. But think about it. Where in the scriptures did you marry a woman, and then when you got tired of her or gave her a bill of divorce, you sold her, an Israelite woman? Where? They don't never say that, right? Because we didn't make merchandise of our people. But you can make merchandise of the nations. Remember, we couldn't sell ourselves as slaves to one another, but we could sell ourselves as servants to pay off debt to one another. Y'all know that, right? I could become your servant, if I owed a debt, if I fell into a hard time, I could say, man, I'm a one's living good. Let me be your servant to pay off a debt. As an Israelite man, I could do that. Right? As a servant, but I couldn't make myself a slave, a bondman to you. There's a difference. A bondman ain't getting paid. But a servant is getting paid. Your servant that was with you. They lived with you in your house. They partook at your table. You looked out for them. Right? You didn't abuse them. That's why he said, you knock out a servant's tooth, your tooth get knocked out. You knock out his eye, your eye get knocked out. So you weren't supposed to be, that was to show you not to be abusive towards your servants or even a slave. You weren't supposed to be like that to a slave. We were supposed to deal on a whole different level when it came to you being this man that people wanted to subject themselves to. But remember, just when you go to Matthew 19, he said, for the hardness of your hearts, Moses permitted you to give a bill of divorce. Did he come back and say, yeah, so after you get the bill of divorce, go ahead and you can sell her. You can sell that woman to the next man. Why? Because we didn't sell ourselves. We didn't sell a woman you divorced to another man. That's off. Right? Because that would be of your people. You could sell a woman that wasn't your people. But not in this case. We clear? See, this right here is the dead giveaway that it wasn't our people, that this was the nations. If you didn't believe it, if you didn't understand it, just go into the law of Jubilee, go into the law of the servant, the slave, go into that. And you'll read and see, oh, we didn't make ourselves bondmen to each other. Slave, but we would serve one another and, hey, let me be your servant. Or let me be a part of your house. Look at, perfect example, Laban and Jacob. Right? Even though Jacob went to go be with Laban had to pay him. Them being of the same family. Them being Hebrews. Right? Them being Hebrews and living in that Hebrew custom and under the law. And we know Laban, he was living under the law but skewed the law. But Jacob said it. You changed my wages these 7 times. You got to pop that top. Bloop. It's a real drink right there. Right? Need that light. Oh, yeah. Right? So there was a wage when you dealt with your people. Y'all get it?
Time.
Okay. Go ahead.
Because thou hast humbled her. Verse 15. If a man have 2 wives, one beloved, and another hated.
So now why does it go into this part of a man having 2 wives, one beloved and one hated? Well, it's still sticking with the same idea of this man bringing this woman home, right? Dealing with this woman, and let's say he already had a wife. Let's say he went to war, but he had a wife at home, but then he saw, you know, she'd be a good addition to the family. Let's bring her on in. But then one of the wives become loved and one becomes hated. One is preferred over the other. It happens, right? Go ahead.
And they have borne him children.
Right.
Both the beloved and the hated. And if the firstborn.
So what it's going into now is, let's say he decides to keep or deal with both of these women. They both give him children. Does he divorce them? Does he get rid of them? Does he get stoned? Like, we can go through all the different things where this is not a scripture to say that more than one wife is wrong. It's telling you how to deal in the cases if you have more than one wife and you have a beloved and you have a hated, right? Let's just deal with it. Leah and Rachel, one was more loved than the other. Leah wasn't the preferred wife. Why? Because she wasn't what Jacob was looking at on the onset, right? She kind of got put off on him like, swifty dude, take her, right? Leah wasn't the preferred woman. He wanted Rachel. For whatever reasons, that's who he preferred. And even when you go through the scriptures, I think Leah even said something about being less loved.
Yep.
Yeah, but did Jacob say, oh, well, you know what? I know you got these kids. They don't deserve nothing. First of all, where did Reuben come from? Who's Reuben's mama? What?
Leah.
Right. Who's Reuben? What is it? Reuben, Simeon, Levi? Who's Simeon's mama?
God.
Leah, right?
God.
Who's Levi's mama?
Leah.
Right. Judah's mama.
Leah.
Right. She had the first four, right? Now think about it. She was the less loved. Huh?
It's a cartoon.
Issachar, right. See, he knows. He knows his mama, right? Right? You know his mama. Right? Hey, Benjamin was Rachel, right?
Yep.
I know my mama. My mama died giving birth to me. You know what I'm saying? But the point is, Leah was the less preferred woman. Because that's not who Jacob wanted, that he contracted for. Right? But she had the first kids. So what it's letting us know is that even though she may be the less preferred woman, it uses loved and hated, the inheritance still don't get taken away from her children because of how the man feels about her or how they feel about each other. So this scripture was a law, one of the laws of inheritance, but it was also showing you about multiple wives. It was also showing you about morality. This scripture was giving you a lot of different levels on how we were supposed to deal.
Yeah.
This wasn't this is the law not having multiple ribs. No, it don't say that, because then it would say if a man have two wives, stone him. If a man have two wives, put him in hell. If a man have two wives, bring him to Moses, and we're going to judge it out. What?
There's on Dr. Pa's doing he did this was like a 5-parter. It's on a blog talk talking about how the monogamy came around the 1800s.
Right.
And man, it's good. It's good.
Yeah.
So,
It all was about money and status.
right.
It was all about money and status. And you know, that's that whole monogamy thing. But think about it. Every nation on this earth didn't when you go into Africa and you go into those tribes and you go, bro, even when you was in China and you deal with all those people, they weren't on no monogamy tip. They weren't on that tip at all. That's an American, European mind state. Right? So again, customarily, what he's showing us how to deal in these situations where you got these two women, one loved, one hated, or one preferred over the other, and they both born him children. Do the children suffer? Go ahead.
And if the firstborn son be hers that was hated.
Reuben, go ahead.
Verse 16, then it shall be, when he maketh his sons to inherit that
Right.
which he hath, that he may not make the son of the beloved firstborn before the son of the hated.
See that? So the other sons couldn't be propped up over the firstborn. They had to keep that order. Firstborn, right? What did he say about Reuben? He said, Reuben, he's my firstborn.
Right.
My strength.
My strength,
Right? But the inheritance would fall to him regardless of the situation, regardless of how the women feel, unless those sons died. Then we know the inheritance would trickle down to the next born sons. What?
What if firstborn's wicked?
Well, we know what happens to the firstborn. Go read about Judah and his sons. Right? What happened to Judah? Remember Judah, Tamar, Onan, right? His sons were wicked, they died.
So like, what if we have a baby mama? Right.
That's different. That's different because you would try to remember. It's hard to people that don't want to live within the parameters of the scriptures. It's hard to incorporate them. So I get what you're saying. Like, you know, let's say you had a firstborn son from a woman outside the truth 10 years ago, and she's not with you. She don't communicate with you. She don't want to deal with you, right? Your son don't want to deal with you, right? But then now you're living your Israelite life. You got your new rib. You're having kids. Well, you would still try to do what the scriptures say and deal with that son, right? But if he don't want to, really, what is your kid going to inherit from you? If you die right now, what would your kid get? I know what my kids would get: a bunch of garments and a bunch of books, and hopefully the little bit of wisdom I was able to give them. That's all they would inherit. So think about it. Your firstborn son, does he want your Bible? You don't want it now. So I mean, I might as well leave these for Max and you know what I'm saying. And what's the little tyke? What's his name again? Danaba, right? Lead those. Let them disperse those things, right? I mean, that's how you got to look at it. Where, yeah, you might have this child, but they're not in the wisdom. They don't want to deal in it, so they're not going to want to apply. You're trying to apply something to their life that they don't want to apply to their life.
Right.
You know, but you still got to deal in wisdom and try. So what does that mean? Well, before you get to that point of dispersing goods and inheritance, try to mend those relationships. Yeah, so that's a whole nother talk.
Yeah. Well,
Yes, sir. Hola, sir. The way Jacob's like the way Jacob's. Right. Hopefully that's today. Right. Right. Go ahead.
Which is indeed the firstborn. Verse 17. But he shall acknowledge the son of the hated for the firstborn by giving him a double portion.
By doing what?
Giving him a double portion.
See that? So a double portion had to be given to the hated. So what is this showing you? What was this about? Y'all better work things out and come up off that ignorance. What are you hating for? What do you like? You better find a way to equally deal. Have some balance, or you're gonna be giving up double the portions to make up for. Come on, man, we shouldn't be dealing like that, right? And I'm not saying that Jacob dealt like that, because when you read it, he didn't. He just in the beginning he contracted for Rachel. So now when Leah sprung on him, you can see where it's like, well, damn, I wasn't looking to take on both these women. You know what I mean? Like, geez, okay, but he still dealt with Leah. Still dealt with her. Still, she gave him children, right? And they kept that going. They kept that family. I don't remember reading about Jacob saying anything bad about Leah.
Nope.
He did, you know, or down. See, that's why I didn't choose you, right? See, you just baggage. I preferred her anyway. You don't read that. He dealt as a righteous man, understanding that, hey, she's a sister. They both my sisters first. You see what I'm saying? And that's how we got to deal. We got to always keep that in mind. Go ahead.
By giving him a double portion of all that he had. For he is the beginning of his strength.
See that? Reuben. You're my first. Reuben? Yeah, Reuben. You're my firstborn, my strength. He's the firstborn of your strength. He's going to carry on that lineage. Go ahead. He might even be the mirror image of you. Go ahead.
The right of the firstborn is his. If a man have a stubborn and rebellious son, which will not obey the voice of his father, or the voice of his mother, and that...
Hold on real quick. So the men that leave their children and move on with their lives are committing an offense against the Most High? Well, so the men that leave their children and move on with their lives are committing offense against the Most High. Well, that's a lot to unpack, because we can't just blanket. And I think she's making a statement and not really asking a question, but we can't just blanket every man that's not with their child as they just moved on and left their child, because there's many circumstances. And the black and Hispanic woman in America is very hard to deal with. Let's be real. They're hard to deal with. Their influence is so great, no man wants to be around that. Look at, again, we talked about this last night in class, but look at what the so-called black and Hispanic and Native Indian woman is taught pertaining to children, marriage, wife, husband, duty to nation. They're not. They're taught to find a man that got money, get pregnant, and that's your meal ticket. So what man want to deal with that? None. They're taught to get pregnant by multiple men. Like there's a woman on TikTok talking about, I don't know why y'all ain't got 6 baby daddies, because I got 6, and gave y'all a whole math equation on why you should have 6 baby daddies. Because 1 baby daddy give you $600 a month, but 6 baby daddies give you $340 per baby daddy. That's $2,000 a month.
Yep.
So that's why you need 6 baby daddies. That's what they teaching our women. So think about it. If a man gets into a relation, and then you know, let's be real, our men are not taught how to choose a woman, how to vet, how to prove a woman, how to go through the betrothal and all those things before you lay down with a woman and get her pregnant. Right? They're not taught how to take the proper steps before you get this woman pregnant and wait and abstinence. We're not taught that. We weren't taught that. I'm guilty. Shit. I'm good. I wasn't taught that. Right? So what did I end up with in the onset? Even in the truth, in my early days, a disgruntled ass woman, right? That wanted what? Child support and money. Didn't matter what I said. It didn't matter what I did. The government was her way to inflict or to get from me whatever she wanted. Right? It was about money. Especially when when you ain't moving the way these women want you to move. Right? When you're not conforming to them, what do they always do? They knocking right on Social Security door. And they got your social, they got your date of birth, that's all they need. Right? And they give that, and boom, next thing you know, that's what it turns into. Child support. Money. It becomes a chess game of I'm gonna dangle the baby in front of you and you're not gonna see your kid because I'm pissed off or the last nigga hurt my feelings, so I'm gonna take it out on you. I've been through all that. I've been through all that. My daughter, I got a 20-year-old daughter. I've been through 20 years, not 20, but 18 years of man, if y'all only knew. I've been through that. So, but was it my choice? Did I just want to just walk away from my child? Hell no. No man wants to walk, no real man, no man. That's not even in a man's instinct. Y'all know that, right? That's not even in a man's instinct to walk away from their children. Because no matter what's taught, and no matter what's pushed out there, there's a connection between a man and his offspring.
It's true.
It might even be greater than a woman's connection to their baby. It might. I question it sometimes. Because no matter what, you're going to feel for that child. But at the same time, a man, we're also programmed not to deal with a lot of BS. We're just not. A lot of men ain't going to sit around and deal with a woman that is going to bear down on them to the point where they can't move around. I mean, come on, all you got to do is just go on social media and look. And you see all these stories of this woman got with this man, try to keep him confined, and he's like, nah, I got to move around. I got to do my thing. I got to be a man. And it's like, oh, so you want to go be a man? Well, guess what? Now I'm taking your kids. Now, I'm not saying every man deals with that, but we can't blanket every man as just, you got deadbeats out there, you do. You got men out there that are just man, hit a woman and, I ain't dealing with that kid. That ain't my kid. That ain't my kid. That ain't my kid. After 15, that ain't my kids. He got to do something. But again, why is a woman choosing that type of man to be with? Why is she not vetting her man? Why is she getting with a man that got 15 baby mamas? So there's a thing that's happening where equally the man and the woman is wrong in their way that they go about these relationships. But yeah, it's wrong for a man to leave his child. It is. That's not what, that's part of your house, that's part of you, that's part of the nation. That's your first fruit, your children. Right? So if you're gonna leave your children, you'll abandon anybody. If that's in your mind. Think about it. That's your child. A woman that will abandon her child, she'll abandon anybody. She's not loyal to nobody. A man that abandons his child, he ain't loyal to nobody. So yes, just to go into your question statement, what did it say?
It said, so men that leave their children and move on with their lives are committing an offense against the Most High.
Yeah, and guess what? A lot of the times, those men, when they try to venture off into new relationships and open new planes in life and have other kids, they still make the same mistakes. Because they didn't rectify the first mistake. They didn't understand the first way they went about things was wrong. And then they end up being what? The multiple baby daddy. Now I got baby mamas everywhere. Now I got children spread out in the world. Right? Because they're just making the same mistakes over and over. And not looking at themselves and saying, wait a minute. I'm a part of this thing too. Why is it happening? Right? Why am I having multiple baby mamas? Right? Why do I got kids over here? Why do my kids not deal with me? Why don't they talk to me? You know, those things got to be explored and talked about. But it's not all on the man. The women got a lot to deal with it too. Right? Check this out. Go to Ecclesiasticus real quick, 26.
God.
Hold on. Ecclesiasticus 25. 25 and 20. Read that real quick.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 25, verse 20.
Right?
As the climbing up a sandy way
Right?
is to the feet of the aged,
Right?
so is a wife full of words.
Now, when you look at the typical just American woman, the way she's taught to be combative. She's taught to stand her ground. She's taught that she's equal with her man, right? She's taught that happy wife, happy life. All the damn retard things that are against the Bible. She's taught all that. But she's taught it by example to be full of words towards your man.
Yeah.
Bro, when you look at men by nature, we only get turned up for a few things.
It's true.
We only get turned up for a few things. There's only a few things that we get hype about, right? For the most part, the majority of men, especially black men, bro, all we want to do is sit back, chill, watch the game, hear some music, have a small drink. Like, we just want to relax, especially after a busy work day. Right? You've been killing yourself at work, fighting them demons, and you want to come home to peace and sanctity. And it's just like, man, where's the couch? Where's my favorite recliner? Right? You got your favorite spot on the couch. You got your favorite meal, your favorite drink. We got all the favorite things that we want. We know what we want. I got my favorite shoes, my favorite house clothes, right? My favorite this, my favorite that. And that's all we want. And a little bit of quiet. But a woman that, man, like I'm telling you, I used to live with my aunt and my uncle. My uncle's 6'4", tall, lanky dude, right? And you look at him like, damn, this dude's scary. But he's 6'4". At this time, he was younger. He was probably in his 40s, 50s. Tall, big guy. But he was one of those real gentle giants. He was just a tall, big dude, but he could fix anything. Bro, he see it broken, he don't care. He's in the car getting the tools, and he's just fixing things. But the one thing that he didn't do was talk a lot. He'd be quiet. He's a quiet dude. He come home from work. He used to work for the United Airlines. He come home, work, sit there. But his wife, now I witnessed these things at 16, 17. She would come home, and literally it just be. I would see him literally sink into the couch every day. He would sit there and disappear. The words would just melt him into the couch until you go and look and it's like, damn, where's Uncle Charles? He ain't there. He would literally turn into a ghost, a shell of himself, because of these words. Now, he was an older man. His kids were older. His kids were in their 20s and 30s. But then there was like some adopted kids that they had. So there was all these things, but after a while, even a man like that, where he wasn't out looking for women, he didn't drink excessively, he didn't do drugs. All he wanted to do was work, provide for his family, right? handle things around the house, raise his children. He had me living with him, right? At 16, a damn teenager, hard-headed. But he looked out for me, right? All he wanted to do was be that type of man. But this woman wouldn't even allow that, to the point where he had to divorce her. He had to divorce her and go get some quiet. Go live on it, go get his own house and do his own thing, man. Because what man wants that? But see, that's the programming of where we're at, is for the woman to be the loud, abrasive one, and the man just got to shut the hell up and deal with it. Right? But that runs off a lot of men. A lot of men early ain't dealing with that. A lot of young men. Guess what? When I was a young man, 19, 20, nah. I'm not dealing with that. So I did separate myself from that woman. Still dealt with my child, but I separated from that woman. Because I couldn't deal with all that talking, man. I couldn't deal with all that ruckus. I needed, even at 19, 20, 20, I needed quiet, and I was turned up. But I needed my house to be where I could go and just chill. Not have to fight with a woman, not have to combat with a woman. See, the problem is we're not taught to agree with each other. We're not taught to cooperate. We're not taught the real equality is, if you do your position and I do my position, that's the equality. If you be the woman that you're supposed to be and I be the man that I'm supposed to be, we're equal. That's how you get equality. Y'all know that, right? Not that you master over me and usurp authority and get equality by force. That don't work. We're not taught these things, so what is a man gonna do? Well, a man is gonna be like, man, I'm gonna go where I can get some quiet. I'm gonna go with who's gonna give me that peace. And sometimes, unfortunately, there are children involved, right? And what has to happen? Well, sometimes you do have to make that move, even for the sake of the children, where it's better for them to not see the fighting and the back and forth and not be involved in that way, and then you might have to just parent from a distance, and it takes a lot of willpower and skill. So again, I don't want to blanket every man that is not living with their child and whatever the case may be, as they did something against the Most High. Everybody's circumstance is different and reasoning is different. And the Most High got to judge and sort those things out. But I'm going to say this, if you are a man that got children and you're in the truth or out the truth, and you got children outside of your current situation, deal with your child. Deal with your child, man. Try your best to be involved in your child's life. And you'll see, no matter what that mom is saying, 'cause I dealt with it. I dealt with it all. I dealt with all the lies. I dealt with all the down talking. My daughter's 20 years old, and by 16 she was able to say, wow, I understand what's going on. She was able to pick her mom apart and understand that her mom wasn't on the up and up. A lot of the things that she told her was lies. Now at 20, we have a lot better relationship. I call her at any time. I call, I check on my granddaughter, all those different things, But you just got to make that effort, is what I'm saying. Right? That's why. Right. It's not true though that there is no good excuse for bad behavior or committing an offense against the Most High. Again, I'm humbly asking if it's an actual offense. That's why. Right? No. And yeah, it's wrong. It's wrong for a man to have children and not deal with them. Go to Genesis real quick. For I know him. Genesis 18? Genesis 19 and 18, or Genesis... Yeah, Genesis 18 and 19. Read that.
Genesis chapter 18, verse 19. For I know him, that he will command his children.
He will do what?
For he will command his children.
Who was this talking about? Talking about Abraham. But are we not supposed to move like Abraham? You can't be the father of nations and then not deal with them. Then you just have a bunch of rebellious, out of order ass children. And what's the point of that? The man was supposed to be the guide of his children. But that's why the scriptures say, take no joy in unprofitable children.
Oh yeah.
That's in the Apocrypha. Forget that real quick. But the man was supposed to be that anchor for his household. He was supposed to be the example of his children. Man, it's funny. I keep talking to this UPS guy. We had these good talks, and we were talking about drinking yesterday. And he was like, man, I like to drink wine a lot. He's like, there was a time I was drinking wine every single day. But then he was like, but my children. I said, yeah. You were showing them that example of drinking daily and not showing them that, yeah, you might have not been drunk, but to drink daily, and then they might see different things happening and thinking that the liquor, the wine is your escape. And he was like, yeah. I didn't want that to be in their minds, so I had to cut back, right? Because the children are going to learn things by example, or by example, or you just teaching them, or hands-on, right? But the husbands, they're supposed to be the guide of that house. Abraham, 300 trained servants. He was the guide of many men. But why did the Most High say, I know him? He will command his children. Well, he was already doing it. He was commanding Lot. He was commanding his 300 servants. He was guiding his household in wisdom. Right? So now the Most High could entrust him and say, yeah, okay, you're going to be the father. Look, you're going to have all these nations. And I know you're going to teach them. Let's be real. Ishmael got taught. Isaac got taught. Midian got taught. They all got taught. How do we know? Because you can see little semblances of the law in them. Right? You can see Ishmael, some of their practices. It goes right back to the scriptures. You can see Midian, right? Some of their practices go right back to the Bible. We know Isaac, right? We know Isaac. But so Abraham commanded and taught. But it would have been wrong for Abraham to have children. And, you know what? Y'all family, you just figure it out. Let the world teach him. That would have been wrong, yes. That would have been an offense to the Most High, because what are you raising? Especially Israelite children, like, what are we doing? If the father ain't in the household, we know what goes on. Right? I did that whole class, right? And brought out all them statistics of single-parented households. And more importantly, single-mothered households, where 70% of children with mental illnesses, and 50% of jail people, black kids in jail, and 50% of kids not graduating high school, they all come from single-parented, single-mothered homes. Child abuse, sexual abuse. I went through all those stats that were facts. Right? When a dad ain't in his children's life, this is what happens. Now, if it wasn't an offense to the Most High, he wouldn't let those things happen. Right. But that's why he comes back and says, what? Now y'all got to be a father to the fatherless, because they need somebody. The man that birthed them, he ain't there, will not be a father to them. Why? Guide them, raise them. Go ahead.
And his household after him.
See that? A man was supposed to raise his child and his household after him, after the wisdom that he's learning. Right? Go to Timothy. Man can't provide.
Did you want this one?
I want, yeah. Hold that. Huh?
Did you want the system to work? Design on a multitude of children?
Unprofitable children?
Yeah.
Hold that real quick. Go to Timothy. Where it says a man is you know what I want? Where it says man can take care of his own. No, not that one. It's the infidel.
Thessalonians.
Nah, it's Timothy's.
Yes.
Watch. Let me get this real quick. Hold on. Infidel.
1 Timothy 5 and 8.
Read it.
But if any provides,
Read up. Read 7.
1 Timothy chapter 5, verse 7.
Right?
And these things give in charge,
Go ahead.
that they may be blameless
Go ahead.
But if any provide not for his own, and especially for those of his own house,
Right?
he had denied the faith
Right?
and is worse than an infidel.
Right. See, so a man was supposed to provide for his own household. Provide what? Well, spiritual guidance, right? Carnal stability. That's what the man was supposed to be doing. Providing stability and guidance to his children. So yeah, it is an offense to the Most High when a man purposefully goes out and creates a bunch of children and then is not there to guide them. And especially us that know better, we ain't supposed to be out there doing that. We definitely ain't supposed to be doing that. Israelite men that know that they're Israelites, you can't. But that's why we got to do things the right way. There's ways to avoid getting with a woman, having a baby, and then now the relationship is dissolved after 2 weeks. After 2 weeks of the baby being here, now the relationship's over. And then now you just put your family in the curses and created another statistic. That's why you go through the parameters of betrothal and proving a friend. A woman proves that man, a man proves that woman. Just because she says shalom, just because she says shalom on the Facebook Messenger, don't mean that that's your wife. Just because she know a little bit of Hebrew or she look like she's righteous. She look like she's righteous, huh? What? Okay. He looks powerful with his beard and his garment. That was the one Passover garment that he had. The time he attended Passover 4 years ago. You getting caught up in his 4-year profile pic. What about now? Where he got the shaved off beard. Right? He running around with the kufi on, talking about the Quran. Did you find that out? Or did you get catfished? A lot of y'all be getting catfished online like, oh, he knows the Lasher one Quadash. He gonna be my husband. He looks powerful in his garment. Okay. Is he powerful in the word? Is he gonna guide your house once he gets you pregnant? Or is he the man that got you pregnant while he's betrothing another woman for 2 weeks and then betrothing another one after he got both of y'all pregnant simultaneously, and then he got 4 more betrothed and 3 baby mamas down the road? Did you find those things out? See, I can go at this all day. I'm not gonna though. Hopefully y'all get the hopefully y'all get the point on that, right? That you gotta be, it stems back to one thing. Going through things the right way. The Most High said marriage is honorable in all, but it's only honorable if we do it right. It's only honorable if you have enough honor in yourself to do things the right way, and take the proper steps to make sure that my marriage ain't just a jump off. It just wasn't a fling. Get it? Con. Let's jump back.
Can I just read this real quick?
Yeah. No, sis, you didn't interrupt class. We're going off of what class is going about, and you're asking some good questions.
Yeah.
Pardon my zeal, right? Satan be trying to mess with me on Sabbath mornings. And I gotta say, not today, Satan. So I come in here already turned up from 8 o'clock in the morning, turning up in the house. So just, that's just my passion talking. Hit y'all with a Jay-Z line. That's just my passion talking, right? That's just my zeal. Like, pardon me if pardon me. All right? There's nothing against your question or anything like that. No, you actually, those were perfect questions. Those were perfect statements and questions. And feel free to ask. Since we know you, we know that you don't mean no harm, right? Again, maybe I just got to turn down a little bit and let him take over. Right? Go ahead. Read.
Actually, no, I'm not gonna
No. What was that? Go ahead. Oh, okay. Sorry. I didn't have my coffee yet. Turn. Go ahead.
Deuteronomy Chapter 21, verse 18. If a man have a stubborn and rebellious son,
Now you go.
which will not obey the voice of his father, or the voice of his mother, and that, when they have chastened him, will not hearken unto them. Then shall his father and his mother lay hold on him, and bring him out unto the elders of his city, and unto the gate of his place. Verse 20. And they shall say unto the elders of his city, This our son is stubborn and rebellious. He will not obey our voice. He is a glutton and a drunkard. And all the men of his city shall stone him with stones, that he die. So shalt thou put evil away from among you. And all Israel shall hear and fear.
Sounds harsh. Sounds harsh, right? Like, damn, you just gonna stone the guy? But remember, he was chastised. He was chastised. He was warned. And, you know, the one thing we gotta remember is this. Did the Most High intend for us to be spread out throughout the whole world?
Nah.
No, right? He intended for us to live in our own land, amongst each other, near each other, right? So, what happens with children when they see another child throw a tantrum? Like, where do children learn how to say no? They learn it from other children. They learn from the older children. When the parent tell them something, they say no. And the younger one is like, wow, I like that no thing. Then they pick it up and it spreads, right? But the Most High, had to be so dramatic and abrupt, because if we're in close parameters to each other and living around each other, negative spreads like wildfires. Right? So he had to cut that negative off. He said this son was a drunk and a glutton. So this son had zero self-control. Now, I know we look at this scripture and we're like, man, was this talking about like a 12-year-old boy? Or a 9-year-old or an 8-year-old or this or that? This was talking about any man that had his parents and he was rebellious against them. So you could have been 50 years old. You could have been 70 years old. Y'all get that, right? If your parents is giving you orders, as long as your dad is alive, he's the head. He's the head. As long as you're under his roof and he's alive, you gotta have that respect towards him. Honor thy mother and thy father. That didn't come with an age range, right? That wasn't, up until you were 12, then you stop honoring them or stop respecting them. Right. So this was for any range of man that didn't want to fall under his parents and deal with their rules and deal with the law. The parents could say, listen, this dude, look, he out here in these streets, right? They bring him to the priest and that would be that. They would cut that off. So because I look at it, I'm like, damn, this is harsh. But it's not harsh. And there's no age on this. Y'all get that? There's no age on this, man. Where, this is my 9-year-old son. Nah, you better get that 9-year-old son in line. More than likely, he would be in line until he got into an older age where now I'm going to do my own thing and I don't got to answer to nobody.
Does that necessarily have to apply to a parent? Could it be a person that just happens to be in a position of, should I say, authority, then you got somebody that don't want to cooperate?
It didn't have to just be a parent, because when you look at the head of a household, that didn't necessarily have to be just the father. Right. The head of a household could be any man that was in that stead. So if the father died or he wasn't around, then and the brother was there, that headship would go. He would be now the head of the house.
That makes sense.
When you deal with Rebecca, who was the head of her household?
Her father.
It was Laban, but Laban wasn't her father. Right, if I'm not mistaken, that was her brother. Yeah. It was her brother and her uncle, if I'm not mistaken.
Rebecca, yeah.
Right. It wasn't a father, but they were still considered the heads of the household. Yeah. Right? So the servant went and dealt with them as the head. So, that man that was in that stead of being the head, yes, it can apply to, because that's how it trickles down.
In other words, if I'm the head of my house and I tell you to get the step and you need to move on.
You got to move on. You're the head of that house. Yeah, your rules as the head, as the man, as the authority figure. Yeah, it's like we had that talk, right? Did we have that talk? Like he got children. How old are your sons?
25 and 23.
Right, but see, he got grown ass sons, right? But his grown ass sons just came from up under his house, still living with him, and then moved out. Technically, he'd be the head of them. Why? Because they still trying to learn how to operate on their own. They still coming to daddy at 25, like, daddy, help us. Daddy, babysit for us. Daddy, we need this. Daddy, we need that. But then you can't expect me to be daddy when you need me, but then not correct you. Or not guide you in wisdom. It don't work like that. I'm sorry. It just don't.
There's no conditions or stipulations.
No, there's not. So technically, he's the head of his house and their house. Why? Because they don't have wisdom to guide their house. He's still having to guide their house until they step up and understand what it takes to be a real man and guide their household. Your kid, both your sons got kids?
Just one.
Just one of them, right? And I'm not trying to put your business out there, but he's the perfect example of, you got these kids that are men, that are male children, right? They ain't men because they don't move like men, but they're male children. And you would think, 25, they got it together. No. What 25-year-old does? What 25-year-old is being taught to get it together at 25? No, they're being taught to run the streets, go to this state, go to that state, get this job, and then when they hit a certain age, when it's time to get it together at 30, move back in with your parents to relearn stuff. Right? And then we're going to start over at 30. How to get your finances, how to get your credit, how to ruin everything in your 20s, and then when you're 30, come back and learn from it. Because they're not being taught how to do it early. So at 25, a 25-year-old don't know nothing in America. A 23-year-old don't know nothing unless their parents are really sitting them down and walking them through wisdom, knowledge, and really what it takes to live and the things you need to know in this country, in this life. So technically, he'd be the head of the house, regardless. They just moved from up, right? They just moved from his house and are trying to establish their own homes. Now, let me ask you a question. I want you to be real. Is there a likelihood that they can move back in with you at any time? Why? Is it because you want them to, or is it because, and it's not a knock on you, but is it because they're not embodying certain principles to be able to move forward in life as a man?
They're not listening.
Thank you. See that? Rebellious and stubborn.
Say that again?
Rebellious and stubborn. Drunk with what? Drunkards, glutton, right? Not necessarily drunk with wine and overeating, but drunk with consumption, drunk with other influences. Gluttonous as, I just want this, that. No control, no self-control. They got no self-control. They're not listening. So what did the Most High say with a child that wasn't on that, a son that wasn't on that? You got rid of him. Because if he was the example of how to live, then everyone would follow that example. But we can't let that example ride. So you cut him off. Get rid of him. Right? Watch. Go to Ecclesiasticus 16:1. Read that. There it is.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 16 and verse 1.
Read.
Desire not a multitude of unprofitable children.
Yeah, you let them go figure it out. The prodigal son, Daddy, give me my inheritance and let me go. You right, son? Here you go. Go live riotously. Go burn through the inheritance. Go be a glutton and a drunkard. But if the scriptures is telling us, Aaron, don't desire the multitude of unprofitable sons. Don't even mourn for them when they die. Go ahead. Now, we know we ain't going to take our sons and stone them. Right? They got to go out in the world and get stoned. The world got to stone them. They got to run back, tail tucked. Daddy, help me. And then you got to do what? Okay, son, you ready? You ready, son? You ready to get these lessons? You ready to hear? Did you feel it? Look, let me show you what you were supposed to learn early. Go ahead.
Neither delight in ungodly sons.
Go ahead.
Though they multiply.
Though they what?
Though they multiply.
They'll multiply themselves. They'll have children and children and children.
Right.
Go ahead. But what are they teaching their children? To be stubborn and rebellious. Read on.
Rejoice not in them.
Go ahead.
Except the fear of the Lord be with them.
See that? The fear of the Lord ain't with them, man. You don't rejoice in that. Because all they're doing is breeding more negative. But see, in the law was you cut that off. You cut that off and you stone that child. So that they couldn't breed negative and more rebellion into the nation. Yeah. Read.
Verse 3. Trust not thou in their life.
Why can't you trust in their life? Because their life is going to be filled with turmoil, and what they're going to be doing? Calling you from jail, calling you for a loan, calling you because they got into something. They're not calling you for no real advice on how to prevent these things. They're calling you for the fix. They're calling you for the Band-Aid. Many of us have been through this. Right? If your kids are old enough and you're old enough, you've been through it. Where they're calling you and it's like, damn, I told you. And it's like, yeah, I know, but. Yeah, I know, but. You can't trust in their life because they're not susceptible to the world and what the world has to offer. So at any moment, they can come to family dinner and what? Your son got a boyfriend. Or your daughter got a girlfriend. Or they got a bad partner that they've been with. Or now they got kids out of wedlock. All these different things that the world has to offer. We know we can't trust in that. But now our children are subject to those things. If they want to become unprofitable and ungodly. Go ahead.
Neither respect their multitude.
Yeah, don't look at, such and such got a bunch of kids. I'm a great granddaddy now. So, a great granddaddy of who? Was Abraham sitting there propping up Midian? Like, oh my God, Midian, he's such a great son. Did he? Oh, Isaac, he's so Ishmael, he's so great, bro. Peace. You unprofitable and ungodly? Hit the road, Jack. Hit the damn road. Here goes some bread, some water, and keep it moving. As much as it pained Abraham to do it, he couldn't have that around Isaac.
That's true.
He couldn't have that negative influence around Isaac. Right? When Midian and all them came, what did he do? He sent them off. Go do your own thing over there. Why? Because I can't have y'all around the chosen. The profitable son. The son that was ready to sacrifice himself. Could we get that twisted? Like Isaac was some little boy that was getting walked into the mountain to be sacrificed. Isaac was a grown-ass 40-year-old man. Okay? He was a grown 40-year-old man that knew what was up. He knew what time it was. Because he believed in the Most High. So Abraham couldn't have that stuff around the believer, the profitable one. So the unprofitable children, he had to go, get away. You're gonna ruin him. You're gonna taint him, right? One sinner destroyed much good. Go ahead, read on.
For one that is just is better than 1,000.
Thank you. It's better to have one sure seed than 1,000 corrupt seeds. Because what's gonna come from that fruit of the corrupt seed? Corrupt fruit, corruption. A good tree don't bring forth corrupt fruit, and vice versa. I'd rather take put more into that one that's going to be profitable and invest more into that than trying to invest in the ones that are corrupted, that don't believe. Go ahead.
And better is to die without children.
Go ahead.
Than to have them that are ungodly.
You might as well just not even have created them. Because then what's the point? The Most High is going to destroy them anyway.
Yeah, that's a great point.
He said the wicked is reserved for the day of destruction. He said the righteous is the ransom for the wicked. So what's the point? Or the wicked is the
Reverse, yeah.
right. So what's the point of just throwing them out into the world and propagating more negative? It's like you take a tree that's diseased and you cut the limbs off and then you plant those limbs in the ground. Is the ground going to make the tree better?
No.
It can't. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of time for that earth to heal that tree. But those ones you plant, they're gonna come out diseased. And then you have to cut off, plant, and then wow, the tree is starting to change after a while. But it takes years because trees do that. They'll suck up information from the soil, and the soil will heal the tree. But it takes forever for that to happen. But if I cut a diseased plant and plant it right now, another diseased plant's coming up. And I'm going to infest my whole garden or my whole crop or whatever it is. Until that infestation starts to die down. But it takes a lot of work to do that. But the Most High is letting us know you're not supposed to take pride in that. Right? Do what Abraham. And I know it's tough. Because this is the problem. And this is the situation. Mercy and grace. We're in the situations now that everything is filthy. Right? All of our children have been in some way subject to the world, and they picked up these habits, right? They picked up this mind state. So now you got to give them that chance to teach that out of them, and examples and all these different things, right? Like he got to give his sons a chance. He just knew in the knowledge. He didn't raise his children in knowledge. He wasn't raised in the knowledge, right? It's like all of us. So now you got to give them that chance to work those things out of them, and then hopefully the Most High gives them enough grace and mercy for them to learn, come back and try to do it again. That's the difference where you can't just cut them off on the onset. You can't just boot them on the onset. You got to kind of say, okay, grace and mercy. The Most High's time. Plant and water, right? But still give them a little bit, but not too much. Don't invest so much to where now you're upset because they're not getting it. But still allow them to make choices and have decisions. The one thing I know is that he's 9 years old. He's been in the truth his whole life. She's 15 years old. I got the two other little ones. The one thing I learned is this, and the one thing I do know is this: at some point they got to make a decision based off of what they know. They got to make a decision based off of what they've learned, right? I can only hedge them so long to where he's going to be his own man. He got to make a decision, right? She's going to be her own woman. She got to make a decision. They got to live according to what they want, right? And it sucks. It sucks because you can't make the decision for them. You can only guide and train and hope and pray that, okay, hopefully all the things that I put in you, they stick, right? Think about it. It's almost like a thing like, what's the point? But even in that, there is a point, right? It's really leaving it in the Most High's hands and knowing that I got to do my job. I got to put it out there. I got to set things up, and that person got to make a choice. Just like we all have to make choices daily. Y'all see that? What verse you at?
Finish that verse 3. Finish verse 3.
That was 16 and 3.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Verse 4. For by one that hath understanding shall the city be replenished.
You see that? It only takes one to replenish the city. One with understanding to do things the right way. Go ahead.
But the kindred of the wicked shall speedily become desolate.
Right. Yeah, I mean, y'all get that, right? Right. Let's jump back.
Deuteronomy.
Well, y'all getting me turned up in here.
Chapter 21, verse 21, last precept.
Right?
And all Israel shall hear and fear. And if a man have committed a sin worthy of death, and he be to be put to death, and thou hang him on a tree. His body shall not remain all night upon the tree, but thou shalt in any wise bury him that day. For he that is hanged is a curse of God, that thy land be not defiled, which the Most High thy power giveth thee for an inheritance. Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 1.
Any questions? Go ahead.
Thou shalt not see thy brother's ox or his sheep go astray, and hide thyself from them. Thou shalt in any case bring them again unto thy brother. And if thy brother be not nigh unto thee, or if thou...
She said, wow, I just watched Abraham's story yesterday, and they had some 13-year-old that was scared to death. It was like he didn't know what was happening. Nah. Abraham was in his 30s or 40s. Remember, not Abraham, Isaac. Remember, Isaac didn't get married until what age?
40.
He was 40 years old when he got with Rebecca. Right? So when we read these stories, because even when I was reading it at first, I'm like, oh, he was like 12, 13. Nah. When you go back and trace that age, Abraham was in his 30s. Isaac was, yeah. What?
Isaac was 28.
28. Isaac was 28 years old. Grown man. Knew what was going on. Ready to die for the Lord. You see that? So, yeah, these stories will do that. They'll put a little scared white boy, right? Little scared white boy. Blonde hair, blue eye with a little tear running down his face to make you feel bad. No, and because what it does now, the reason why they do that, him being 28 opposed to him being 7, the story is more powerful when he's 28 years old. Because now he has a choice to go or not.
Right.
At 7, man, let's go. Right? He could be, a 7-year-old can be led about. I could take any child from the back right now and say, hey, let's go. And he'll just follow me. Right? At 7 years old, they'll just do whatever you want. And they won't question. At 28 years old, a grown man is asking questions like, hold up. Where we going, Pop?
Whoa.
A grown man is reading body language.
Yeah.
He's looking at his dad like, wait a minute, he moving different.
Why you look so worried?
Wait, yeah, why is he worried? Like, wait, sacrifice.
Stressed.
Well, we going up to the mountain sacrifice. I know this way. I've been here
Where's the...
with you before.
Did we bring a lamb?
Where's the lamb? Right? Because he asked that.
You did.
What 7-year-old cares about that? Dad, where's the lamb to sacrifice? No 7-year-old gives a damn. But a grown man is going to question and say, wait a minute, we going up here to sacrifice. Where's it at? Oh,
Wait a minute.
I'm in. Okay, well, let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's make it happen. It gives more power that he was a grown man exercising his free will than a child that had no will, that had no free will, that had no choice. That it was all on Abraham. It wasn't all on Abraham. It was on Abraham and it was on Isaac. It was on both of them. That's what made Isaac so dope. Y'all see that? Right. So yeah, Samara, she said she was watching the story. She said she was watching the story. They put a 13-year-old white boy. Hell yeah, they did. They want you to feel like he was just led about with no say so. Right? Where did he get that? 28. It's very shocking. All you gotta do is go through the scriptures and to get ages is easy. They'll tell you when Abraham was, how old he was when he had such and such, and right? But where'd you get that?
Josephus.
Right. Right. Josephus tells you that he was 28. Well, we can go through the scriptures and also get the age also. But we know that he wasn't 13. Right? We know that he wasn't 10. We know that he wasn't 12. We know that. Even Ishmael,
Yeah.
when he was sent off, and it was like, oh, the little baby, the little lad cried in the corner for hunger. How old was Ishmael when Abraham kicked him out? What?
17.
He was 17 years old. He was a grown man. At that time, he would have been a grown man. in the corner under a bush crying, "Mama, I need some water." Right?
Oh, that's funny.
In Hebrew, "I need water." Right? Mayam. Right? But he was 17. They make it seem like he was a 3-year-old that was crying for a nipple.
Yeah.
He was a 17-year-old spoiled brat.
Right.
When you read that, he was 17. So, you know, you got those are the little details in the scriptures that sometimes we don't pick up on.
Right.
You know? So, yeah, go ahead. I thought that was funny.
Then thou shalt bring it. I'll start. And if thy brother be not nigh unto thee, or if thou know him not, then thou shalt bring it unto thine house, to thy own house, and it shall be with thee until thy brother seek after it, and thou shalt restore it to him again. In like manner shalt thou do with his ass, and so shalt thou do with his raiment, and with all lost thing of thy brothers which he have lost.
Yeah, like we all go out street speaking and we all go out somewhere, right? Let's say we all go out street speaking, and then you got Virginia, you got Rochester, you got Houston. It's happened. We all go out street speaking, we packing up. There's a Bible there. Well, I got my Bible. Leave that there. Nah, somebody grabs the Bible, right? And then what's going to happen? Somebody's going to hop on the text and say, "Hey, did somebody find a Bible? It looks like such, 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 and such." "Oh, yeah, I got your Bible." Mail it or whatever the case may be. But to leave the man's Bible in Apocrypha knowing that that's one of the brothers, that don't make no sense.
Right. That happened with me when we went to Virginia for Tabernacles.
It did.
Yeah, and
Right.
then, Zion had sent it. He didn't just leave it
You
there.
just leave it. You don't just leave a brother's stuff or a headband or armband. For Passover, you know how many armbands that were just left behind? For Passover a couple of years ago at the Airbnb up there in San Antonio? There's headbands galore and armbands just left, but nobody claimed them. But the point is, we gather those things up. Why? Because somebody might say, "Hey, I lost a headband. Oh, hey, let me send you that." Boom. Or I lost my books or my pens or my this or my that. Not being neglectful because it's not yours. Right? The world tells you to be neglectful because it's not yours. You don't got time to deal with that. Imagine, think about it. Imagine having to walk a person's ox back. Bro, I ain't got time for that. And really, an ox ain't trying to walk with the stranger.
Exactly, yeah.
An ass ain't trying to walk with a stranger. It was a task. If you know what the ox knows his master's crib, the ox knows his master's house. Why? Because you can let your ox roam and they'll come back. An ass, as stubborn as they are, they know to come back home.
Right.
But if you see this ox or this ass venturing all the way out, then you got to say, "Well, damn, this damn ass is rebellious, or this ox is really lost." But then now to get this 1,000-pound animal and guide him back to the house, guess what? That took some work. I ain't got time for that. I got to worry about my ox. I got to worry about my ass. There's a reason why he's showing you about these animals, man. You got to understand about the ox and the ass. They don't even need no guide. They'll find their way home, but not always. And it's a task to drag. You ever see a donkey when he don't want to leave? What does he do? He sits on his ass. And starts making noise and yelling at you. And you can pull. And that dude's bottom is so, his neck and everything is so strong. You have him by the bit and bridle. You pull his whole teeth out before he moves. Because that's the characteristic. He's stubborn. And come on, you already know an ox, you pull him too much, he just gonna gore you.
Yeah.
He just gonna push you. Right? So there was a, damn, do I go out on the limb for my neighbor? Or do I, oh well, you know, he'll figure it out. He'll figure it out. He'll get back home. But then he keeps going further and further out to pasture. No, he'll make it. Don't worry. You ain't gonna call the neighbor. You ain't gonna send a kite, nothing. But to see, the Most High was showing us how to be brotherly, right? We went here. It's funny. I don't know how this keeps happening. We went here yesterday. What scripture did I go to yesterday when the sister asked about 2 Timothy 3:2? What scripture did I go to? Who remembers? Go there. Remember what she asked in the last days, men shall be lovers of themselves? Oh, right. Yep, go there. Go to Romans real quick.
God.
So let's see if this is like the Old Testament is done away with. Right? Oh, we don't got to follow the Old Testament. Well, where did they get this from in Romans? Where did they get this idea in Romans from? Read it.
Romans chapter 15, verse 1. We then that are strong ought to bear the infirmities of the weak.
Strong-minded, strong-bodied, bear the infirmities of the weak. Go ahead.
And not to please ourselves.
Read.
Let every one of us please his neighbor.
Right, we're supposed to be looking at the cause of our neighbor. Right? He said it in Colossians 3:1. Colossians 3:1. He said, look at the things in the heavens. If you are risen with Christ, right? You're supposed to be looking at those things, the spiritual things. These are spiritual things that nobody can take this from you. The looking out for your neighbor thing. Right? Now, if the Old Testament is done away with, why would they even position this in the Bible at all? That's true. See, these are the little things that when the Old Testament is done away with. Oh, really? So we ain't supposed to look out for each other? But now you see why. Now you know how. Now you know when. Right? That we are in the last days. If you got a question, like, really, is it the end times? Well, look at what's being pushed and what's not. Look at what they're telling you has been erased from the Bible and what hasn't been. And look at how men move. He said it. He said it perfect at the street speaking. I said it last night. Who in here knows one of their neighbors' names? Right? How you not know your neighbor's name? Y'all don't talk to y'all neighbors? Does anybody talk to their neighbor?
Sometimes.
I mean, wouldn't it be in your best interest? Unless they're just belligerent. But I talk to my neighbors. Hey, good morning. How you doing? Yeah. Oh, you right? Oh, because you know what's funny? It's important to have that, at least that cordial relationship in case of something. Right? My neighbor, I got a neighbor. He's from Vietnam, I think, or Korea, one of them. But 4 o'clock in the morning, he raises his garage, turns on his Christian music at 4 in the morning. Sits in his garage all day smoking cigarettes, drinking, listening to Christian music, shirt off, kicking it. Right? So you know what he serves as? He's like a neighborhood watch. Nothing will go past his radar. Right? Nothing goes past, so I can depend on him to watch out. Right? I'll watch out for him, and he'll watch out for me. Right? He just, my other neighbor on the other side, there's little small things that I might need or questions I need to ask them and talk to them about certain things. We share a fence, things like that. I keep it cordial. I don't know their names, but I keep it cordial. I might need to borrow a tool. I had to borrow a dolly the other day to move a fridge. I went right to my guy next door. Like, hey, you got a dolly? He got everything in his garage. Everything. Battery in the car died one time. He went and got a little box this big and charged the whole battery in the car. Dang. Where my truck would not charge the battery in the car. Dang. Little old box. He's like, oh, you got to get one of these. He plugged it in, boom. I was like, whoa. I need one of those. Where'd you get that from? He showed me the website and everything. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? If I got something, he'll come over and ask. I'm like, yeah. He sent his kids over one day to open a bottle of wine. They had no bottle opener. I opened the wine for them. Right? Not the kids. His daughters are older. But that neighborly, why do we got to practice that now? Well, you ain't going to never do it if you don't practice it now. It's true. Well, you going to do it in the kingdom? You going to be brotherly in the kingdom? No, the time now to rehearse the righteous acts is now. Right. And you can still rehearse righteous acts with unrighteous people. Like my neighbor tried to cook for me. He cooked something and brought it over. I was like, I don't eat that. It was pork. Yeah, it was pork. I was like, I don't eat pork. He's like, really? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, you a Christian, right? And we start going through it. We start going through the Bible. And he was like, oh. Then he learned, don't bring no pork over. Right? But bro, they'll go to the grocery store, they'll buy a bunch of vegetables and stuff, and they'll be like, hey, you want some vegetables? Yeah. Hell yeah, they'll drop off sacks of vegetables and stuff like that. Because they'll get too much and won't use it up, and they don't want to spoil, so they'll send over a package to the house. And I'm like, cool. Fruits, vegetables, right?
Most time put a spirit in my neighbor to be like, because I have all the kids. Say, I got some syrup for your kids. I got some strawberries for your kids.
Yeah.
So we gave them a plant. Here, here's a little aloe for you.
Right, a little aloe plant, right? Now you just got to be careful with what they're giving you.
Yeah.
So, you got to make sure you look and make sure, you just got to be careful. But, the scriptures tell us that they're going to cling to us, that they're going to want to understand us and be a part of us. They're going to bring things to us. But it's all about how we're dealing. If we're dealing cordially and righteously, then you don't got to worry about like some negative happening, right? But you still got to do your due diligence and watch out. I ain't gonna just like drop my kids off with the neighbor. He in the garage smoking cigarettes. Hey, no, go kick it with Brian. Nah, we ain't doing that. You know what I'm saying? But they will serve a purpose, right? Like, okay, I'll give y'all another instance. I remember one day, I can sit on my bed like this, and my window is right here, so I can see the whole neighborhood. I live in a cul-de-sac, so I can see I can see my driveway, and I can see the whole entrance coming in, and I can see the different houses. So late night, I'm sitting there sometimes, and you'll see the tow truck come around because he's trying to tow people in the neighborhood. You can't park on the street in my neighborhood. You got to park in your driveway or in your garage. So there was one day, my neighbor was parked on his grass, and I hear doot, 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 and I looked. I'm like, wait a minute. And I looked, I'm like, no, he's getting me. I looked over and I'm like, oh snap, he about to get his car, but he's parked in his yard. What's wrong with that? Because I park in my yard if I want to. So I threw on my little sandals, went downstairs. I'm like, yo, what y'all doing? They're like, oh, he's parked in the grass. I was like, nah, man, y'all ain't gonna take his car. Went, rang the doorbell. Hey, Brian, they trying to get your car. He came out, no. They dropped the car, and they were like, just move it, right? But I did that hoping that what? They'll do the same, because guess what? My car got towed one time, and I was hot. I didn't know they didn't have those signs up or nothing. I come out, my ribs car is gone. I'm like, wait a minute. Bro, I was so mad.
Ain't nobody happy.
Bro, I went to that tow truck place and I got out the spirit. I'm sorry. all the way upset. Bro, I was threatening to blow their spot up. Don't do that. I was mad. I was so upset because they towed it like a block away and charged me $250. They literally took it to Bissonnet and Bissonnet and Cook.
Oh, what was it, Willcrest?
Right where we street speak.
Oh.
Where the
Willcrest.
Yeah, they took it to Willcrest. That's like 4 blocks away. It charged me like $250, $280. Dude, upset, but I learned. So I look out for my neighbors. They may not do the same, but I still do it. That's the right thing to do. I'm not gonna let somebody take away his ox, right? Because I'm hoping that the Most High is gonna show that favor unto me. So, but look, here's the scriptures to back up that mind, is what I'm saying. Right? Go ahead.
Go back to Deuteronomy or continue?
Go back to read Romans.
Let every one of us please his neighbor for his good.
Right? And you can say, well, that's supposed to be Israelite neighbors. Well, you ain't got no Israelite neighbors like that. Because we intermingle with everybody. So live cordial with every man. Live peaceable. What's that?
I used to live in my hood back home. There's a laundromat downstairs from the apartments and everything like that.
Mm-hmm.
All its cars, it was still closed.
See?
It was still closed at the dryer.
That's
like,
wild,
bruh.
bro. You come back, you missing socks?
Bruh.
They got your socks on?
Why did I look like my pants?
Yeah. Because it is. Right? He got your home menorah shirt on. You like, wait a minute, you a part of the camp? Wait, when did you become part of school? It's terrible. But you know what's called? I was watching this documentary. And this Edomite, he goes into like these different countries, and he went into Haiti. And the one thing I did notice about Haiti, and it's the same way in Haiti, it's the same way in Jamaica, it's the same way in Puerto Rico, it's the same way in all these islands. You can hang your clothes out in the open and nobody ain't gonna take it.
Yeah.
That's how you have to live. Like in Haiti, he was walking through like the town and against a wall. They got little small quarters. They were just hanging their clothes against the wall and they're just walking. And you got people you can tell it's like a commerce area. And they got the store right here and this, and somebody just had their clothes hung. But they could trust that ain't nobody just gonna walk up and steal a pair of chones, right? It's gonna, like nobody, like there's more brotherhood there,
Right.
and sisterhood there to say, wait a minute, that's somebody else's lingerie. You know what I'm saying? Leave it alone. But you get here and it's dog eat dog.
Yep.
It's, man, I need a pair of socks, and a pair of socks costs $18. So you know what? I'm gonna wait for him to do some whites. I'm gonna wait for him to put some whites in the dryer. You know what I mean? I'll even put a quarter in there to start it back up. No, the worst part when you come back and it's like, damn, I thought I started that. The clothes still down. And they stopped it with this. Yeah, bro. Yeah, that's the mind state of what we're being taught in America and in these other places. Is the mind state of the world. To be unbrotherly and unneighborly and only fend for yourself. And I always say this: if you're taught to be unbrotherly and you're like, well, I'm just gonna be a brother to the brothers. When the brothers piss you off or make you feel a certain type of way, when does that unbrotherliness stop? Right? If you're conditioned to do something, you're gonna do it in all avenues of your life, is what I'm saying. So if your righteousness is contingent on, being around certain people, then you're only gonna be righteous around those people. Like like it's like a woman that. It's like if a woman is conditioned to only wear dresses in the public, and that's considered righteous, right? Well, she's doing the righteous thing. She's wearing a dress in public. But then what happens when she's at home? Is she no longer righteous? You see my point? Well, her mind is only conditioned to do one thing for one instance. But then what's going to happen is that mind is going to take over in other areas. So a woman puts on a dress, and that's a sign of her humbling herself away from this mind state, right? Because they're being told pants, this, that, nails, Let me put on a dress. Let me show a little humility, and then I'm supposed to change my character, right? But if my character is only being changed in public, what am I doing in private? Right? If I'm only righteous in public, but not in private, then how righteous am I really? Y'all see that? Can't be conditional Israelites. Y'all get it?
Okay.
Right. Where we at?
Verse 3.
Read it.
For even Christ pleased not himself, but as it is written.
Talked about it last night. Like, what was so dope about Christ coming off the throne to come be with us? Where was the pleasing and the beatings and the lashings and the ridicule and Moses, right? Moses, you thought he was pleased to be murmured on? Nah, he wasn't pleased. That's why he had to keep going to the Most High. Like, look, I don't know what's going on with these cats, but they losing it. That wasn't like, oh, let me go through that. But they had to do what? Reject that feeling. Hebrews, he said, despising the shame.
Yep.
And looking at what? The goal, the reward for going through what you got to go through. But also understanding that it was about the people, dealing with helping the people. Not pleasing. Wouldn't it be more pleasing for Christ to just sit with his mom and his dad and chill? Have family gatherings, teach them. Wouldn't it have been easier? Let me teach you. Mom, let me show y'all. Right? My brothers, my sisters, y'all gather around. We're going to have a Sabbath class. That would have been more pleasing than to go in the temple and be going back and forth with retards. Right? Or going from this town or that town and dealing with ignorance. But the sacrifice, right? To have to deal with all that and go through that. That's what he's showing us here in the law, and then echoing in Romans. Go ahead.
The reproaches of them that reproached thee
Right.
fell on me.
What? Read it again.
The reproaches of them that reproached thee fell on me.
That's how far Yahushua took. Oh, whoa. No. That's how far Yahushua took that, putting himself last to the point where what fell on the nation fell on him solely. He took that on, took on that burden. Y'all get that? Go ahead.
For whatsoever things were written aforetime.
Right, that's it on that. Jump back.
Deuteronomy chapter 21, verse 21. Last precept. And all Israel shall hear and fear. And if a man have committed a sin worthy of death, and he be to be put to death, and thou verse 3. In like manner shalt Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 3. In like manner shalt thou do with his ass, and so shalt thou do with his raiment, and with all things of thy brothers which he have lost, and thou hast found, shalt thou do likewise. Thou mayest not hide thyself.
Oh yeah, I found your garment, but I'm not gonna come around you so I can wear it. What the hell? Right? Nah, get the man back his garment or whatever it is. Go ahead.
Thou shalt not see thy brother's ass or ox fall down by the way, and hide thyself from them. Thou shalt surely help him to lift them up again.
Damn, so I gotta go help you lift this 1,000-pound ox.
Damn.
Bro, I ain't got time.
I was going this way.
Yeah.
I was actually going this way.
Yeah. Like, bro, I ain't got time. But you just gotta see, like, man, because think about it. We all, at some point, we're gonna be put in these situations. That's true. Right? What man have an ox that fall in a ditch and ain't gonna put his hand to raise it out again? At any time. But then who's not gonna wanna have help to do that? It's an ox. It's an ass. They're not light animals, man. One man ain't gonna be able to do that. It took a group effort, so he was showing us how to look out for each other, but at any moment, that could be you. The same help that you didn't give is the same help you're gonna want.
Last week, Marcy's tire was messed up. On a Tuesday, trying to bring Elijah over here. And I meet him, her husband, being that he's in New York. Right? When they let me know, I didn't think anything too much of it at that moment, but towards the night I was like, okay, look, we gotta fix your vehicle tire so that you can be passed on Wednesday.
Right.
And then it wasn't just me that knew about it and that helped out, like Rob shared the jag.
Because that was a task, right?
Shout out, I shared the jag.
That was a task.
I drove to Derek's work to get some tools and everything like that. So it was like, and then even on one know about it too. It's like it was a whole body effort to
get one tire fixed.
Yeah.
How many Israelites does it take to? No. No, because there was some other things involved.
Definitely.
Right? Breaking jacks and all these different things. But the point was, at any moment, we could all be in that situation. And it, some things you think is so simple, but it still might take a group effort. I might need the jack from over here. I might need the lug tool from over here. Can you go get the tire? Like all these different things that you just never know. But that's how we're supposed to operate. That's how we're supposed to operate. Bottom line. Go ahead.
Thou shalt surely help him to lift them up again. The woman shall not wear that which pertaineth unto a man.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Neither shall a man put on a woman's garment.
Right, because as much as we harp on the woman wearing the man's garment, what woman wants to be with a man that's wearing a woman's garment? It's true. Right? You Nick Cannon? You Nick Cannon out here? Y'all heard about Nick Cannon?
Nah.
You ever hear about that? How some dude's wife walked in on Nick Cannon and her husband. He was in her cheerleader suit. Yeah, so apparently he likes to dress up in women's apparel. Marv Albert, you remember Marv Albert, the commentator for sports? He got a whole bite gate, biting on chicks and putting on their bras. Y'all didn't hear about these things? That was like late 90s. That was Jordan era. But Marv Albert, he was like the commentator for NBC. He was like the dude. But he got caught up in a scandal, women's bras and biting on chicks, denture marks, all types of weird stuff, right?
Denture marks.
But just think about it. If you saw a man walking around with a bra on, wouldn't you say, wow, that's weird and strange and unseemly and unsightly? What woman wants to be with that man? Well, guess what? It's the same thing that we see. It's the same thing it's the same thoughts that I have where I'm like, that's unsightly. That's weird and strange. Why would a woman want to wear what a man wears? It doesn't even make you appealing. It's weird, man. You just gotta, I don't know. I look at women, they got their little pants on and they're running around in damn construction boots and all that stuff. That ain't sexy. And it does, this scripture right here. Let me ask y'all this: a man that runs around in the bra and panties, spiritually, how do you characterize that man spiritually? Right? See, he ain't got no words. But how do you characterize a man spiritually that has on a woman's bra, panties? When you see men modeling women's, the Jaden Smiths, right? The A$AP Rocky, he models for Dolce and Gabbana or one of them, and they got him in like a straight up, it's like almost what the sister has on now, right? It was sleeveless and it just went all the way down, right? Where you can't tell whether that's a man's attire or a woman's. It's just androgynous. Spiritually, how do you categorize that man or that male? What? Effeminate, right? So automatically as a man that's effeminate, first of all, a man that's effeminate is not getting into the kingdom. Right. That's what the Bible says, right? An effeminate will not get into the kingdom. All effeminate is a man that has women characteristics. So we know just by nature that there's something wrong with a male, anything that has female character. A male lion with female character is not a lion. That's true. Right? You're like, wait a minute, what is that? It's a lion. Right? It's a lion. Right? A male, a male ape that has a female character. You're like, what's up with him?
Right, that's true.
Right? What's going on with him? There's something wrong. Any animal, any male, but let's reverse it though. Any female animal that has male character, you're like, what the hell's going on with her? Right? So when you look at, oh damn, when you look at Cardi B, as feminine looking as she is, right, with the body, but then you hear her talk and you're like, oh, she's more aggressive than Offset. When you look at Megan Thee Stallion, right, as curvy as Shim might be, but then you hear him talk, and you're like, oh, whoa, she'll beat up any nigga, right? When you go like Nicki Minaj, and you go through all these, I'm using the celebrity women that they put out there for y'all, as the guide to how to be a black woman. And they give you Cardi B, Nicki Minaj, Megan Thee Stallion, the City Girls, these boss chicks. And you listen to and you pick up on their personalities and you're like, whoa, okay, that's not how a woman should be. How do you categorize that? See, we tend to, why am I going through this like this? Well, because I'm trying to give y'all the parallel that it's no different. The way you look at a man that runs around in bras and panties, the way you look at him and you say, Dad, that's not a man. Well, that's the same way you should look at yourself when it's time to put on pants. As a woman. You should say, damn, I'm not a woman. I'm not embodying female character. I'm embodying man character. That's a man characteristics, to put his 2 legs in and zip that flap. Zip. Right? Why does he have that? Zip? Because that's his access to urinate. Right? It's easy access for a man to go pee on a wall. Right? Women, there's a difference in the attire because there's many things, man. Functionality, but just that effeminate nature. Your effeminate nature is part of what you wear. A man's masculine nature, right, is what he wears, part of it. Because a man can wear something, you're like, oh, that looks a little bit too effeminate. Like, there's many clothing. I mean, come on, we can deal with it. Rick James and Prince. As much as they fought and talked crap about each other, they were the same. They both ran around in fluffy shirts that looked real effeminate. Right? Real tight pants, and you could see the whole package, and boots, and, everything just was a little bit too tight. And a little bit too fluffy and airy. Right? And you're like, oh, that's not right. It's a little bit effeminate, right? It's a little bit soft. But then you had other men that were like, "Rrr," right? Just manly stuff. There's a difference, but it puts do y'all believe, I'm gonna ask y'all this question. Do you believe that what you wear puts a spirit on you? You believe it? You believe it? Who else believes it? Right, what? Read? Oh, you believe it? Okay, what else? You don't believe that? No, she don't believe it. Right? What else? Who else?
I believe it.
You believe it? Yeah. See, think about it. Anybody ever work in corporate America? Like where you got to like do your little suit, tie, right? And right now, that's one garment. And I'm just dealing with men now. You put on a little suit, the tie, and it makes you feel a certain way because it does. When you put that suit on and everything's matching and everything's, you're like, right, ready. But then there's another feeling when you put on a fresh Passover garment when it's fresh, not even worn yet. Right? And you put that thing on and you're like, oh my God, I'm about to slay the world. It puts you in a different mind, the things that you wear. But then think about it. A man in his right mind, if you put on a bra and panties, he's going to shrink in himself. He should. You shouldn't feel masculine or strong because you're in something that a woman, that you would see a woman in and say, damn, she's sexy. Right? She's sexy or she's fine. A man shouldn't adopt the mind that, oh, I'm strong and built and this and that because I got on the bra and panties. That's not going to put you in that mind. But think about it. If a woman looks at a man in certain things and says, these are the things that I like that a man has on and it makes him look appealing to me, why would she wear them? What is she trying to appeal to in herself? The masculine in her. The masculinity in her. So it is spiritual. You're wondering, like, why would it say not to wear the man's attire? Well, really, it goes into a lot of things. Man's attire ain't just pants and this and that. When a man went to war, what attire did he wear? So all you women, sit your ass down and get off the battlefield. That's a man's attire. That warrior apparel, that's a man. That's man's. Right? All these different things that men did. When you put on that warrior apparel, you were supposed to be in war mind. It's a mentality. But if a woman puts on a man's apparel, she gets into a man's mentality of what? Bossing people around, telling people what to do and ordering things, everything, taking the oversight, right? That's what that all represents. And the one thing is, see, what I do is I be looking, man, I look at these women. I look at it and I'm like, damn, I see how this person moves when they wear certain things. You just gotta look. All you gotta do is take the time out one day and just look at a woman that's running around in man's clothes and just look at her and look how she moves. She gonna move like a man. What?
they're not actually moving like a man. They're trying to be more than a man. It's like a gay man is acting like a woman. He tries to be
More than a
feminine
woman.
than
Yeah,
a woman.
more effeminate. Yeah.
Right.
So, because that's the demon.
Right.
The
right.
demon is to up the ante of what a man is.
Right. Right.
Right? And you can see it. All these women running around in police uniforms, they're more bossy than the men.
Yep.
They're more aggressive. They're worse. Yes. And you like, damn, not even a man acts like this. And they're like, no, you're going to listen to me. And it's funny because every day I pick my kids up from school, I got to deal with this one aggressive ass little Latina. Right? And she, police uniform, because they got to orchestrate the traffic and do all that. And the dudes are like, man, come on. And she's like, no, you. And she's blowing the whistle. And I'm like, whoa, I didn't even go yet. She's like, no, you stop. And I'm like, I'm on the brake. I'm stopping like 15 cars away from her because I already know. I'm looking at the traffic the way it's moving and I already know she's going to stop me. So I'm stopping before. She's like, no, you stop. And I'm like, whoa, sis, calm down. Calm down. But I bet you if she was out there with a dress on, moving around, she would have them demons on her. Because part of your spirit is what you wear. You embody those things, right? Now, they always say it. What is it? The clothes don't make the man makes the clothes. That's not true, though. You know a man by his attire. You know a woman by her attire. That's why there's an attire of a harlot, right? And you got an attire of a gangster. You got the attire of a pimp. You got the attire of a player. You got the attire of a whore. You got the attire of a wife. You got the attire of a doctor, a nurse. Like all these different attires, right? Because they first show you what a person is without them even speaking. Right? And then 99.999% of the time, they're going to embody that attire. Only in a small percent do you see a chick in the mall walking around with her breasts and her ass out that can have a really intelligent conversation. Then you got a question like, so sis, why are you dressed like this? You know so much. Why are you dressed like that? Then you get down to the meat and potatoes. Oh, I'm just embracing my female power. Oh, okay, so you're a feminist. Cool. We got it. Right? But only a small percent of women that are very intelligent. Only a small percent of men that are very intelligent sag their pants. And you're like, bro, why you got your ass out? Man, it's one of the things that I just do. I know it don't look right, but I'm conditioned. What?
That's funny.
But it's real. If you talk to enough people, y'all gotta talk to people. See, the one thing about being in the mall, we got the access to people. And even though I haven't been in the mall in a while like that, I still know and gravitate to these conversations that I've had and just people and you get to understand that, damn, it's really the spiritual stuff is really, when the scriptures say certain things and don't give an explanation, you don't need one. Just go look at the people. Go look at the people that are doing against what the Bible says, and then you get to see why, oh damn, that's why a dude shouldn't walk around the mall with a tutu on. Because it's going to confuse the little boys and girls.
Yeah, that's true.
Right?
Yep.
And then what the hell is he? He's tripping, drunk, lipstick, all going looking like the Joker. There's a guy that walks through the mall like that. A tutu, where you could basically, he don't leave much to the imagination.
Nope.
If you catch him from down the hall, you're seeing everything.
His voice is deep.
And then he talks to you, and his voice is like, yeah. Deeper than he got very white voice. Then he got liquor coming off his breath.
It's like one of the deepest voices I've ever heard.
Yeah.
It's like deep and rough.
Hey man, what you wear? Victoria's Secret.
Victoria's Secret. Yeah.
Right? But then the kids see that, they're like, what the hell's going on here? Then you gotta wonder, what is this guy about? What is he on? What is he trying to catch? What is he trying to do? Well, we know he ain't out there for no women. Mm-hmm. He's a man dressed like a woman trying to do what? Nah, he's out there for the boys, Craig. The boys. Trying to get the boyses. The little youngins. Mm-hmm. Right? But basically what I'm showing y'all or bringing out is that it's all spiritual. No matter how we try to dice it, the law is done away with. Whether do we run around with broad? Why are there not more men walking around with dresses? The Christian church, they should be all in dresses then. But why don't they do it? Because even though they know that's off as hell.
That's true.
Right? Even they know it's super off to walk around with a man in a dress. They know that.
Yeah.
It's going to do something to their spirit. Y'all get it? So when you have your little boys, it's not cute for him to put on mom's shoes and dress up in her makeup. That's not cute. Or wear your nails, or walk around with your handbag and your hat. As fun as it may seem, it's not cute. You're prepping and grooming that child, right? It's not cute for your son to sit there and play with dolls, his sister's dolls, and do all that. I don't let my sons do that. You're not playing with the girls' toys. You got your own toys. I don't even like my sons playing with action figures because it can be misunderstood. But then you got to show them the difference. That's Spider-Man. That's Betty Boo. You show them the difference. You go through it and show, and then you got to explain to them why. The more I think about it, it's even having the boys, like, do I send my sons to garments with the sisters? No. Manashal will go sometimes, but for the most part, bro, if I'm home, the boys can stay home with me. Why? They don't need to be around the sisters, picking up on sisterly things and sisterly habits and female emotion. It's very important because once they start to have that inbred into them, then you're going to have a son that's always emotional. It's not good for a man to always be in his feelings and crying about everything and overly emotional, because that's not a man character, right? What? Okay, by the raise of hands, what woman wants a man that's always crying? Right. And if you had one, then he wouldn't be your man. Let's just be real, right? If you had a man that was always crying and overly emotional and not able to pause those emotions and rationally go through situations, you wouldn't respect that man. Let's be real. You wouldn't respect him. You would say, you know what? I see what's going on over here. I got to take over. But guess what? Ain't that what's been happening? Ain't that what's been happening in the Black House? The man is overly emotional, consumed with all these other things and not able to rationally deal with situations because they keep us high and drunk, right? All that weed got niggas crying all day and just soft, all docile, right? All that crack got you overly turned up, right? All that alcohol got you emotional, crying in the couch, crying in the bottle. So the man is conditioned now to just be emotional. But then a woman is having to do what? What does the women always got to say? Well, I got to take the place because ain't no man. I was listening to, check this out. Let me show you how the world is telling y'all that the women are men. Queen Elizabeth died. A little old crusty white woman, right? She died. And now her son, King Charles, he was the prince, now he's the king. You know what they said? They said this on the news. They were like, now that she's dead, he has really big shoes to fill. But they said, hopefully he's as much as a man as she was. I gave up after that. I almost burnt my garment. I was already in my clothes, I almost burnt my shirt. I said, what? So she's a man? Well, because she's fulfilling a man's role. This whole 70 years, she's been doing a man's role. Right? Because remember, her daddy died and she took over. 70 years she's been running as a man in a man mentality, ordering and dictating other men. Right? Where in history do you see, in Israelite history, a woman running the nation? It's a trick question. Where do you see it in history? It's a trick question. It's a trick. It happened once, barely. Deborah. But she wasn't. But the point was this: she didn't even want to do. Right. She didn't even want to take the authority. She was like, "Nah, you got to come with me, right? You have to tell them. You got to come and tell them and come with me. Like, this is not my position." King was a coward in this one. Yeah, but even her recognizing that he was a coward still recognized that she was a woman and it wasn't her place to usurp authority. That's what made Deborah so great. She knew her place. She still stepped up to the mantle, stepped up, but still trying to drag this weak ass man. Like, nah, bruh, this is you.
I'm only going if you come.
Yeah, I'm only gonna go if you come. Like, right? Because our women understood. Even when Judith went and did what she did, it wasn't like she was trying to be that woman, right? But then when you read the end of the story, she didn't like, oh yeah, see, I'm the greatest woman alive. The people gave her that title, like a great woman, but then she gave all the credit to who? Most High. She understood her place, and she still didn't act as a man in taking out Holofernes. It was all woman intuition and using women characteristic and woman traits. She didn't walk in there with her armor and a shield and, nigga, I'm gonna kill you, let's go to war. She used her femininity, right? She used the things that the Most High gave her as a woman, and she still operated as a woman, still subjecting herself at a level to this man. You got to read the story of Judith and look at the little nuances and look at Judith's character. She still had a level of humility in what she did, and that's why she was allowed to do what she did. But if Judith was running around like a man, we would read that story like, oh, damn, she was off.
Right.
You wouldn't look at Judith with that, damn, she was a beautiful, meek, humble, tender woman. Because that's how I look at Judith. I'm like, damn, she was. Right? But then they going to give you this crap. What is it? What is that movie?
The Woman King.
The Woman King. What the hell are they talking about?
Right.
The Woman King?
Right.
King is a title donated for a man. I mean, are we slow? I know y'all looking at me like he's tripping. No, they're tripping.
Yeah, you're right.
Female king?
They got a black woman playing.
Yeah, Viola Davis. She's the one that was in Black Panthers. Black Panther as the leader warrior woman, right? But just think about it. Think about it. Just for her to play that role, you know what she had to go through? She wasn't even acting. She didn't even do no acting. It was all training, like a man, to be able to fight and wield a weapon and do all these things that women just weren't set up to do.
Right.
But y'all got to see the spirit that's being pushed out there, just lulling us to sleep.
Right.
It is the reverse, because now they're telling the men to be effeminate and be soft and toxic masculinity.
Right.
What the hell is that? Oh, because because right now they can say I'm a toxic male because I'm loud, I'm aggressive, I'm talking with my hands, I'm moving my head, I'm turning up.
Right.
So I'm a toxic male. But that's what they'll tell you. Oh, he's a toxic masculinity at his finest. But what's toxic femininity? Ain't it when a woman tries to be a man? When she gets all super aggressive. Nigga, I'm gonna beat you, nigga, I'm gonna kill you, nigga, I'm gonna... Right?
So that movie came out, Pinocchio?
Oh, really? I gotta see that.
No.
Huh?
What?
Without the kids?
Evil.
Oh, I definitely gotta see it.
It definitely talks about transgenderism.
I believe it. Pinocchio's
Right,
probably a faggot.
Because firstly, Pinocchio don't turn into a real boy.
Oh, he turns into a...
No, he don't turn into a real boy. It says, well, the story doesn't say if he turned into a real boy or not, but you know, deep down in his heart, he felt like a real boy. So whatever girl or
whatever he wants to be.
Yeah.
Non-binary.
And then the fairy.
Who makes that movie? Disney?
Yeah.
Oh.
And then the fairy, right, is probably ham, right, but it's female, bald-headed, and over masculizing her, but still female, but man.
Yeah, man traits, female, but man traits.
Yeah, whack.
You just gotta look at. Just look at every movie that's came out, and it's all been about this gender war that they're trying to push out there, and it's about female empowerment. Yeah. I always say it. You women are empowered. You are empowered only if you operate as a woman. But if you're masculine or being empowered in a masculine way, then you're actually being less empowered. There's no empowerment in a woman acting like a man. I'm sorry. Right? But it's just not. My question is this. If we got to keep on empowering you, then how is it working? If every movie and everything that comes out has to empower you females to be empowered, then how come we got to keep doing it? If it's working for you. Right? Don't you know the coldest part about everything that is coming out in this day and age, all the results of the things that are happening, like all the women that said, I don't need no man. The majority, I don't need no man. Right? No, I don't need no nigga. Because that's how they say it. I don't need no nigga. Right? Like a chicken. But all those I don't need no man women, go look at their sons.
Yep.
They created sons just like the men that they hated.
Yep.
But even worse. Because now they're gay sons. Now they're transgender sons. They created a whole generation of gay and transgender men that they hate.
Yep.
Those now that was 30 years ago. That was on I don't need no man. That was a 30-year thing. Go look at it. Look at those men. Look at those boys from 30 years, 20 years. They're the ones walking around, right? They're the ones robbing and killing. They're the ones stealing. They're the ones killing each other. Come on, man. I told you about it yesterday, about the little 16-year-old that shot the 12-year-old and the 13-year-old for their phone in Miami. Give me your phone. Nope. And start spraying them. Bro, they went in this dude's backpack. He had a 9mm with a clip this long. Like, how does a 16-year-old get a gun like that? This long. With like 4 machine guns. In a backpack. Bruh. But that's the I don't need a man woman. That's the I don't need no nigga. I can wear pants. I can get a weave. I can get nails. I can shake my ass in the club. Get a little sponsorship. And I can raise my own kids.
I'm the father and the mother.
Right. Mother's Day is me and Father's Day. Those are the ones on Facebook talking about I am the dad. She on her Facebook is Happy Father's Day. Bro, that's insane. But go look at the results of that thinking is all I'm saying. And if you don't believe me, just go to your neighborhood. Go to the local grocery store. Sit back and watch. Go to the mall. Sit back and watch. And if you're brave enough, hey, let me ask you a question. You grew up with your mom and dad? No, just me and my mama. Really? Okay. You grew up with your mom and dad? No, just me. Right? And you'd be like, oh, I see. Yeah. So there was no balance in the house. That's why he's overly soft or overly aggressive. There was no balance in the house. That's why there's no discipline in that child. Just do it. Just ask a person. Don't be scared. I don't be nervous. The good thing, again, about being in the mall, I get to have that as the excuse. Hey, come here real quick, man. Let me ask you a question. Put them on trial. That's how I get my info. So, man, what smell you like? Oh, Versace? Oh, okay, so how's your house? You grew up with your mom and dad? That's a weird question, but nah, it's just me and my mom. Oh, okay, I get it now. That's why those tendencies are there. Right? And I'm not saying all, but the majority. Because they're putting things out there on both ends to diminish what a man is and to diminish what a woman is. And if y'all don't pick that up, you're going to guide your children in the same way. Yeah. You just are. If you let them get away with certain things, they're gonna just be the next generation of unprofitable children. Right? So read it again. What?
The screen's frozen. The camera's frozen.
Of course.
We can hear you. Mm-hmm. We can hear you, but it's just.
That's all they got to do is hear me. Y'all ain't got to see me.
It's a podcast now.
Yeah, we just turned it into a podcast. Y'all ain't got to hear me or see me, right? What y'all think? Y'all want to restart it or what y'all? I mean, it's up to y'all.
It'll still let me put scriptures and.
Okay, we'll just do it like that.
Okay.
Yeah, we ain't got to stop it. Man, the computer got demons on it.
We're doing that.
Because it's a woman's world. Who runs the world? Girls. Who runs the world? Girls. That's what they tell y'all. Right? Who sings that song?
Beyonce.
Yeah, but you know what's cool about her? She's the most soft and tender woman you'll ever meet. I've never seen an interview with her acting more brutish than Jay-Z. I had never seen Beyonce just acting like a Megan Thee Stallion as far as like the way she talks. Even in the moments where you could tell I watched the one interview, it's funny, I watched an interview with her yesterday from way back in the day when they were asking her about when she first got engaged to Jay-Z, she never wanted to answer questions. And you could tell she was irritated because the chick Roxy kept asking her. And she was irritated, but she still was irritated in a feminine way. She didn't get all aggressive like, nigga, I told you not to ask me questions. Right. She just blew her off like a woman blows off. She just, I was like, damn. You never, but go look at Beyonce. But she's the one that's telling you, all the single ladies. She's the one who runs the world. She's the one, survivor. She's giving you all those things, and she ain't living like that. She ain't living like that.
At all.
I guarantee you this, if Jay-Z says it, she gonna do it. I bet you. I bet you that's how they live. I bet you that's how they live. I bet you he runs that house. And I bet you she, as a nice little country girl, right? Nice little Southern belle, because you don't see the aggression from her.
Right.
Her damn sister is more aggressive and beastly than her. Beating up men in the elevator. But my point is they'll push one narrative and live another narrative.
Yeah.
Why are they giving y'all the masculine narrative, the hate men narrative? Why are they doing that? But then what are they doing to the men? Well, we don't need y'all. We only need y'all for validation. We only need y'all for likes, but we don't, and money, but we don't need y'all. What's that supposed to do for us? Where is that spirit coming from, and what was the Most High? How was he trying to combat it? Yeah, we know the camera's frozen, but I mean, do y'all want us to restart it? Am I that important to look at? No. Right? I mean, we can restart it if y'all want. Just let us know we can restart it. It's going to kick everybody off, and then it's going to take a while for it to come back on, but we can do that. Let's see here. Let's see what they're saying. Let's see. So how many people logged off? A few. So, Shalom, I agree. I was always confused about Prince from the clothes and his shoes with heels. Right. There's a movie coming out called The Woman King. Right. Oh, so see, The Woman King. So they're going to confuse more girls. Right? Khan, that movie looks like the woman version of Black Panther. And watching the making of the movie, they said they were put through hell I just said it, to look more built for the movie. Viola Davis was like, I never trained for a movie like this ever. She was like 8 hours of martial arts, 10 hours of fighting with the hands, 15 hours of this. Not one part of it did she say I had to rehearse my lines. It was more about the physical, right? I was at the farmer's market and this girl was dressed like a boy and was very aggressive to the women giving her fruit. The lady asked, why is she so rough? That girl chewed her head off and told her how disrespectful she was, and is to never say that to a person. She didn't know. And I was like, wow, she carries that box on her shoulder out the store like a straight man. Yeah. God, I'm currently reading Judith, and she stayed very feminine. Now, this is a young girl. Samara, how old are you? I think she's like 14. She stayed very feminine, and reading how everyone said how beautiful and graceful she looked was inspiring. Wow, this is definitely the spirit. I was going to bring up Pinocchio, but not for that reason. I gotta watch Pinocchio. I'm not gonna watch it. I haven't watched the movie in so long. I missed all of the movie. But in the movie, when he's in Pleasure Island, the kids are unruly and rioting. There's a scene with a pile of bricks, and it said free bricks. And when the people were rioting for George Floyd, they were saying how they were random piles of bricks. Camera's frozen. I think it's fine, LOL. Right. Just go through the comments. I mean, he that have a ear, let him hear.
She's 15.
Shamara 15. Yeah, she could pick up and see, like, wait a minute, how this woman was moving. You know, you got to read the stories, man. You got to understand how we dealt, how we moved, right? And that the men, who was that? Who was that in Deborah's time? That was Barack, right?
Rock.
Yeah, Barack wasn't moving like a man.
No, not at all.
Maybe you can answer this question, brother. But since the women are so masculine today, why are we finding them all up and down the road in the river? See?
Wait, you said the women are masculine. Why are we doing
They're
what?
acting so masculine, like they so tough.
Right?
But why are we finding them out on the news every day?
Well, because let's be real, a woman can't defend herself. Let's be real, they could act all damn day. That's what we're here for. A woman can't defend herself. Like y'all, like women are y'all are tripping, bro. Y'all want me to really go? So just think about it. Y'all are so oblivious. Not the women in here, but the women in the world are so oblivious, bro. They'll go out, they'll get faded, they get drunk, they get sloppy.
Yeah.
Right? And because the world is set up in such this way that they feel like they don't need protection. Right? That they can band together and fight dudes. But one man's upper body strength is 10 times a woman's. That's why we do the things that y'all don't do. We do certain jobs that y'all just physically are not able. All you got to do is go to the nearest construction site and show me how many women is building a house. Show me how many women is doing building roads. How many women is climbing construction poles and doing electricity. How many women work at water plants and nuclear plants and oil plants? How many? Is it because y'all are not capable, smart? No, y'all are smart. Y'all are the best. Y'all are beautiful. Physically, these jobs take a level of physicality that women just you're just not there. I don't care how many weights you lift. You're not there. So just think about it. The average man can subdue a woman. The average man is stronger than a woman. It doesn't matter how much you put yourself out there as a man. How do we know? Because the woman that steps up in a man's face, like I watched a video the other day. It was yesterday I watched the video, and they were giving this man all the praise, and I even praise him. Big ass Jew.
Police officer.
No, not a police officer. This is a regular dude at the gas station, and this chick is in his face, like going in, and she starts hitting him. Then the next chick steps up, and she starts hitting him. Then the dude step up, so he got like 8 people in front of him. Did you see it?
I think I see.
And at one time, he never ever reached out to them women.
Yeah.
Because if he would have hit one of them chicks, he would have killed them.
Yeah.
But he's fighting off 3 chicks and like 4 dudes, man. And the whole time, he just fighting the dudes. And they hitting him from the back.
Yeah.
And he's like, boom. And then they jumping on him. I'm like, damn, they going to kill him. Then he just, boom, like Samson. And he's doop, doop.
Yeah.
And he never touched the women. He had that restraint.
Yep.
But did y'all see the one the other day? The cop, the little chick in New York? Y'all didn't see that, right? She slapped the damn cop, and the cop hit her one time, boom, and she, woo, and exploded on the concrete.
Yep.
One hit, and he destroyed her whole life.
Yep.
One hit, and she was done.
She smacked him first.
She smacked him first. Did y'all see the other one? The Judite woman, she smacked the cop, and he hit her one time. Gloop. Destroyed her. Because one man's strength compared to a woman, it don't matter where her mind is.
Yep.
It doesn't matter how much she acts like a man. When it's time to put that to the test, bro, y'all ain't got it. You can run your mouth because that's your strength. But as far as physical nature, let's just deal with it. David killed his 10,000s, right? Saul killed his thousands. Show me the woman that killed her thousands or her hundreds. Judith had 1 under her belt. Where y'all at?
Yeah. That maid, they killed the opposing king for Rock. That's
it.
That's it.
She put him to sleep though.
Yeah.
But she had to get him faded. Think about it. But she had to let his own thing get him.
Yeah.
And then take advantage of his weak nature.
Yeah. They weren't throwing no ones.
Right? He asked the question, why are these women ending up dead? Because they're trying to be something that they're not. And the Most High keeps showing y'all, stay in your place. Right? Stay in what the Most High created you. Look, there it is. Bro, one hit, he almost decapitated this woman. Like, how is this little soft little woman going to try to come up against this man? But see, that's what's being taught, that you can be what he is. But just think about it. We're supposed to be the protection for y'all.
Yeah.
Right? That's what a man is for. Do y'all believe that?
But isn't that what happened in the garden? She was trying to be like Adam?
Oh no, she was trying to be more than like. She was trying to be above
She
that.
wanted to run the whole show.
She wanted to run the show. She wanted that power. But look where it got us.
Yeah.
Samakaya. See, y'all trying to turn this into a feminist class. No, go ahead. They're trying to make me look bad out here, like, oh, he hates women. 'Cause that's what, he just hates women.
Misogynist.
Come on, man. I got 3 daughters and a rib. I don't hate women. We need y'all. We need women, but we need women, not females, that act like males. We need women.
I was raised with 8 sisters. I ought to hate.
See, right? Damn, how you do that? Ooh. Right? No, but Samakaya, go ahead.
When I went in the military, they had a different training for the men, more aggressive with more guns and all that than they did for the women.
Mm-hmm.
It was relatively, when I went in, it was a relatively a new thing. You know, we couldn't really go in combat.
Right.
Okay, but we had to learn how to shoot a gun, you know, and that kind of stuff. But what they would push on us is that was to be aggressive and all that, but you weren't given the tools to be that aggressive. Okay, and so when I came out, I go to the VA hospital up there, and it's embarrassing because the women's clinic, I'm sitting there, you know, and these women come in and they're like, ooh, you know, and all headbands and, you know, like bikers or something, you know, and they come in and their voice is gruff and everything, and I'm just sitting there looking at them. I'm like, please don't talk to me. Please just leave me alone. But when I was working, there was an Oriental lady, and she somehow found out I had been in the military. And she came, you know, we would just talk, you know, and she says, you were in the military? I said, yeah. She says, and you kept your femininity? You know, wow. I went in with it. I came in.
Because you can't be a feminine person and be in the military.
Right. You really cannot, you know. And you could if you wanted to. But if you want the stripes and all that stuff, you got to carry yourself in a certain way, you know. And
God.
I was married, fixed to have a baby. There's no way I could come off that way, you know.
God.
So it depends on what women accept, you know. When the feminism movement came out and everything, women didn't have to accept that way of life. Okay. Right. Truthfully, that was something white women were doing.
Right.
Yeah.
And so we just wanted to, you know, we wanted equal rights. So we're like, well, we're equal to them. We do that too.
Yep.
You know?
But my point is this, and I'm gonna let you just ask yourself, looking back in the last 20, 30 years and looking at all that equal rights and equal pay and all that crap that doesn't even matter, ask yourself this: are women better off or are they worse off?
Worse off.
Are they less miserable or more miserable? Are they more single or less single? Are they more married or more married? See, we got to look at the product of what it is you were trying to do and accomplish. Is the world better off? Is the nation better off with that mentality from 30, 40, 50 years ago? No, it's not. Because look at it. Look at the product of what came from that. Right? Again, the product is our children. So look at our children. That's first and foremost. They're the first telltale sign of whether you did something right or you did something wrong. They'll tell it all. They'll expose it all. They're the product of what you did. So look at our children. Look at the Black and Hispanic children as a whole. And you can go back and say, well, damn, they confused as hell. They're little murderers and thieves and killers and liars, right? They're the next generation of criminals, but like crime is at an all-time high in every city. But who's doing it? There's more kids killing kids, right? There's more teenagers and children dying from guns than at any time in the world and at any time in history.
That's true.
Right? But who's the ones doing it? It's the children. Those same ones that became the casualty of the thought process, now they're the ones that are executing the thought process. Right? He asks a good question. Why are there a lot of women out there being killed? Well, when you tell men you don't need them, when you put men on the back burner for everything else, when you push men to the side or a man to the side and let everything else be your protector. It's just like the Most High, right? When we told the Most High, we don't need you. We're going to let our money save us, our guns, our jobs, our careers. We're going to let the nations be our protectors. Guess what? Wasn't that our death?
Yep.
Now as a nation, we're in the slums and the ghettos, drugs, rap music, TV, all these things are what's killing us or promoting or helping to push the death rates in our communities. I don't want to hear the Most High. No, I want to be a rapper. Okay, well, I'm going to be a rapper then. Go live the rapper's life. But look at the rappers. Look at the rappers in their lives. Look at what rap is doing to communities. Where now, if I put my location of where I'm at, just know in 5 minutes there's going to be bullets flying. Ain't that what we see from the rappers? Right? I mean, right? Y'all listen to rap, right? No, not really. A little bit. But y'all know the stories, right? Y'all see the Young Dolphs and the BGF Ducks and the...
You know what's funny is Sauce Walk almost died. Well, he didn't almost die. Somebody tried to rob him for his train in California, and he ended up killing a person.
See my point?
This was yesterday.
Damn. Hope he checked in. You can't just go to California as a rapper from Houston. You gotta check in, homie.
You can't go to California if you're a rapper from anywhere.
Right. But y'all understand and see the things that are happening, but where is it starting? I'm not saying it's starting with the women. What I'm saying is it's starting with us as a whole. Both the mentalities are messed up, the women and the men. Y'all get that? It ain't a woman thing or a man thing, but he did ask a question, and you just got to understand, where did it start? How did it start? Well, y'all been told that men are not important no more. A man's job, man, a man's job is to protect, right? To be that covering. The scriptures tell you that. He's going to be that guide. He's going to be that covered. He's going to be that shepherd. What does a shepherd do? Guide and protect the sheep, right? But if you tell the shepherd, I don't need you, you ain't worthy, you ain't worth nothing, because your bank account sucks, you don't look a certain way, because this, right, you only 5'7", I don't need you, shepherd. Damn, so I gotta be 6 foot to be a shepherd? But only 14% of men are 6 foot and taller. Right? Y'all didn't know that, did y'all?
Facts, yeah.
Right? You telling men the shepherd, you don't need him based on things that don't even qualify or make his shepherdship valid. What's the shepherd gonna do? He's gonna back up. And all the things that fall on the sheep, all the wolves, all the negative, all the things that the shepherd was there to protect from and see and watch out for, they're going to fall on the sheep. So really, what is it? Well, the shepherd got to step back up and not let the sheep tell him how to do his job or what to do, or that he's not necessary. He just got to be there to do his job. And the sheep got to shut the hell up and just be sheep.
Con.
Right? But isn't that, let me ask y'all a question. With what I just said, sheep, shut the hell up, shepherd, do your job. Is that fair?
Yes.
Is it fair?
Yes.
Isn't it equal? Isn't there equality there? The sheep has got to be sheep. The shepherd got to do his job. Do your job and shut up and let him do his job. What's wrong with that? Everyone now has to be accountable for their job, right?
Right.
It's not that the sheep is greater, because what is a shepherd without sheep? He ain't a shepherd, he's just a man.
Just a man. He doesn't even have the shepherd title.
But are sheep able to be sheep without the shepherd to protect? So you see how it's we need each other. So let's equate that to men and women, or men and families. What's a family without a man? Confusion. What's a family without a mom? Confusion. Broken. Chaotic. Right? Without that balance of a mother, right? A feminine figure, a masculine figure, a man being a man, a woman being a woman. There's no household without that. Don't y'all get it? So you can have some damn dyke that's a lipstick lesbian and some damn butch dyke woman that's acting like a man. That's not it. That ain't it. Or you can have two dudes and one is the pitcher and the catcher. That don't matter. That's not it. That's not it. That's not gonna suffice for what a family is supposed to be. That's not gonna suffice for what children need to grow with balance. Think about it. Why do women that get with women try to get a man woman? Y'all ever ask yourself that? Like, wait, I thought you were into women. Why are you getting a woman that looks like a man? That acts like a man? Why are they, what are they trying to do?
Yep.
Are they trying to fulfill that man role
Yep.
the way they want it? Well, I get with women because women know what women want. But I need a woman that looks like a man because I still need that man posterity, that man type of look. Right? Does it make sense? No, it don't make sense. Go get you a man. Go get you a man. And you'll get what a man is supposed to bring to the table. You'll eliminate all that confusion. You'll get the protection that you're looking for. Because I've been in situations, man, where, again, being in the mall, dealing with all types of people, and you got these couples coming up, and you got the damn switch-hitting bull dyke that'll try to step up and act like she's going to beat me down. And I'm like, I just laugh, like, you tripping. First of all, I don't want your woman, and you ain't going to do nothing because you're a woman. I don't hit women, right? That's what kills them. I don't hit women, but I'm a guy. No, you're not. You're a woman. You're a woman, but they try to step in like, oh, I'm gonna protect what's mine and this, that, and the third. No, you're not. You're not gonna do anything but be a woman. Because when it really comes down to it, you put that woman in front of that man, and you say, okay, ready, fight. What's gonna happen?
Oh, goodness.
What's gonna happen 99% of the time?
Broken jaws.
That man's gonna whoop that woman and run through her, right? That's just the nature of things.
That's real.
It's nothing against you women, but you weren't built to compete against a man. Why don't they put a woman in track and field? Why don't they put a woman versus a man and do it like that? The men will win every time.
Yep.
Every time.
Yeah.
Every time. Men would win. Weightlifting. Men, and it's not even about that. It's just how we were made. Y'all get that, right? I feel like I'm beating a dead horse. Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Oh, nah, just even on that fact, it's like they lined up two fighters, one female professional MMA fighter versus an amateur fighter just came in.
Sure.
He ran through her, man. It wasn't even like a competition.
Because his strength, his regular, like right now, if I said, okay, sisters, let's knock out 100 push-ups. Right now. Who's ready? Who can knock out 100 push-ups right now? Sisters. Guess what? I bet you every brother here can do it. I bet you every brother here can knock out 100 push-ups right now here on the spot. By the time y'all hit 30, and I ain't worked out in months, and I know I can knock out 100 push-ups on the spot. I don't need no motivation. I don't need to stretch. I don't need to do nothing. And the younger brothers will probably knock them out faster than the older cats. I know he could probably knock out 100 quick. You're like, nah, I don't know about that. Right? But that's all. I'm just saying, like, physically, the man is put there for a reason. The reason why the Most High built a man the way he did and gave us this physical nature, this aggressive nature, this, you know, we almost have a kill or be killed nature. Yeah. But we have enough wisdom to know, okay, this ain't the time to kill. This is the time to talk. This is the time to rectify. This is the time to build, right? When you got wisdom. But we still have that nature that, wait a minute. Like me, I'm always like scanning. Woo, woo. I'm like doing this always. Danger, danger, danger. Right? Not because I'm paranoid. Not because I'm paranoid, because I'm a man. Yep. That's my job. Yep. Right? So I'm in the car and I'm like, wait a minute, this car been following me too long. What's going on here? Yeah. Wait, let me make a different turn that I never really make. Yep. Let me go down this street. And they keep going, oh, okay, cool. Wait, let me turn that, what the hell's going on here? Right? Because ain't that what they doing in the world? They looking for the people that are unsuspecting. Yeah. But when y'all are walking to the store and you got a baby in this arm, a baby in this arm, and you pushing the stroller, you care about anything around you except for what's in your immediate. So now when you're walking out the store, not paying attention to who's watching you and who's following you, and you walk and you bending over and putting the baby in the car seat, and that man walks up, give me your money, give me your purse. Yep. What you gonna do? Well, that could have been prevented if you were doing this and watching who's watching. See, y'all are not adapted. I'm sorry, ladies. You're not adapted to be out in those conditions to scan for the danger. That's not where the Most High put you. He put us there to scan for the danger. Don't y'all get that? He put us there to scan for the danger. He put y'all there to back us up. To help scan, but not to be the alarm, not to be the alert. Okay, question. You sleeping in the bed, rock goes through the window, somebody's breaking in. Who's going downstairs first? You gonna go or you gonna send big old Derek? Thank you. Derek is built like that for a reason. That man is huge. His hands, bruh. Derek got some palms, bro. Derek, my bro.
Dapping Derek up.
Yeah, you dap Derek up. It's like a baseball glove. Derek's hands. I'm like, how do you work on cars with hands that size? He's like, man, I don't know. I just be getting in there. I'm like, yeah. But the thing is, when you see Derek, you like, okay, wrong house. Right? That's the point. Like his size intimidates. Some men just got that intimidation factor. When you look at a woman, you're like, oh yeah, nice and tender and delicate. Her size ain't intimidating nobody. Even the tallest Amazonian woman, you can find beauty and say, oh yeah, you know what? I like him tall. Right? When you look at a man, you're like, wait, nah, I don't want no problems with that. Right? You're not gonna go when you hear the alarm going off, you're gonna be like, oh babe, go get that. You're not gonna be like, hold up, cuz, where the Glock at? And you start strapping up. Hell nah, you're gonna be hiding in the closet. Let's be real. 100% of y'all are gonna hide in the closet if there's a man there. Now, if there ain't no man there, I get it. You're gonna take over and do what you gotta do. But if a man's there, you're not gonna be like, babe, I got this. Fall back. You're gonna be like, 911. Right? You're going to be on the phone in the closet, in the bathtub. Yeah. You're going to have the kids. Gotta be quiet. Right? Because that's just how it is. I'm sorry. If you don't believe it, I'm sorry. But that's just how it is. Just look at history and look at the situations. Who got their hand up, sis?
You know, that's funny you say that because before my husband became disabled, he was always like that. Even when he was home and I had to leave out, he was always telling me, lock your doors, pay attention to your surroundings, always.
Watch who's watching you.
Yeah.
Yep.
But
in
the house, one time we thought we heard something, I don't know. And he told me to lay down, and he got up and went to go and see about it.
Wait, and this is when he was disabled?
No.
Oh, I'm like, damn, he's a strong man.
He was disabled.
Right, I got you.
Before he was disabled. But here's the joke now, and I joked this with Sam. I was like, Lord, he's not my protector anymore because he can't even get up what happened. You know, I just joked about that. And I'm like, whoop, I guess I'm going to be praying for God to give me strength.
Yeah.
I'm going to be shaking, you know. But that's just joking. But
right.
You're right, though. And that's the spirit he has. He have always been that way, even when we were young. Because we married young. Mm-hmm. And he was just like, if we were on the street walking, he put me
away from that curb.
Away from that curb.
Yep.
He walked on that curb. And he's even told me he'd die for me.
Because he probably would.
Yeah. Yes, and
well,
you know, I believe that.
And you know, that's not saying that a woman is not going to step up for her man. You will, if put in that situation. Yeah. See, the problem is women have been put in the situation far too long and for far too many years and in far too many instances, going back to what? The man neglected his post. us as men have stepped off of our duty. So now y'all gotta take over. So again, what does it go back to? It's both our faults. We're both guilty. So you ask the question, why did they act a certain way, but then why are they falling victim? Because it wasn't for them to, it wasn't set up for a woman to have to act in that nature. And then because the men lack, it's our fault that the women are falling victim. So really, it's our fault as men. We allowed ourselves to step back, gave the women the power. They're seeing that, wait a minute, this is too much sword for me to handle. It's too much power. There's a negative effect. It's just taking time. It's just taking time. A lot of women are coming back and realizing, like, damn, we messed up.
I used to tell my wife, we would go places. She said, why you go in the door first? I said, I don't know what the hell behind that door.
Thank you. Thank you. Everybody knows me. When I go into a spot, where am I sitting? What am I looking at? Bro, I'm looking at I'm like, okay, exit there. When I go into the mall, I know every store I can go into the back room to exit through their little corridor hallway. I know every store. Why? Because you just never know what's going to happen. And you got to be able to make a move and save the ones that's with you. I remember when we was playing ball in Rochester and they start shooting on the basketball court and we all there, right? Mind you, they start fighting, they start shooting. Now, the first instinct is always to duck and run away. But my instinct was to duck, look at where they're shooting from, and then make sure that every brother that came with me is not getting shot at or shot. So I hear shots, boom, boom, I'm looking. Shots from there, and my brain went into this mode of Dabiah, Isaiah, Uriah. Like, it started putting all the brothers. And I'm like, okay, everybody move this way. Right? But that's the mentality. All the women, you know what they did? All the women in that park? The coldest part was the women start grabbing the children and running towards the dude that was shooting. I'm like, what the hell are y'all doing? Some men did it too. They just start running. And what he was doing was, he started shooting from here. He was trying to shoot at a car. The car's going this way. We're over here. The women start running this way. So he's like, pop, pop, pop. And I'm like, oh. And I'm like, nah, everybody, let's go this way. Let's keep going away out of the range of the bullets. You know, our instincts kick in. And I'm not saying women can't do that also, because you're going to do it. But if you go and you look at what the Most High set up a man to do and his duty and what he set up a woman to do, he didn't put y'all in those situations to have to fight and battle. He just didn't. He didn't put you in the situations to go fight wars. He didn't. He didn't. He put David. He put mighty men. Because he gave them the ability to go fight the wars and protect the city, protect the nation. He gave the woman another ability to do something else. Y'all get that? I know it sounds like, oh my God, they hate women.
Right, chauvinist.
Hell no. I like order and structure. Right? So, y'all want to get back to the reading?
I guess.
Or y'all want to go home now?
We might as well.
I want to go home now. I'm tired. I'm talking.
It need to be said. Right?
All I'm gonna say is this, and then we can jump back. Just look at the way we're living. Just look at the way we're living, and look at all these situations, and you just put two and two together, man. That's really it. Can I get a topo? What's up?
Can I read scripture real quick?
Yep.
So in Psalms chapter 82 and verse 5.
Right.
Says, they know not, neither will they understand.
Right.
They walk on in darkness.
Go ahead.
All the foundations of the earth.
All the what?
All the foundations of the earth.
So what was one of the foundations of a man and a woman? What was one of the founding things that the Most High founded the earth on when he created it? He created man to be man and woman to be woman. That's one of the foundational things. Be fruitful and multiply, subdue the earth, have dominion. But he said all the foundations are what?
All the foundations of the earth are out of course.
See that? The foundational things that are so easily to be understood, it says they're out of course. How long have they been out of course? Since we went away from the laws. Go ahead.
I have said. We don't keep on?
No, that's it.
Okay.
You are men, you are gods, but you should die like men.
Right.
Right. Because God's status is understanding order, structure, and opener. It's like a God saying, I don't want to be a God no more. I want to be immortal. Right, let's jump back. Just like in the movie New Jack City, the one chick that was riding with them got blazed at the wedding trying to shoot him. Right. She went all the way back to New Jack City. Yep. But y'all get it, right? Yeah. We love women. We love our women. We love our sisters, right? And we want the best for our women. And this is not a knock on women, but again, the knock on you sisters is what they're feeding you in the media, that you are the man. The knock on brothers is that you don't have to be a man. That it's toxic for you to be, for you to embody these traits. It's not toxic. All right, so that's the knock. That's the dupe. They're duping you women to thinking one thing and duping the men to thinking another. Go ahead.
Deuteronomy Chapter 22, verse 5.
How did we get here?
That's right. The woman shall not wear that which pertaineth unto a man.
Damn, we still on that. Yeah, that's how we got here, right? You see, it's a slippery slope. But it just shows you, man, there's so much to it.
Yeah.
There's so much to it than what meets the eye. It's not just like, oh, just don't wear that. It's so much that we've been lied about and lied to. And you gotta dive in. Go ahead.
Neither shall a man put on a woman's garment, for all that do so are abomination unto the Most High thy God.
And the Most High is showing us that through the results of our actions. Go ahead.
If a bird's nest chance to be before thee in the way, in any tree, or on the ground, whether they be young ones or eggs, and the dam sitting upon the young, or upon the eggs, thou shalt not take the dam with the young. But thou shalt in any wise let the dam go, and take the young to thee, that it may be well with thee, and that thou mayest prolong thy days.
Right, so y'all get that, right? You see a bird nest, you take one or the other. You don't take both. Right.
Verse 8. When thou buildest a new house, then thou shalt make a battlement for thy roof, that thou bring not blood upon thine house, if any man fall from thence.
Right, because when we built our houses, and you see it a lot in the Middle East, when they build a house, they have a rooftop terrace.
Yeah.
Right? So when you have your rooftop terrace, you were supposed to build some type of railing that nobody fell off the roof. That's all that's saying. Children be up there, they walk and they just walk off the roof. No, you built some type of guard up there so that you wouldn't fall off.
Right. Verse 9. Thou shalt not sow thy vineyard with diverse seeds, lest the fruit of thy seed which thou hast sown, and the fruit of thy vineyard be defiled.
Yeah, and that's how you get a lot of hybrid crops. That's where they get like a lot of different tomato species, and because when these things are pollinated, they crossbreed. So even different species of tomatoes, if you do indeterminate with a determinate, and they get pollinated, you'll get the fruit, but then the seed from that fruit will be cross-pollinated. Eggplants do it, tomatoes do it, a lot of different crops that have to be pollinated, cucumbers. You'll plant that seed and you'll get like or peppers do it. Anything that has a flower, you can cross-pollinate and you'll get these hybrid plants. And that's where the confusion comes in, because I plant a red pepper, a red hot pepper. I plant a sweet pepper next to it. It gets pollinated. The seed from these fruits now, it'll be a red hot sweet pepper.
So like, yeah, I see.
Right. I have to learn that the hard way. Go ahead.
That's it.
Right. Gardening 101. So don't gender your seed. And also, what was he telling us here also? Was this just about crops? The man seed. The man seed. Y'all see that? Where you at? What verse was that?
Oh, that was verse 9.
I should not sow that seed. Let me know where the verse seed is. It's the fruit of the seed. Yeah. We weren't supposed to defile our seed in these different vineyards of women. Just think about it in this aspect. Was a righteous man supposed to go deal with a whorish woman? Right. He's putting his seed in this vineyard, and what's going to come from that? Well, I want my kid to be a Israelite. Well, I want my kid to be a Christian. Well, I want to celebrate Passover. Well, I want to celebrate Christmas. Well, I want to do Hanukkah. Well, I want to do Easter. Defiled. The child will be confused, right? So even in looking at it in that mind state, you weren't supposed to. Can two walk together? At least they be in agreement. Right. Any questions?
Blah.
All right, next reader. You gotta take that over. Come on, you got this. You got this, baby. Everything all right? Come on, man, you got this. Like, right? You can solid on me now.
This guy is so hilarious.
I'm on Izar, Shabbat Shah, Yahawada, Banya Sha'ala, Manabizra, Amadi, Barak.
Yahweh Shem Yahshua Brakatham.
Yahweh Shem Yahshua Barakatah.
Shalom, y'all. Bruh, are you serious? How many liters is that? Oh, hell no. Go ahead, read.
Oh, it's locked.
Right, read. Deuteronomy 22 and 10 to 23 and 2.
Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 10. Thou shalt not plow with an ox and an ass together. Thou shalt not wear a garment of diverse sorts.
Right. An ass and an ox. Why? They move at different paces. Different weights of the animals. Right? If that ass decides, oh, I'm good, he got to drag, the ox got to drag that ass to plow. Right? Again, if the husband's the ox and the husband, if the wife is the ox and the husband's the ass, isn't there an inequality, or vice versa? There got to be an equality there, equal minds on our duty. But even if we both have the same mind towards the job, an ox can't do what an ass does, and vice versa. They just don't have that same capacity. An ass can't pull the weight of an ox. It just can't. So you can't put those two together to do the same job. Y'all get that? Go ahead.
Verse 11. Thou shalt not wear a garment of diverse sorts.
Why? Why? Because you take the functionality out of the garment. What does cotton do? What does?
You can absorb and breathe at the same time.
But as well as linen?
Linen breathes more.
Right. Cotton is more to, or wool, excuse me, wool. Wool is more for what?
Winter.
Winter, keep the heat in. Linen is more for you to breathe and air out. But if I now weave these two together, what am I going to do? Do I keep cool or do I keep hot? Well, no, you don't. No. Well, if you weave them together, you're going to be trying to figure out. It's going to be a confusion, right? Because I'm weaving two ideas. So again, what is this showing you spiritually? You can't come into the truth and mix mind states. You can't have the world and the truth and try to blend those things together. It's going to be confusion. Either you put off one thing and adopt another. You know, that's how you got to do it. But you can't sew the ideas. You can't put new cloth on an old garment. You can't put new wine in old bottles. Something is going to explode. It's going to rip. Y'all see that? Go ahead.
As of woolen and linen together.
Right. They use those two because their functionality. Keep one cool, keep one warm, different seasons. I mean, do you wear wool and when you see cats going on vacation, right? Are they rocking the woolen sweater, the kuji in Hawaii, or they got linen on? Crushed linen. They got linen. It's Hawaii, it's vacation, it's airy, it's breezy. I'm rocking wool because it's cold. Y'all get that? Go ahead.
Verse 12. Thou shalt not make thee fringes.
Thou shalt.
Oh, thou shalt make thee fringes upon the four quarters.
On the what?
Upon the four quarters,
right,
of thy vesture.
Right, the four quarters of your vesture. Don't let nobody tell you that fringes on your shirt is wrong. Because then we can say, well, fringes on the pants is wrong. Pants don't got four quarters. Right? Got him. Pants don't got four quarters. But what was the scripture? I know, bruh. I wish a cat would come to me like fringes on the shirt's wrong. I smack him with the scripture so hard because what is it telling you? Try to put fringes on what you can. You do put the fringes on the pants. You can put them on the shirt, and especially why? Because you could make the shirt four quarters if you wanted to. You could divide that shirt into four quarters.
You know, I'm sorry, but I just looked up the definition of vesture. It says a covering garment.
Yeah.
So like your pants only covers your lower half. You see what I'm saying? So it's a covering garment such as a robe or a vest.
I mean, if you want to get technical into it, we didn't even wear pants. We wore linen breeches, men, that were like more like like men's boxer briefs. We wore those, and then we wore our garment over it that went down to our foot, which was a four-quartered garment. And then we had the girdle. The woman wore the dresses that that didn't go all the way down to the foot, but came down more to the ankles or the shin, so you could tell the difference between a man and a woman's garment. But then we had all the other things that went with it. Look at the priest's garment, right? Boom, and it went down. They wore the linen breeches that came to their thighs. They weren't putting fringes on the breeches because those were considered underwear, right? So if you wanted to get technical in the technicality of it, let's be real. You could say nobody's doing it right. Because the reason why I'm bringing it out, because you have certain schools out there that they'll be like, what is that on your shirt? And it's like, those are the fringes. It's like, no, you don't put fringes on a t-shirt. Okay, but it says four quarters of your vesture. So how do you have four quarters on your pants when there's only two legs? Gotta think. See that? So really, you're trying to combat ignorance with. See, in Gemara, isn't this also not saying four fringes? No, it's not saying four fringes. Those four fringes that you see these. Stop! Oh, first of all, you know why it couldn't be four fringes? Because it represented the law. So again, if you wanted to get technical, you have to have at least 600 and something fringes to represent the 600 plus laws. Right? If you wanted to be technical. Because the fringes were supposed to be about remembering the laws. A fringe for a law. Right? Right.
Right. So no, you didn't have 4 little strings that hung.
You want to know something else too? You can. All you got to do is look back at history and see how the Native Americans dressed, because they're just the Northern Kingdom that came over here. Like when you see the way they dressed, you see their pants had the fringes.
Yep.
Their vests had the fringes.
Everything that they wore.
Everything that they wore.
They even kept the border of blue.
So
everything they wore had the bottom fringe, and you can say, oh, those were the fringes. Right?
You see it now. Like I remember when we would be at the Rosenberg State Fair, and you'll see them selling
the ponchos,
vests and the ponchos and stuff like that. Definitely the ponchos, but you'll see like the Native Americans type of vests or jackets that they wear.
Oh, they had all the,
and then it will have fringes.
Yeah, like
down
every
the arms,
down
fringes.
Yeah,
fringes in the back.
Yep.
So
they would just lace it up.
Yeah.
So really, nobody got it right, is the point. And for you to say, well, those are not it, but I got it right. Wrong. But do something. Put a border of blue on something and put some fringes on something. Right? To represent what the scriptures are saying. Y'all get that? Right. Don't let nobody come to you with no nonsense, man. I be waiting. I be waiting for them to come with that fool. The brother that commented, Gamaria, they came to him with that. I'm like, go here. 4 quarters. How do pants have 4 quarters? Unless you go to the bottom of the pant and cut it in 4 and put fringes down the pant right here. But there ain't no 4 quarters on the side.
Can I show?
The seam of the pants ain't 4 quarter.
That's why we cut these.
That's why we cut the shirts.
Like if y'all ever wondered, if y'all look at y'all shirts,
yeah,
those that got the shirts on. That's why it's cut. So you can have the 4 if y'all ever wondered.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, 4 quarters.
And it's no different if you looked at the garments that we wore. Literally, we basically wore a robe that went down, and it was 4 quarter with the fringes, and then we threw the girdle on. Boom. So, like the tunic, right, that he has on, kind of the same thing. But we didn't just run around with tunics on all the time. That was more priestly garment. But our everyday wear, bro, we had on, you know what I'm saying, just long garments for functionality. When it says gird up your loins like a man, and to gird up, the man would literally he would have to go and take that long robe he had on, and he would tie that around his mid and around his thighs and gird up his loins. That was a literal thing. To go to war, you would take that and you would tie it in a way. Google it. And you'll see the gird up your loins mean to literally take your gear, tie it around, and it was for functionality, and it was also for another layer of armor. Yeah. And it went around your thighs, and it went around your midsection. Yeah. But how could you do that if it wasn't split in 4? There was a way that you was able to tie that up and girt yourself, right? They say t-shirts are underwear, but they wear t-shirts. So they just wearing t-shirts outside. You wearing underwear all outside? I mean, come on, bro. It's nonsense. But to each his own. We know in part, we prophesy in part. Go ahead, read on. Wherewith thou coverest thyself.
If any man take a wife and go in unto her,
right,
and hate her, and give occasions of speech against her, and bring up an evil name upon her, and say, I took this woman, and when I came to her, I found her not a maid. Then shall the father of the damsel and her mother take and bring forth the tokens of the damsel's virginity.
So remember when it said that Joseph, being a just man, didn't want to put away Mary? It was because of this. Because he knew that if he put her away and she went and dealt with another man, they were going to accuse her of not being a virgin, not being a maid. And they were going to demand the tokens of her virginity, which is the sheets. And if she dealt with another man, she wouldn't have been able to produce that. They would have called her a whore, and they would have stoned her. He understood the law. That's why when it goes in and said that Yahushua was made under the law, this was part of it.
This was part of it. The dowry of virgins, that was part of it. There was no immaculate conception. There was no angel impregnated Mary. There was no Holy Ghost shadowing her, and all of a sudden she was with child. She laid with Joseph. Joseph was like, man, I don't want to deal with this. But no, if I put her away, she's going to die under Israelite law. See, it shows you that we still kept the law even up until Christ's birth. Even when Christ walked the earth, what were they operating under? The law. Hey, we found this woman taken in adultery. Let's stone her. Where did that come from? The law. Hold up. Yeah, we can stone her, but then what about y'all? Shouldn't y'all get stoned? Oh, we don't want to get stoned. Oh, because you want mercy. Oh, okay. Cool. Well, then we're going to give her mercy too. See how that worked? All he did was to show them the mercy of the law, that everything didn't have to be blood for every instant. That's all that was. Yeah. Go ahead.
Unto the elders of the city in the gate.
Right.
And the damsel's father.
No. Take him to Maury. Let Maury decide. Let Judge Judy decide. Take him to Maury. It just ended after 30 years of bashing black people. You know what's sad about Maury? He got a black wife. Wow. Oh yeah, he got a Judite wife, bro. He was out there putting black people to shame. Insane. Anyway, go ahead.
Verse 16. And the damsel's father shall say unto the elders,
right?
I gave my daughter unto this man to wife,
right?
And he hated her. And lo, he hath given occasions of speech against her, saying, I found her not thy daughter a maid.
Because that was the way that wicked men were able to get out of marriage. They found a loophole. The loophole was, oh, she wasn't a virgin. You promised me a virgin, and I paid for a virgin. But she's not a virgin, so I want out of this marriage. That's why they got the elders involved, to make sure that this man wasn't lying or not. Go ahead.
And yet, these are the tokens of my daughter's virginity.
Yeah, here's the proof. You're lying on her virginity. It goes to show you how much we held a woman's virginity, how much we held that as a standard of even marriage. Think about it. That was one of the stipulations of getting married. Ooh, see how we've come so far? That the dowry of virgins was one of the stipulations of marriage, because we weren't just out here sleeping around. Well, the law's done away with, so that means I can go sleep around with people? We didn't condition and train our sons or our daughters to go test drive all the vehicles on the lot. And after you test drove everything, then you make a purchase. Right?
And if your law's done away with, then I can have your wife?
All that retardedness is adultery is legal, all that, right? Mm-hmm. But the point is, just on this point, we didn't teach our children, because you got mothers out there that do it. Oh, girl, before you buy the car, you got to test drive it. Like, a marriage ain't a car. Sorry. The test drive is the betrothal period. I'm test driving our compatibility, not our, because the problem is everything is built on sexual compatibility in this day and age. We can be compatible, we can love each other, we can do all this, but if we're not sexually compatible, there's no relationship. That's how they teach our children. That's how we've been conditioned. That the sexual compatibility is all that matters. Spiritual don't matter. None of that stuff matters but the sexual component.
The looks.
The looks.
How a person looks.
Yeah. Come on, if you don't...
social status.
Oh my God, bro. You just gotta take a moment just to look at what society is pushing. That's it. I keep saying it. But you just gotta take a moment to do it. You gotta take a moment to listen to how women speak. And ask them, you just ask a woman, what does she want in a man? Ask your friend. You got a friend, ask her, what type of man you want? If she ain't got, just ask her, what type of man? What does he have to have? What does he have to have to be your man? And the answers will baffle you. Because a lot of the times the women want things they can't provide for themselves. Right? They want things from a man. They want a traditional man, but they don't want to be traditional women. A traditional woman before she got married to a man was a virgin. This is how it was. This is how we did it. There was a value in that. Because what does virgin mean? Somebody give me the definition that you think I'm looking for. What does virgin mean?
Hey.
Wrong. Nope, wrong. I already know where he's going. Wrong. That's why. What were you gonna say? Go ahead.
A young woman.
Wrong. No, that's not the one I'm looking for. Y'all going on the sexual. Y'all going on the sexual part. Virgin means something. What?
Isn't like how they use virgin olive oil?
Right. See, he's getting there, but what does it mean?
What is virgin olive oil? Like when you look at the bottle,
You got virgin and
it'll
extra
say-
virgin.
It'll say 100% something.
Extra virgin olive oil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, like the one that I use. No, the one that I use says something else.
You got
It says 100%
You got
blank virgin extra olive oil. What is the blank?
What is the blank? What?
I can't find the word. It's at the tip of my tongue, but one that hasn't like her mind hasn't been I don't want to say tampered with, but I can't find that word. It's at the tip of my tongue.
Okay. What?
Pure.
What is that? Okay,
Oh, yeah,
so
that's what I was gonna go with.
right, but that's not the word. That's not the word. There's a word. Virgin means to be a virgin means something. It doesn't mean sex. I didn't have sex with a person. Because think about this.
Untainted.
Right. Okay, y'all are saying the words, but not the word that I want. Huh?
Unsure?
No, you said it.
Oh,
What'd you say?
clean?
No, you said it.
No, I didn't.
Okay, you didn't say it.
I'm messing with him. It's unused.
Huh? Right. He said it. Virgin means unused.
Yeah.
Something that's been unused. You see that? It's not been used. So think about it. Just think about it. Unused in what sense? Well, the physical sense, but also the spiritual, mental sense. Now, why would a man want something that's used? Right? Why would he want that where it's not going to fit his purpose? I want it to be used for this purpose, but it's already been used for that purpose. Now I got to try to get it to be used for this purpose. It goes back to what we was talking about earlier. I want her to be able to cook eggs this way, but she's already been used to cook eggs this way. So now I got to rip all that out of her mind. That's one process. Clear the mind, clear the trash, then instill. That's a process. As opposed to, let me just show you what I want. Oh, okay, cool. Boom. Right? That continent mind, that's well instructed, that we read about in Ecclesiasticus 26. So there was a value in a woman that was a virgin physically. Let me ask y'all a question. Could a woman be a whore and not have sex? Can a man be a whore and not have sex? Yes. Mentality. You got a lot of women. You got a lot of children out there that are virgins with their whorish mentalities. Right? Why? Because of the things that they're watching, the things that they're giving themselves to. So their mind has already been defiled before they even committed the act. Where does the actions come from? Before you did whatever thing you did, where did that start? You have to start it here, right? You have to conceive the thought, right? You have to conceive the thought of doing said action.
That's why they put this stuff in the movies. Sexual. When I was a kid, 5 or 6 years old, I was looking at HBO.
Oh.
Middle of the night,
Oh.
Showtime, looking at nasty shows.
Oh, Taxi Cab Confessions.
Yes.
Hookers on the Point.
Yep.
Right? Pimps Up, Hoes Down.
Yep.
See, we about the same age, so you know. At HBO, bruh, HBO was the real deal. They taught you how to be a pimp. They taught you about. I learned about hookers. I learned Taxi Cab Confessions. That was all women confessing and men confessing all their sexual deviancies.
Wow.
So I remember HBO. That was when HBO was HBO.
Yep.
There wasn't no movies on HBO. And you call HBO at 11 o'clock?
Yep.
Bruh, You stay there till 3, 4 in the morning, just. Yeah, I'm talking about at that time, 12, 11, 9, yeah. So you had to have been about 15?
Yep. That's a kid.
Yeah, we was kids, man. I'll never forget that. That was my introduction. And then hanging out with certain people. Well, we're going to pop this tape in. Hanging out with older guys. Let's pop this tape in. Damn, what's that? Oh, we got this magazine. Oh, really? Damn.
You know what's cold? In Jamaica, when I was a kid, Cartoon Network was channel 22.
Right.
The porn channel was 21. So as a kid, you would
skip right down.
You would be skipping. You trying to get to 22 to watch Cartoon Network,
but you didn't get there.
You skip past. You're like, what the hell is this?
No, you didn't get to 22.
Of course, they had it blurred.
But you could make out some sounds.
But the sounds wasn't blurred, and you could still kind of see it.
Because this is the thing: when you had cable back in the day, you remember it. The porn channels were blurred; they were skewed, and you could still make out certain things and sound. Like the sound wasn't blocked out.
Be kind of squiggly,
and you'd be like,
"That's how it was."
It'd be squiggly, but you're like, "Nah, I'm gonna get this to work in my mind. I'm gonna make this out. I'm gonna fill in the blanks in my mind." Right? But think about it. It all started, boom. They push it out to you in your mind, the subconscious. That's why they give you a damn transgender Pinocchio. They'll give you, what was it, Toy Story 3?
Yeah.
Something as innocent as a spork is now the transgender character of all the toys. What does a spork have to do with toys?
It's true.
But I'll tell you what the spork has to do with toys. See, I remember growing up. You remember the spork? It was the half spoon, half fork. We would take the back of the spork. My New Yorkers are gonna ride with me on this. We bend the back of the spork. Boom, right? Bend it. We do spork fights. Pull it back, bam, and you whose fork would break.
Oh,
bro, through the lunchroom, them sporks would be broke all through the lunchroom. That's what we did at lunchtime.
I remember that.
Bow! And if your thing had to be strong.
Con.
That's what a spork was used. We didn't eat with those. We spork fought.
Yeah.
And you talking about, man, you would learn how to hit that thing in the right place and knock a cat's whole spork head off. Bow! Right? But now they put it as the transgender character so innocently in a toy movie. Damn. What a cold world we live in. Well, you don't even want to eat from a spork no more. It's confusion. It's confusion. You look at it, you're like, damn. So this is a transgender utensil? Yeah, I can't eat from this thing, man. I'm giving in to the beast. Right? But I'm trying to show you how somebody is thinking. Like, damn, if I put this character in there, it's gonna resonate. That's the first thing I think about it with a spork, is that we used to fight with those things in the lunchroom. But now that's the character that they introduce as the character that has both male fork, female spoon parts. Y'all didn't get that, did y'all? Who saw Toy Story 3? Yeah, I picked it up just from the preview. Then they had the nice little rainbow. And when you look at when you go to the movies and you see the poster, there was a nice little rainbow nestled in the background. I remember we took the kids to go see a movie or something, and they had the poster, and I was like, examining, I'm looking like, oh. So he's the transgender one, and he got the rainbow right there next to him to let y'all know this is what we own. Oh yeah. Go watch Buzz Lightyear, the new one. What's that about? Didn't they have a female astronaut?
Oh, they sure did.
And weren't they pushing her as the...
Black lady too.
Huh?
And she was black.
Yeah. And they pushing her as the empowerment. I'm just saying. Read on.
And they shall spread the cloth before the elders of the city.
So going back to the virgin, the value in the woman's virginity was held at a high esteem. Put it like this, we actually had to give something for that. A man had to give another man, or that woman's father, he had to literally pay for that. That mind, that unused mind that was going to be able to now help out that man and be a part of him, part of his flesh. Go ahead.
Verse 18. And the elders of that city shall take that man and chastise him.
But if he lied on a woman's virginity, but that man had to be chastised. So you couldn't lie on a woman's virginity and label her as a whore, because then he would be chastised. Go ahead.
And they shall immerse him in 100 shekels of silver.
And now he got to pay back double what he paid.
Yeah.
You're immersed. To immerse him, that means that now he's in debt 100 shekels. He paid 100 for that woman, but now you got to give another 100. You paid 50, excuse me. So for that lie, you have to pay 150 shekels to lie on that woman. Read on.
And give them unto the father of the damsel.
Read.
Because he hath brought up an evil name upon a virgin of Israel.
Yeah, you see that? That virginity, man, was a high thing. See, that's what they stole from the women. That's what they stole from y'all when they said, look, sexual liberation. They stole that from y'all, that value. And you know what's funny? When you listen to Kevin Samuels and he goes in about, because that's really what he was going in and talking about. He just didn't bring out Bible scriptures to position his point. And even if he did, it would have threw a lot of women off. But when they talk about something like sexual marketplace value, that's a real thing in this world. A woman's sexual marketplace value, a man's sexual marketplace value. When he asks the question, what product in the world loses value or gains value with age and use? Name one. There isn't one. A car don't gain value the more you use it, the more miles you put on it, and the older it gets. Because what you got to do to that car to make it, an old car got to get value by doing what? Not maintenance. You got to actually restore the whole car. That's how it gets value, right? A home, the older it gets, the more you use it, you got to add to that house for it to get value, right? There's nothing on this earth that gains value the more it's being used up. As soon as you put a key in a car on the lot, there's $5,000 right there before you even start it.
Gone.
As soon as you just lost 5,000, pull it off the lot, there goes 10. Damn.
Gone.
That's everything, right? But what was a woman's value on the onset? Well, we're reading it here. A man valued the most high value, the virginity. That's why a man had to come with those 50 shekels and give that to the father, because you're taking this woman, this valued woman, away. Y'all get that? Go ahead.
And she shall be his wife. He may not put her away all his days.
Yeah, look up. Now that's a whack way to start a relationship. You done lied on this woman, and then you got to deal with her.
God.
You can't put her away now. You already messed up by lying. So any other offense that he's going to try to put her away for, they're going to look at that like, oh, you just lying. Right? But obviously, if she went and did some adulterous stuff and was caught, then that would be grounds. But you have to deal with that woman. Go ahead.
But if this thing be true, and the tokens of virginity be not found for the damsel,
right,
then they shall bring out the damsel to the door of her father's house.
So again, Mary, if Joseph would have divorced her, put her away privately, and she went with another guy, they would not have found the tokens of her virginity. They would have brought her to the door of her father's home. Go ahead.
And the men of her city shall stone her with stones that she die.
She would have been stoned to death. Go ahead.
Because she hath wrought folly in Israel.
Because that was a folly. Go ahead. That was a foolish move for a woman to be in her father's house, lay with this man, lay with that man, lay with that man, and then try to claim virgin status. Why do you think, you ever hear about, what is it called when a woman gets her area reconstructed? It's called
Rejuvenation.
No, it's called like labial reconstruction or something like that. It's some type of something reconstruction. It's one of the scientific words. But a lot of Middle Eastern women, they go and get that surgery done. Because what's happening is they come here to America, They get a piece of that American life. You can go like lay around with whoever you want. But then now, remember, in the Middle East, Saudi Arabia, a lot of these countries, they still do the what is it? Marriage, the arranged marriages. A lot of these women been creeping, man. And what do they got to do? They know if they lay with that man, and it's found that she wasn't a virgin, she's dead. They don't even do the whole let's investigate. They bury her up to the neck and stone her, or they just behead her right there in the streets. You know they still do that in certain places, right? They behead women right there in the streets. That's under Muslim law, right? Any type of even if a man accuses a woman of adultery in some of these countries, they don't even investigate. They just kill her right there on the spot. That's brutal. That's brutal to not even investigate. But a lot of these women are doing these reconstructive surgeries on their private areas to prevent these things from happening. Y'all see that? Just look it up. I forget what they call it. It's something reconstruction. And then you got a lot of women here doing it just to, because they're trying to make themselves feel better about themselves. But what about your spirit? What about, again, the spiritual influence, the soul ties? Those things are real. You know, you can't erase those things. Go ahead, read on.
To play the whore in her father's house.
Right, a whorish mentality. No surgery can fix that. If you got a whore's mind, no surgery is going to correct that. Go ahead.
So shalt thou put evil away from among you.
Right.
If a man be found lying with a woman married to an husband, then they shall both of them die.
So adultery, the man and the woman. Go ahead.
Both the man that lay with the woman and the woman. So shalt thou put away evil from Israel. If a damsel that is a virgin be betrothed unto an husband, and a man find her in the city and lie with her, then ye shall bring them both out unto the gate of that city, and ye shall stone them with stones that they die. The damsel, because she cried not.
Because betrothal basically was it was held in the same esteem as marriage. Like, you know how you meet a woman today and it's like, let me get your number. Nah, and I'll give you my Snapchat. Okay. Or you got a man, nah, I'm just talking to somebody. Well, you weren't supposed to talk to somebody that was talking to somebody. Right? So if you ask a woman, hey, you got a husband? Nah, I got a dude that I'm just talking to. Well, then guess what? You ain't supposed to deal with her. She's already betrothed. She's already going through betrothal stages. So you women out there, you can't be talking to 5 different dudes. Right? And you got them out there. They be on the dating apps. They got 15 different dating apps. They talking to 37 dudes. They entertaining all these different conversations. They Snapchat is lit up. Got the streak going. They got the Instagram conversation. They got the text chat conversation. You weren't supposed to operate that way. You're supposed to deal with one person. So again, brothers, you meet a woman and you got a man, she's not going to say I got a man. Why? Because nobody has a man. They're all just talking to each other. And we know what talking means in this day and age. They just doing more than talking. Let's be real.
Right.
So you got to make that decision not to be an adulteress or adulterer. Go ahead.
Being in the city and the man.
Let's be real, man. You got to demand. We're supposed to be holding a standard. You got to demand the people around you to be on that standard too. You can't want to get with a woman because she looks a certain way, but she's not holding the standard that you are supposed to be holding for yourself. Can you talk to somebody else? Can you go talk to devils and serve the Lord? Can we go talk to demons and be about Christ? Well, I'm going to go play with the Ouija board today, and I'm going to go be about my Bible tomorrow. Or I'm going to intermingle the two. No, it don't work. You can't do it, so why should you let somebody else do that to you? Come up off what you're doing, and when you come up off that, then you can step over here.
This man at the mall, he was like, I got Medusa on my arm. It brings me peace.
Yep.
Our dog's name is Thor.
Oh, God.
All right, I got demons, I'm monstrous.
And I got the God tattoo right here.
Jesus. I'm a man of God.
It don't work. And he was gone. I heard about him. He was confused. He said, "Give me that frankincense. I like to burn sage and frankincense."
Yeah.
I like to purge the demons, but then call them. He said something like that. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's not gonna work. You can't mix the mind states. Go ahead, read on.
Because he had humbled his neighbor's wife, so thou shalt put away evil from among you. But if a man find a betrothed damsel in the field,
right? But if a man find a woman that's talking to a man and it's known, go ahead.
And the man force her.
Hey, let me get your number. No, I got a man. But then he forced her.
And lie with her.
Remember, notice it says in the field. Notice it says in the field. Right? It said in the city, then it says in the field. In the field, there's going to be a little bit more seclusion. A lot less people. And this is where that man is going to be able to take advantage. Go ahead.
Then the man only that lay with her shall die.
Right, because he forced her. He forced her to lay with him. Go ahead.
But unto the damsel thou shalt do nothing.
Why? Because she cried out. Read.
There is in the damsel no sin worthy of death. For as when a man riseth against his neighbor and slayeth him, even so is this matter.
You see that? It just shows you the mind of even a rapist. Or a man that forced a woman. It's almost, it says like if a man that slay his brother, because that's what it's like, man. That's that mentality. Go ahead.
Verse 27. For he found her in the field, and the betrothed damsel cried, and there was none to save her. If a man find a damsel that is a virgin, which is not betrothed.
Because think about it, the women were in the field doing certain works. They weren't just in the house all day. They were doing things in the field.
Right.
That's what this is showing y'all too, that the women, they got out there and they got busy. They weren't just sitting in the house watching Oprah, doing all that. Rebecca, she was found where? At the well, catching water for the camels and for the fields. That's what they were doing. They were catching water and then going and watering the fields and doing those different things. So the women did work. Go ahead. So, I'm bringing these things out to show, the scriptures is going into more than one thing. Go ahead.
And lay hold on her.
Right.
And lie with her.
Right.
And they be found. Then the man that lay with her shall give unto the damsel's father 50 shekels of silver.
Right, because what happens is sometimes it doesn't always work where things are arranged. Right? It don't always work like that. We did do arranged marriages, but it wasn't always arranged. Sometimes a man be traveling, going to a city and see a woman that he likes. Right? All of that. But then he still had to do his part. Okay, we gotta go meet your dad. We gotta go pay this dowry of virgins. I gotta still do my part. Go ahead.
And she shall be his wife, because he hath humbled her.
Right, so there was no hit it and quit it. There wasn't no sleeping around. There wasn't no just go from town to town being a Rolling Stone. Go ahead.
He may not put her away all his days. A man shall not take his father's wife.
But you better did what? It was in your best interest to not just lay with a woman just because she was beautiful. Because you have to deal with her all your life. So what did you have to deal with?
Mind.
Yeah. But the dope thing is, think about it. She was a virgin, so what mind did she have? Well, whatever you were going to instill in her was going to be her mind. If her parents were upright, they might have instilled some good values in her. Right? But then now it was your job to complete the task. So it wasn't this uphill battle that we have to climb in this day and age. Go ahead.
Verse 30 from the top. A man shall not take his father's wife, nor discover his father's skirts.
Right, just like, who did that? Reuben, right? David, Absalom. You weren't supposed to lay with your father's. Now, check it out. Read it one more time.
A man shall not take his father's wife.
Why did it just say a man shouldn't lay with his mother? Because your father's wife wasn't always your mother. Because a man could have more than one wife. So Reuben didn't lay with his mom.
Right.
Or did he?
No.
Absalom didn't lay with his mom, or did he? Right. He lay with his father's wife, the other wife. You see that? So again, more scriptures to prove that a man did have more than one wife, and those sons weren't supposed to lay with that wife. And then you can backdoor this with what? 1 Corinthians 5, right? And then there's another chapter, I think Numbers, where it goes into like the sexual immoralities and the people that the relationships that were forbidden. Right? Go ahead.
Nor discover his father's skirts.
Right.
Chapter 23 and verse 1.
Any questions on that? Go ahead.
He that is wounded in the stones, or had his privy member cut off,
right,
shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord.
Right. You know, wartime. What would happen? A man go to war and he might get wounded in his private area. He couldn't go into the congregation. Technically, you couldn't go into the congregation with any type of bleeding or open sores. Right? Why? Because of disease, communicable diseases and blood. You didn't go into the congregation. Right? You just didn't. You had to go and heal up. Go ahead. What's that?
Does this apply to eunuchs too?
I mean, it says his privy member cut off. Now, this is the thing. Every eunuch wasn't a eunuch in that way.
Yes.
Yeah, every eunuch didn't have their privy. They weren't. Some men were eunuchs and still, they were eunuchs. Like, okay, I'm not, like Paul, right? Paul was technically, you can consider him a eunuch. He chose. It never said anything about him being wounded in the stones or having this privy member, but it did say that he made the choice to not deal with women. So it wouldn't apply to every eunuch. Some men were eunuchs in the flesh, and some men were eunuchs because they took that on. So no, it wouldn't apply to all.
Like the ones that actually do and even are born like that.
Yeah, born eunuchs, right? Doesn't it say that?
Yeah, well, yeah. Some eunuchs are born that way.
Yeah,
and they wouldn't be allowed in there, right? Because anything that was kind of thrown off wasn't allowed inside the temple.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't have a crooked back and
Yeah.
hunchback and crooked nose and
Anything
scurvy and
superfluous.
Superfluous. Well, remember, this says around the congregation. Right? Now, to be in the temple, they couldn't offer a sacrifice or something like that, right? Find it for me. But just think about it. To be wounded in the stones, it's a wound. Right? So what does a wound let you know? That there's some open cut, some type of fluid that's coming forth, so you wouldn't be around. Just like a woman technically ain't supposed to be around on her menstrual. Right? Because you just never know. Blood and disease is blood and disease. And if it's coming out of one's body, then you wouldn't be around to infect or to even just make things around unclean. Everything will be basically unclean. But if a man it said a man that have his privy member already is cut off, it's gone. I mean, he wouldn't, it says that he wouldn't be around the congregation. Right. It's just like a leper. He ain't around the congregation. He's what? He's got, like King Uzziah. What happened to him? He got put away for his life. His whole life he lived as a leper alone. Nobody could be around him. So, I mean, there were consequences for certain things that happened, right? So, it says, or have his privy member cut off. So even if you had that thing cut off, it heals over, you still couldn't come in. You couldn't be around. Just think about a castration. Again, the things that make a man a man. Why did they castrate us in slavery? Well, they were jealous. That's one. But then think about it. They say that, who was the man, Carver?
Okay.
They say he was castrated. Now, if you look at the way he was moving, his voice, everything about him was effeminate. They took away his masculinity. He was effeminate. What's his name?
George Washington Carver.
George Washington Carver, yeah. I mean, his voice was like he's ate a helium balloon. It was bad. And then his whole demeanor, everything about him was just real soft and just, he wasn't manly at all. That's how they wanted him. They didn't want no manly Negro around because they let him be around. He was around white folks, right? I forget his whole backstory. But one of the things that they said that he was castrated, and then you can see like that, if they castrated him, they took away his whole masculinity is gone. But think about it. Why do they neuter and spade animals? What are they trying to take away from that dog when they neuter him? You know what they do, right? They literally go and snatch away his testicles. They pull him out, and that dog is docile. No longer doing dog things, right? No longer trying to be sexually motivated, right? No longer has that motivation. But his whole personality is gone. He ain't really a dog, right? So, just look at it in the way of when people see that spirit on that man, what's going to be the influence? Is that spirit going to be the influence on the children and the men around? Did the Most High want that influence? No. He didn't say kill them, but he said just don't have them around. Yeah. Go ahead.
Deuteronomy chapter 23 and verse 2.
Now, here goes another instance of not bringing certain things around. Watch. Go ahead.
A bastard shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord.
What's a bastard? What?
Did you want me to read that in Leviticus real quick?
Oh, what you got?
It was just saying, for whatsoever man he be that hath a blemish, he shall not approach a blind man or a lame, or he that had a flat nose, or anything superfluous.
Right.
Shall not approach the temple.
Right. Go ahead. Read that.
Or a man that is broken-footed or a broken-handed.
Tell me where you at.
Well, this is Leviticus 21, verse 18.
Right. He could be around the congregation, but he couldn't approach the temple.
You know what? This says of Aaron's seed, though.
Oh, right, because they were supposed to be able to offer.
Yeah.
So don't worry about that. Yeah, don't worry about that.
I just noticed that.
Yeah, because the priests had to be. They couldn't have no.
It had to be damn near perfect.
Yeah, they had to be perfect. They couldn't have no blemish and then offering the offering or being in the temple. So don't scratch that. But read verse 2. Yeah, where you at? Deuteronomy 22.
Deuteronomy chapter 23 and verse 2.
Right.
A bastard shall not. A bastard.
Right. What's a bastard? Who knows what?
Well, I know bastard would be somebody that doesn't know their father.
Right. So that's one. That's one definition. See, the word bastard has more than one definition. So remember, when you read in Hebrews, it said that the Most High, if he don't chasten you, he deal with you as a bastard and not a son. Right. So yeah, bastard in that sense is a man that don't have a father. But let's understand what bastard is in this sense of the word. Go ahead.
Shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord.
Go ahead.
Even to his 10th generation shall he not enter into the congregations of the Lord.
So a bastard couldn't be a part of the congregation. Now let's read on.
That's it for me.
Oh, damn. Right at the good part. Who's next? Baby, come on. Michael Shabbat Tashah, Yahawah, Bon Yasha'Allah, Men of Israel, Imaju, Barak,
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai Barakatam.
Yahawah Hashem Yahweh Shai Barakatah. Oh. We're at Deuteronomy 23:3. Read verse 2 again, so we can understand what this is saying.
Book of Deuteronomy chapter 23 and verse 2.
Go ahead.
A bastard shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord. Even to his 10th generation shall he not enter into the congregation of the Lord.
Go ahead.
An Ammonite, or Moabite shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord.
So what's a bastard? What?
A man that had children with his children.
So what is that? What is that called?
Incest?
Incest. A child of incest. Remember, Ammon and Moab were children of incest. Lot laid with his daughters, and that's how they came about. So a bastard in this sense is a child of incest, cannot be a part of the congregation ever. Go ahead.
Even to their 10th generation.
Right, this had nothing to do with, oh, you got an Israelite dad and a Christian mom and all that. No, it's not what a child. That's not what a bastard is. Because that's how they try to give you that definition, that a bastard is a Jewish mom and an Egyptian dad. That's a bastard. No. How do we know? Because Numbers 1:18 tells you that you are the seed of your father. Mm-hmm. That can never, ever, 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 ever change. You can never change the seed. Ever. No matter where you plant it, it's always going to be a tomato. If it comes from a tomato plant, it's always going to be a tomato seed. And you'll always create a tomato seed from the seed and from the seed and from the seed. What you will create, you'll create different variations of a tomato based off where it's planted, how it's planted, pollination, but it's always going to be a tomato. It won't turn into a banana or a pepper. A pepper will always be a pepper. The seed don't change. Y'all get that? You are what your father is. That can never, ever be changed. So a bastard is not a Jew mom and whatever nation dad. No. No. Because you are what that dad is. Farrakhan. Him daddy is white. So him was a white.
Really?
Yeah.
Louis Farrakhan?
You know? Yeah, him daddy is white.
The new one.
His dad is first of all, his dad is Jamaican, a white Jamaican, one of those white Jamaican Jews.
Really?
Remember, we had a big in
That's
Jamaica.
His real name is Farrakhan.
Huh?
His real name is Farrakhan then.
No, that's not his real name. No, that's not his real name. Look at Louis Farrakhan's dad, you'll see it. But his dad was, Jamaican Jew. He was one of those Jamaican Jews. He was a white man. If you know anything about Jamaica, Jamaica had a huge Jewish population. Like my grandma, my mom's dad, they were white Jewish people. They were in Jamaica. There was a huge population of Europeans that were Jewish. They went into the Caribbean islands and they lived. And Jamaica was their destination place. They actually had a whole community. That's where Farrakhan's dad came from.
Damn, he even looks like Farrakhan.
Yeah, that's his daddy. He got brothers and sisters and all that. There's proof on that. That's not even a cap. Farrakhan's a white man. Let's be real. Right?
That's why he looked like that. That's why his hair was like that.
You can tell. At most, he's mixed. You can tell. At most, he's mixed, right?
Yeah.
But then the mix is what? Mom is Jamaican also. Mom is from Jamaica or from one of the islands also, right? So you are what your dad is. So as far as we know, like Farrakhan, Bob Marley, who else? Tia and Tamara, they look Like they, who?
Laura London.
Laura London, right? Oh, yeah, beautiful Laura London, right? They look like wholesome black folk, but they're not. They are what their dad is, right? So go ahead, read on.
Shall they not enter into the congregation of the Lord forever?
Right.
Verse 4. Because they met you not with bread and with water in the way, when ye came forth out of Egypt.
Right, they wanted to fight. Moab and Ammon came with swords. Go ahead.
And because they hired against thee Balaam, the son of Beor, of Pethor, of Mesopotamia, to curse thee.
Right, Sihon and King Og, remember that? They contracted against us, man, how to catch us up. How to get us caught up with the Midianite women's. Go ahead.
Nevertheless, the Lord thy God would not hearken unto Balaam, but the Lord thy God turned the curse into a blessing unto thee, because the Lord thy God loved thee. Thou shalt not seek their peace nor their prosperity all thy days forever. Thou shalt not abhor an Edomite, for he is thy brother. Thou shalt not abhor an Egyptian, because thou wast a stranger in his land.
So you see that you can't hate an Edomite. At the end of the day, they're your brother, and you can't hate an Egyptian because he was a stranger in their land. About when we were slaves. Go ahead.
The children that are begotten of them shall enter into the congregation of the Lord in their third generation. When the host goeth forth against thine enemies, then keep thee from every wicked thing. If there be among you any man that is not clean by reason of uncleanness, that chanceth him by night, then shall he go abroad out of the camp. He shall not come within the camp. But it shall be, when everything cometh on, he shall wash himself with water, and when the sun is down, he shall come into the camp again. Thou shalt have a place also without the camp, whither thou shalt go forth abroad. And thou shalt have a paddle upon thy weapon, and it shall be, when thou wilt ease thyself abroad, thou shalt dig therewith, and thou shalt turn back and cover that which cometh from thee.
So I mean, Quatazop always would talk about this, but we're able to read it right here. Where back then, if you was in war or something and you had to go use the bathroom, you went, dug a hole, used the bathroom, covered it up. You didn't just leave it out. Go ahead.
For the Lord thy God walketh in the midst of thy camp, to deliver thee, and to give up thine enemies before thee. Therefore shall thy camp be holy, that he see no unclean thing in thee, and turn away from thee.
Because who wants to see that?
Con.
You know? You ever stepped in dog poop? Bruh, stepped in dog poop like 2 weeks ago. Yeah, man, all in your shoes and all that. So it's like, and then not only that, you cover it up, but you cover up the smell too. Just think about it. If everybody, like, this talks about going to war, right? You was going to have it upon your weapon. Imagine if everybody you was going to war with just didn't do it.
True.
Imagine the smell. Imagine the things you would have to deal with. Yeah, diseases might spread, all that. So, yeah, go ahead.
Thou shalt not deliver unto his master the servant, which is escaped from his master unto thee. He shall dwell with thee, even among you, in that place which he shall choose, in one of thy gates, where it liketh him best. Thou shalt not oppress him. There shall be no whore of the daughters of Israel, nor a sodomite of the sons of Israel.
Read that again.
There shall be no whore of the daughters of Israel.
Yes, there can. Because the law ain't done. The law is done away with.
There shall be no whore.
Yes, there can. Law is done away with. You have all the hoes. No, go ahead. I'm joking. But that's how they. I mean, just think about it. The law is done away with. This don't apply no more. If you go with the world's thinking, right? We don't got to follow the Old Testament. But then, so these things are good now. So let's all send our kids to Bissonnette to hang out. Who's doing that? Let's all go to Bissonnette and just hang out. Feast day on Bissonnette. Law's done away with. Send your kids to be babysitted by the chicks on Bissonnette. Who's doing that? See my point? Go ahead. Or the point of the scriptures. Go ahead.
Nor a sodomite of the sons of Israel.
Right. Let's all move to Atlanta. San Fran. Tel Aviv. Right. Let's go to the nearest gay community, Montrose.
Montrose, Houston.
And let's just go raise our sons.
You know what? It's a lot of Galveston too.
Let's go to Galveston. Yeah, right. Oh my God. I thought Galveston was a gay island. When I first got here, I just thought that was my ignorance. Everybody I met from Galveston was like, where you from? They got, I'm like, damn. They just got nothing but lesbians on the island? That's what I thought.
You know what's cold, man, is me and him delivered to an Edomite yesterday. And I had a hunch. You know, the way he moved he wasn't flamboyant like how Israel be flamboyant when they're homosexuals, right?
But he was suspect.
But he was suspect. But this is a guy that you would walk right past him in the street and you wouldn't even think anything, you know? You wouldn't think that he was. But the only reason I could tell was like certain tones of voice, certain tones in his voice whenever he spoke. I was able to tell from that. So it made me question. When we was leaving, I looked and I seen the gay flag just blowing in the wind. I was like, so that just shows me, okay, so he was. The little suspicion I had, that just showed me that he was.
Except the gay flag in the wind.
But you know, it just made me think like damn, like it's really a lot more sodomites out there than we realize. You see what I'm saying? Why? Because you wouldn't know, especially when it comes to Edomites, they're not really flamboyant out there.
Yeah.
So you'll just walk past them and don't think nothing. You know what I mean? Be in a corner store, grocery store, whatever, you move past them and you wouldn't think nothing. Just like even the whores, there's a lot more whores out there than you would realize. Not every whore is just out there just showing it like a gay person. You wouldn't know until like you actually get into conversations with these women, or you see like the things that they're into, and you're like, oh damn, you are out there. Or that they have like he was saying, like different accounts, and you see they're talking to this many people. It's really filthy. It's really filthy out there. It's really bad, man.
Because of that mentality. Remember, it's all mentality first and then action behind it.
Yeah.
And the majority of the young generation is just being taught to not have morals, to have zero morality, and morals don't matter. But it starts with putting the Bible to the side. The moral standard is here. Nothing else is going to teach you how to be a moral human being, unless you go through these scriptures, because you'll think, oh, it's okay to, they tell you, oh, all women are whores. All women are whores. Why? Because you lay with a man, he buys you things. Even if you marry a man, right, he's still buying things for you. A house, a car, a this or that, right? So all women are whores. Wait a minute, what? So there's no wives and righteous women? So even a wife is a whore? That's what the world will tell you. But then now you got to go through the standard and the thing and say, oh, damn, you know what? That's wrong. All men trick. All men pay for it. No. All men don't pay for it. I'm going to do things as a husband. She's going to do things as a wife. We're going to come together, and that's going to be the marriage and the, right? But if you look at it from the world standpoint, they'll make you feel like, oh, yeah, I'm just tricking.
Yep.
And she's whoring, and just in a more cordial, respectable way.
Yep.
And then that's what marriage is. No, let's go to what the Bible says. We know what a whore does. We know what a trick, a man that's a trick. We know what he does. We know these things based off what the Bible tells us the standard is. Y'all see that?
Yep.
We can't go off the world standard of what we think because it's wrong. A lot of women don't realize that being a whore is wrong. They're like, this is wrong according to who? Who's you to tell me?
It's not affecting you. It's only affecting me.
Yeah, it don't affect you. It's my body. What? You're right. It is your body, but who gave it to you? It is your temple, but who gave you the temple? Whose spirit is that you have? You see that? Like, you gotta let the Bible show us.
You know what I think about? You know that I Wayne song? Nobody can. No,
Yeah.
One man can't satisfy her.
One man can't satisfy.
It's a Jamaican song, and he pretty much he's singing about a prostitute, right? And he sings about how the prostitute, like how she's doing things to make her body appear nice. She's bleaching her skin so she can appear lighter. But
the dope part about it is he's showing this young girl that's been untainted. And one instance taints her from, before she becomes a whore, she starts strip dancing in the clubs.
Well, she starts dancing provocatively. In
Right.
the song, he said she's dancing
Provocatively.
provocatively at like the age of like 11.
At 11, and then she goes into the strip club, then she goes into being a hooker.
Oh, she goes into sleeping with her friend's boyfriend.
Right.
And then it goes from that.
You gotta listen to the song and watch the video, and he's like, the video is dope because it's showing this young innocent girl, and she just progressing through this lifestyle of dancing provocative, then laying with her friend's boy, then strip dancing, and then straight up hookerism.
What is it called?
It's I Wayne. No man can satisfy her.
Yeah, one man can't.
One man can't satisfy her.
I think it's just called Satisfy Her.
Yeah.
But then,
Flames and fire.
and at the end, it's funny. At the end of the song, he says she finally caught something.
She caught AIDS.
And then when she caught it, she starts crying and begging for help.
Yep.
Asking Jesus for mercy.
Yep.
Because she knows that she's about to head to the morgue. Which, that's where dead bodies go.
Yep.
And her body like deteriorates. Long story short, she gonna end up dead anyways. But I think about that one chick that was on Instagram, that light skinned Judith chick, the one they said was connected with Chris Brown and Nick Cannon.
Oh,
she
the
had
video.
AIDS.
Yeah.
And she had a diaper on. She was like 50 pounds, 60 pounds. She was beautiful.
Yeah, she was.
She was beautiful before, but it just makes me think about like that's how whores move in the world. Like it's all fine and dandy. Nobody can tell you anything until you catch something.
Then you want to.
And then when you start crying and why me? But
and you get a GoFundMe.
Yep.
You live that lifestyle, and it's like when the results of that lifestyle hit you, how can you cry? How can you? Like nobody's gonna feel sorry for you. Like it's the life you chose. That's why when you look at like rappers and gangsters or whatever, that's why like people don't pity them. Like whenever they get caught, that's why it's like so big on. That's why they hate snitches so much, because it's like what you chose. You chose to go down this path. So now that you got caught and you about to face this time, like the code should be, you don't snitch, because you chose this. You see what I'm saying? Right. So you snitch to try to get out of the time for the crime that you've done. It's dishonorable, but it's like a prostitute. It's like or any chicks or anything that we do. You understand that there's a recompense for your action. You see what I'm saying? But when we get caught, then it's like, oh damn, we don't want to go through the recompense for whatever it is that we about to deal with. So yeah, y'all should look that chick up, man, on Instagram.
Oh,
beautiful light-skinned chick.
Yeah.
Caught AIDS, didn't know she had AIDS. AIDS destroyed her body for like a couple of years. Next thing you know, she's unrecognizable. She's like 50 or 60 pounds. She's like she can't even like stand up. Like when she tried standing up, you just heard her like screaming in pain when the doctors was trying to help her stand up. Because she gotta at least try to do that to kind of rebuild her body. But yeah.
Can I get something? Go to Ecclesiastes in the Bible, 11:9. Ecclesiastes 11:9.
Ecclesiastes chapter 11, verse 9.
Read that.
Rejoice, O young man.
Or young woman. Go ahead.
In thy youth.
Yeah, it says rejoice in your youth. Have fun. Right? Do your thing. Accomplish your heart's desire. Yeah. Now there's two ways to go about this. You can accomplish and rejoice in your youth righteously, or you can rejoice in your youth the way the world taught you to rejoice. The world taught you to smoke all the blunts, lay with all the men, sleep with all the girls, do drugs, get money, get a car, chase the bag, get sneakers, get guns and butter, right? The Bible tells you honor your mother and your father, keep the Sabbath. You can still do all those things as a youth and still be rejoiceful. 2 ways to go about it. Read.
And let thy heart cheer thee in the days of thy youth.
Yeah, you should be cheerful as a child, as a youth. You should be able to follow your heart. But, read.
And walk in the ways of thine heart.
Right.
And in the sight of thine eyes.
Right.
But know thou that for all these things,
right,
the Most High will bring thee into judgment.
And that's what we got to remember. That's what you got to remember, that you can chase your dreams and live to your heart's content and your heart's desire. But there's going to be a judgment that comes according to the way you lived. And we see it a lot. We hear all the story. You hear all the celebrity stories. You hear all the so-called gossip. But then when you got a woman coming out dying of AIDS and she's talking about she was laying with Chris Brown and Usher and this person and that person. When you got a woman accusing Usher of giving her herpes and all these different things. When you got these celebrities just having baby after baby and they die and this baby comes out and this baby comes out and this person. What are you seeing? You're seeing the judgment for their action. I mean, there's no way around it. There's no way when you have the people that want to live a certain lifestyle. They want to be the thug and the this and the that, and then they get the thug judgment. A thug's judgment is jail or shot. It just is. A whore's judgment is a baby or a disease or death. It just is. So when you see people starting to get these judgments, well, go back to their youth. How are they living in their youth? Well, YOLO. I'm gonna live it up. You only live once. I'm gonna do me. Get it how you live. Right? They tell you, just live life, man. All your rap songs, all your music, all your slogans is about living it to the fullest. And there is no, worry about the repercussions later. Well, that's when they're gonna come, is later. Mm-hmm. So you should worry about them before they come and understand that for what I'm doing now, there's going to be something that comes from it. You kids got to realize that. Don't let them dupe you into thinking like, oh, I can just live it up, and by the time I hit 30, I'll be able to fix it. Nah, that don't work like that. By the time you hit 30, you're sealed into the way you think. By the time you hit 30, next thing you know, you're going to be 40, 50 with the same childish mentality. So just remember this scripture, man. If you don't remember anything, remember this. Rejoice, but you're going to be brought into judgment for the things that you do.
Verse 12, 14.
Right? So go from there. Go back to the reading.
Book of Deuteronomy chapter 24 and verse 18. Thou shalt not bring the hire of a whore or the price of a dog into the house of the Lord thy God for any vow. For even both these are abomination unto the Lord thy God. Thou shalt...
The hire of a whore, the price of a dog would just be considered a male prostitute because they were real. Male temple prostitute was called a dog. So you weren't supposed to take their money and use that for things concerning the temple. You get that? Go ahead.
Thou shalt not lend upon usury to thy brother.
Right. Interest. Let me borrow $1. Yeah, you give me $1. I'll lend you $1 today. You give me $1.50 tomorrow. That's not how that worked. We weren't supposed to do that to each other. Go ahead.
Usury of money, usury of victuals, usury of anything that is lent upon usury.
Mm-hmm.
Unto a stranger thou mayest lend upon usury.
Yep.
But unto thy brother thou shalt not lend upon usury, that the Lord thy God may bless thee in all that thou settest thine hand too in the land whither thou goest to possess it. When thou shalt vow a vow unto the Lord thy God, thou shalt not slack to pay it, for the Lord thy God will surely require it of thee, and it would be sin in thee. But if thou shalt forbear to vow, it shall be no sin in thee. That which is gone out of thy lips, thou shalt keep and perform.
See that? Do what you say you're going to do. What goes from your lips, do and perform. And then you can write down Ecclesiastes. We're not going to go there, but you can write it down. Ecclesiastes chapter 5 and verse 1 down to 7. About vows. Do what you say you're going to do and say what you mean. We got to stop. Oh, my bad. I didn't mean to. Oh, my fault. My bad. It's a lot. Nah, we got to stop doing that and just do what you say you're going to do. Go ahead.
Even a freewill offering, according as thou hast vowed unto the Lord thy God, which thou hast promised with thy mouth. When thou comest into thy neighbor's vineyard, then thou mayest eat grapes, thy fill at thine own pleasure. But thou shalt not put any in thy vessel. That's my portion.
Right, y'all get that, right? You weren't supposed to walk into your neighbor's yard and start picking grapes and putting them in a sack, harvesting from their grapes, but you were able to go grab a few grapes, eat, and keep it moving. If every neighbor did that, then every neighbor would be full.
Elijah Shabbatashal Yashkar Ban Yashar Allah and the Vizra Amadi Barak.
Yahweh Shem Yahshua Baraktham.
Yahweh Shem Yahshua Baraktham.
One man can't satisfy her. She needs more wood for the fire. That was a good song. That was a real good song.
Yeah.
Deuteronomy 23:25. Yep.
Deuteronomy chapter 23, verse 25. When thou comest into the standing corn of thy neighbor, then thou mayest pluck the ears with thine hand. But thou shalt not move a sickle unto thy neighbor's standing corn. Chapter 24, verse 1. When a man hath taken a wife and married her, and it comes to pass that she find no favor in his eyes, because he hath found some uncleanness in her, then let him write her a bill of divorcement, and give it in her hand, and send her out of his house. And when she is departed out of his house, she may go and be another man's wife. And if the later husband hate her, and if the latter husband hate her, and write her a bill of divorcement, and giveth it in her hand, and sendeth her out of his house, or the latter husband die, which took her to be his wife, her former husband, which sent her away, may not take her again to be his wife. After that she is defiled, for that is abomination before the Lord. And thou shalt not cause the land to sin, which the Lord thy God giveth thee for an inheritance.
So pretty much, if you put away a woman and y'all divorced, and that woman goes and becomes another man's wife, if for whatever reason they break up, then you can't go back to her. Y'all see that?
Why would you want to?
Yep.
Why would you want to? Go ahead. Time.
Verse 5. When a man have taken a new wife, he shall not go out to war, neither shall he be charged with any business, but he shall be free at home 1 year, and shall cheer up his wife which he hath taken.
Unfortunately, this don't really apply. Because even in the world, in Esau land, you get married, they give you a little 4 or 5 days, you get your little honeymoon, and you got to go to work to be able to support that wife, support that house. So we're not going to war in the physical sense. And as soon as you take a break from a spiritual war, you lost. So good luck trying to apply this scripture to your life. That's for the lazy bros out there trying to use this. But why y'all calling me to do flyers? I thought that it said I wasn't supposed to be charged with no business for a year. Bruh, stop. Stop it. What? Oh, so I thought, studying, that's part of, I got a year to cheer my wife up. What you gonna cheer her up with when you ain't got no study in you? What you gonna cheer her up with when she's tired of you after 2 months? Because you didn't go into that relationship the right way.
You want to know the check this out.
What you got? Cheer.
The synonym for cheer.
Yep. Read.
It says disposition, character, temper, attitude, temperament, personality, frame of mind, it says makeup and spirit. So that's the synonym for cheer. That's the first synonym for cheer. That's the first definition. And then it says frame of mind, spirit, right? That's why it says be of good cheer.
Right, be of good
so
spirit.
It's just telling you be of good spirit, be of a good frame of mind. It's not necessarily like, yeah, I'm gonna go home and make you happy. I'm gonna make you happy for a year. Nah, that year was I'm framing your mind. I'm building you.
Spirit.
I'm giving you a good disposition. Disposition was the first word that came up for cheer.
But disposition towards what?
So
towards what? Towards what we got to undertake for the rest of our lives.
Yep.
I got to put you in the disposition that this is a fight, this is a battle, this is a war. We got to move together in unity. See that? See, this wasn't about like you sitting at home with your wife watching Netflix and feeding her bonbons and running her damn bathwater. This wasn't what that was about. I got to get you up to speed, woman. Unfortunately, we don't have a year to do that. You got to get her up to speed in the year of betrothal. Take that year to betroth her before you lay with her and then, damn, she ain't going to be up to speed, she's wicked. No, she ain't wicked. You didn't get her up to speed.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
And, just when it says like cheer her up, like think about it. If you marry a person, why do I need a year to cheer you up? Like we should be
in the honeymoon stage.
Yeah, you happy. Like you don't need. If you use the word cheer up in the way that the world uses it, like yeah, we just got married. It's a very sad moment. I gotta go. I gotta go cheer her up. If you use it in that sense of happiness, right?
Right.
Making her laugh, making her forget that yeah, she just got married. Something every woman wants, So it's like that. The cheer up. That's why I looked it up because it wasn't making too much sense to me. To cheer up, let's get that mind right.
Yep. Let's get our dispositions together.
Dispositions, yep.
Yes, sir. Good one.
Nice.
Very good. Ain't what y'all thought it was. This ain't that regular lullaby.
That's funny.
It's work.
Back then.
On all levels and all aspects. Even your relationship, you have to work for it. You have to fight for it to keep it going. You got to do it now. You got to work for this. Yashikar.
There's a song in Spanish, right? From Bad Bunny. It says, chambea, pero no jala. Chambea means like you got to put in the work. put in the work, but it still don't work.
Oh damn.
There's a song that he sings to about like you know some females like chambea, putting on highlights like.
Well, I got one. Work. Some of y'all feel work, right? Rihanna told you it's work,
Yeah.
right? But they should know. They don't even work at their relationships. But the point is, there was work that we had to do as men, as women, in our relationships, in our marriages, right? There wasn't no take a year off to chill. Does that even make sense? No. You didn't take a year off to just chill. What's that?
That's why COVID and the domestic relations and everything like that. And
COVID ended relationships.
even like right now, there's so much men killing their women right now. Men killing their women and children, or killing themselves and the children. Or
Well, COVID had heightened that because now, since we didn't build nothing, now that I'm stuck with you in the house, I'm tired of you after 2 months. Since we didn't really build it, our relationship wasn't founded on anything spiritual. There's only so much carnal things you can do in a relationship. That's true. Where you're tired and bored. And if we don't understand spiritually, we have to endeavor to fight, to push. And you don't have nothing. It's easy for that relationship to dissolve. Physical things in a relationship, come on, why you think you got your, again, celebrities, they always show them, right? Kim Kardashian, she go through a relationship in 6 months. Right? She been married a bunch of times. All your Jen and Ben Affleck. How many times they been together? Her, J-Lo and A-Rod, I mean. They're supposed to get married and they break it off. Then she goes, and 2 weeks later goes and marries Ben Affleck. Hey, what the hell? That doesn't make sense. That's not normal.
no.
Right? But you look at all the celebrities are showing you the tone of the world that nobody's investing. As soon as I don't like what you said, I'm gone. I don't like the way you breathe, I'm out of there. Oh, you snore, I'm leaving. All these things that are just frivolous, right? I'm leaving. It don't matter how he treats you, how good he treats you, how well she is, on to the next one. Go ahead, read on.
Verse 6. No man shall take the nether or the upper millstone to pledge, for he taketh a man's life to pledge. If a man be found stealing any of his brethren of the children of Israel, and maketh merchandise of him, or selleth him, then that thief shall die.
See that? You can't sell you can't make your brethren merchandise. You can't steal them, sell them, human trafficking, all that stuff. That's punishable by death. Did y'all see the whole thing with was it Disney? Was it Disney or somebody? They found like a whole scandal with Disney. They were human trafficking. Disney and the police. Wow. Disney and the. I didn't catch the news story. They did a whole bust down or crackdown, and they did a whole raid on people yesterday. I think it had something to do with Disney and something else. I didn't get a chance to actually jump into the story. I might be wrong. But human trafficking, it's wrong.
It says Disney worker,
There it is.
teachers
Right.
among 160 arrested in Polk County human trafficking investigation.
Right. So it wasn't Disney itself, but they worked at Disney and a teacher. Either way, punishable by death. Human trafficking. Go ahead.
And thou shalt put evil away from among you. Verse 8. Take heed in the plague of leprosy, that thou observe diligently and do according to all that the priests, the Levites, shall teach you, as I commanded them, so ye shall observe to do. Remember what the Lord thy God did in Miriam by the way after that ye were come forth out of Egypt.
Right. So what did he do to Miriam after she got hit with leprosy? What happened? They put her aside, right, for 7 days. Moses said, even if her father spat in her face, wouldn't she be set apart 7 days? That's crazy. Right? Why? Because that's what you do in the plague of leprosy. You set them apart 7 days. But he was also showing, why did she get hit with leprosy? Don't talk against each other.
Right.
Don't speak against each other. Don't murmur. That's what she did. Go ahead.
Verse 10. When thou doest lend thy brother anything, thou shalt not go into his house to fetch his pledge. Thou shalt stand abroad, and the man to whom thou doest lend shall bring out the pledge abroad unto thee.
Right. So when you lend somebody something, they should be bringing that. Hey, when you contract something to lend, usually let me borrow this to accomplish a task. But then you shouldn't be the one to go in and grab the stuff you lent. They're supposed to be responsible enough to bring it to you.
Yeah.
Right? But black folks, Chris Rock said it back in one of his stand-ups. Chris Tucker, he said, you ever lend somebody something, they borrow it so long, you got to go borrow it back? Yeah, because that's how we are. Like, hey, let me borrow that book. And then all of a sudden, that book is now, man, what happened to my book? That book becomes theirs. Brothers borrow a girdle. Let me borrow the girdle for street speak, and all of a sudden, you never see the girdle again? Never see the headband again? Never see your books again? Don't lend out books. Yeshua always be telling us, don't lend your books out. Go get your own books. I don't lend books out. Why? Because I need my books. But you gotta go pay for your books, man. Those things are valuable. That's like, hey, let's borrow my Bible for the week. Hell no, you didn't borrow my Bible. That might end up being your Bible. So we gotta be responsible in saying, don't borrow something and then not bring it back to that person. Go ahead.
Verse 12. And if the man be poor, thou shalt not sleep with his pledge. In any case, thou shalt deliver him the pledge again, when the sun goeth down, that he may sleep in his own raiment, and bless thee. And it shall be righteousness unto thee before the Lord thy God. Thou shalt not oppress an hired servant that is poor and needy, whether he be of thy brethren, or of thy stranger that are in thy land within thy gates. At his day thou shalt give him his hire, neither shall the sun go down upon it.
Right, so remember in the old times when they paid you daily? None of us are old enough for that. But there was a time in history where you got paid daily wage. There wasn't no, you work for 2 weeks and then we'll get you back later. That's crackhead business, right? Oh, you work right now and in 2 weeks, because the pay period, the way that falls, so in about a month, we'll get you for what you did a month ago. Nah, bro. You're supposed to get paid.
That's how it works, yeah.
That's how it is. You come into a job at the wrong time, you're going to have to wait 3 weeks for that first check. They were supposed to pay you daily. But now the way things are set up, it's like nobody is doing the daily wage because of the banking system and interest and just making money. That's how they make money. That's how they make money. They want you to throw the money in the bank, hold it, so they can go toss it into investments. Yep. If they did daily wage, the banks wouldn't even be needed, because everything would be paid daily. Let me go pay my light bill. Let me go pay this bill. Let me do this. Banks and credit systems wouldn't be needed.
So true.
Go ahead.
For he is poor, and setteth his heart upon it, lest he cry against thee unto the Lord, and it be sin unto thee. Verse 16. The fathers shall not be put to death for the children, neither shall the children be put to death for the fathers. Every man shall be put to death for his own sin.
Well, what does it mean? Okay, Con. What's that? Go ahead, Angela.
That's always been one of the scriptures I always had questions about.
Right.
Because I know we often speak of, so as a mother, so as a daughter, and things of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
So when I read this, even if you have trained your child the correct way, and you have tried your best to do the right thing, and the kids go straight.
Right.
And people will still say or look at you in a way like, oh, it's something you didn't do correct. But I think I remember hearing us talk about the generations. I'm not sure how the sins of your father's fathers could have come upon your children. So it's not so much as that even if we ask for forgiveness for certain things, our father's fathers, the sins are still out there. The Most High is still going to reprimand us. So my question was, always this right here, in what instance is that, are they really talking about, or is it just?
Okay, read it one more time. No, because I was about to.
Sorry, I was my words.
No, you're good. I was going to basically answer your question without you asking it, because I know that there is a lot of confusion on this scripture, and then when he goes into visiting the iniquity, then we go into Ezekiel. It's like, wait a minute. So, are we getting punished for our children or not? Well, I'm gonna show you. Read it again. Where you at?
Verse 16.
Uh-huh.
The fathers shall not be put to death for the children.
Right.
Neither shall the children be put to death for the fathers.
Right. So, if I'm a murderer, right, and I commit murder, my son doesn't get put to death for that. That's what I do. So I got to deal with that consequence. If he is a murderer and I'm not, nobody can come to me and put me to death for what he did, right? So the consequence of murder is death. That's all. If he's an adulterer, the consequence of adultery is death. They can't come put me to death for what my son did, and vice versa, right? So that's one thing we got to understand. Now, do y'all understand that?
No.
Nobody can be put to death for something that you do, that you did with your own hands. Your father ain't gonna be put to death for your works, and vice versa. Now, go from there. Finish it up. Read it on.
Every man shall be put to death for his own sin.
See that? Every man shall be put to death for his own sin. Go from there. Go. Let's see which one I want.
So I have another question, sir, if I may.
Go to Numbers 14 and 18. What's that?
So just like in the situation with David and Bathsheba.
Right.
And it was said that the child was not going to take root, the child was going to die. And I'm not sure if the scripture that follows that would also says that I think it was hatred or strife would never leave his home or his household. And you read the stories on how all of his children and things, so many things happened in their family, even after he asked for forgiveness.
Right.
So I guess that's why I was looking at this scripture as well, saying that even if the generation of the generations that passed before you asked for forgiveness for whatever they did, that still falls on the children, or their children's children. Am I saying that correctly?
You are saying it. You are, and that's why we're going here, because I'm gonna show you that the things that happened with like you brought out David. So David committed adultery, right? Bathsheba. Now, was it that the Most High was punishing that child, or was he punishing David? You said the child, right? When you go into Ecclesiasticus, it tells you a child from an adulterous bed won't take root, right? It says her children shall not take root, and her branches shall bring forth no fruit. So that could have went two ways. The child could have not taken root as far as how the Most High did it and cut that child off, or the child could have been an unprofitable child, like how we talked about unprofitable children, right? The child might live, but then, because every child from an adultery doesn't die. But how is that child now brought up? There's no root in that child as far as stability, because it's adultery. So now it's a situation of always fighting, always contention, always this, always that. Usually those stories don't end well, where it's like, oh, you were brought out from adultery and we just lived happily ever after. There's always some backstory and some type of craziness, right? So how does that child grow? Well, they grow up in chaos. Now, a person that grows up in chaos, what are they going to bring forth? Chaos, right? So go to Numbers real quick.
The book of Numbers, chapter 14, verse 18.
Right.
The Lord is long-suffering,
right,
and of great mercy,
right,
forgiving iniquity and transgression.
See, the Most High will forgive iniquity and transgression. Go ahead.
And by no means clearing the guilty.
But he won't clear the guilty. But the judgment is the judgment. Read.
Visiting the iniquity of the fathers.
Right.
Upon the children unto the third.
How does he do that? Visiting the iniquity of the fathers unto the children. How does that usually happen?
It's what you're teaching your children. They teach their children.
Right. See, it's what's being handed down. So I always use the instance of you got a man, he got children, but he's living a lifestyle that he gets locked up. Numbers 14 and 15, right? 18. This man gets locked up. These children grow up with no father. What's the likelihood that's going to happen? Well, they're going to become a product of a single parent household, right? Or they're going to become a product of a household of a mom. She may have a man in the house, or she may have multiple men in the house. So she might have this relationship with this man for a few years, he's gone. Then this man comes, he's gone. Then this man comes, he's gone. And she's putting these different men in her children's lives that all have different lifestyles and personalities. We heard the stories. Mom gets with this guy is with mom, but he's touching on the little girl, or he's touching on the little boy. That's one situation. Or yeah, my mom got with this man, but he was abusive. That's another story. Or yeah, she got with stepdad, he didn't even care about us. He didn't even talk to us, right? That's another, I could give you all or she got with this man and he was a beautiful dad to us, right? He raised us. But there's still something that those children are going to lack, not having their father around. You got the father figure and things could turn out well, but how long, in how many situations does that happen, right? Again, all we got to do is look at our own community and say, wait a minute, is that happening where daddy gets locked up and the knight in shining armor comes and raises those children? Or do they end up on the streets being gangbangers, being whoredoms, being drug dealers, on drugs, dropping out of school, right? Which one usually is it?
Tupac. Dear mama.
Dear, right, but usually what it is, it's the negative parts that we deal with.
Yeah.
So the iniquity, all it is perpetual iniquity where the children aren't being raised out of the iniquity, they're being bred in it. You see that? They're being bred in it through circumstance. Now that the daddy's not around, there's not enough income, so we got to live in a certain area of the city, which is more than likely going to be the poor area, the hood. Well, what's in the hood? Drugs, guns, gang banging, all those negatives. So mom got to go provide with her one income. Now she got to try to go get 2 jobs. So she can't be at home to raise the children. Dad ain't home, so what happens to the son? Well, he's always on the block. What happens to the daughter? Well, she's always around these predatory men or these bad example women, right? So then what happens? Well, she got pregnant early, he got a baby early, and then they repeat the cycle. The iniquity just keeps getting handed down until somebody comes and says, wait a minute, enough's enough. We already went through 3-4 generations of this. Right now, we're literally in what? We're in, what generation are we in? Since we've been here in America. The generation is what? How many years?
Well, you're not talking about that.
Not that. I'm talking about the number of generations that we're in. That the iniquity has been.
If I'm not mistaken, it's 14.
Generations since slavery?
And it's funny.
How many generations are in a generation? How many years?
I think it adds up to like 400 years. I remember I was looking at it. I
Okay.
can check real quick, but like, that's
So
why
like
like every
14
400 years something crazy
Generation
happens.
70 years.
One generation is 70 years? Is
that
that
what it is?
biblical?
I believe so.
Oh, it was 30.
I thought it was 30.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought it was 30.
Yeah, I thought a generation was 30. We could look, but if you look at a generation, so if you divide, well, we've been here 400 years, 430 years, 420 years. So we've gone through a few generations of iniquity, right? But really, if you look at when we got here as slaves, up until a certain point when we got emancipated.
14 generations.
14 generations. But the whole 14, we weren't living the way we're living now. Really, when you look at it, the last, it's 2022, you could basically say that's one generation. From 2020 to now, that's a generation. Or 2000 to now, that's a generation, right? Another generation, 30 years, that's the 70s. So think about it, we're 2 generations in from, remember in the 60s when we had a different type of living? We were married, 80% marriage, no single parent households. We owned things. We went to school. We had a family. We were the nuclear family. The generations now are suffering for the things that happened right after the 60s, where they pushed men out the house, gave women food stamps, where they cut the jobs, the factory jobs, and switch everything to this digital age, and you had to know computers and all this stuff to be able to make money, and shut down like the steel industries and the trains and all those factory jobs that we had. We're paying for that now. We're paying for those things now, but that's 2 generations away. So is it that we're paying, is it that our children are dying or being put in jail or on drugs because the Most High is punishing them for what their fathers did? Well, yes and no. Just think about it. Okay, I'll give you the perfect example. Look at T.I.'s son. You heard what's going on with T.I.'s son? Where did he get that from? Now, are they going to lock T.I. up for what his son is doing? But where did he learn that? He learned that from his daddy. He saw his daddy wild out on TV, shoot people, go crazy, talk mess. So then when he walks in the Waffle House and he's king, right? I'm T.I.'s son, I can act any way I want. When you see your daddy wilding on Instagram and talking mess and acting a certain way, and then he's backing it up with his money, when he can tote guns and get off, right? Well, I'm learning that lifestyle from my dad, so now there's going to be a consequence. So the iniquity is just being handed down. But if he has a kid, and his kids see that from him, but he don't teach them, no, that's not the way to be, then guess what they're going to do? The same thing. So 1 generation of T.I.
If not worse.
If not worse. And you know why it is worse for T.I.'s son? Because he's younger doing these things in the open. Everybody's seeing it now. 18 years old, arrested a few times now. You see that? So carrying guns he was like 16 or 17, trying to pull guns out on people.
Damn.
Yeah, but again, where did he get that from? So the iniquity, visiting the iniquity of the fathers onto the children to the 3rd and 4th generation. Because what are they handing down? That iniquity through bad example, through lack of teaching. So it's not that T.I.'s son is paying for the gun charges his dad got, or whatever the case may be. He's paying for his own iniquity that's been handed down through bad example. So when it says, as the daughter, as the mother, so is the daughter, well, what does that mean? That the mom is teaching the example. It said it was a proverb, right? As the daughter, so is the mother, or vice versa. Well, what it means is what is the daughter seeing from that mom? And what is mom teaching? I mean, come on, think about it. You got 30-year-old grandmas. What the hell? You got 30, 40-year-old grandma, 40 and 50 years old now. Well, because why? She had a kid at 12, then her kid had a kid at 12, and then that kid had a kid at 12. Nobody said, wait a minute, a kid at 12, without having a stable man and stable relationship and doing things the right way, wasn't the way to do it. You see that? But, well, grandma had a kid at 12, and she made it, so maybe let me try it. Well, really, it wasn't let me try it. It was I have no guidance. I'm out there in them streets. I'm hanging around these older men. I have no woman to sit back and say, no, babe, this is not the way you do it, daughter. This is not the way you do that. Get you a good man, find you something, find you a man that's going to guide your house. But mama, I love him. But why you love him? Because he got a nice car. Well, that's why mom got her man. That's why he ain't around. She got him for the car. And the car got towed, and then guess what? The relationship got towed. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you predicating? When we venture into certain things, what is it based off of? But if it's based off of carnality, and that's what I'm handing down, then the carnal result is going to keep coming. So, again, it's not that we're being punished for the things that our fathers did, as far as we're in slavery because they murdered and killed and steal. We're in slavery because they taught us to murder, rape, rob, pillage, and go against the Most High. They taught us the law, the Bible is not important, right? They taught us that from the time of Moses. And ever since that time, or excuse me, that all the way to Adam, pardon me, Adam taught us that no, following the Most High is important. Following your woman is important, right? Letting her lead is important. And that been handed down through the generations. That's why. Come on, it tells you what destroys a man, what takes away a king, wine, women, right? That destroys. But we've been dealing with that since Adam. It said he appointed death in his generations. So remember, yes, no man, no, you're not gonna die for another man's sin. But there will be consequence if that sin is being taught and you're living off of those teachings. Just like if you live righteously, what's gonna happen? Like, I can't get blessed for the good that you do, right? Most High ain't gonna look at what you do and say, you know what? I'm the one did it, but I'm gonna give Quadazop the blessings. No, he gonna bless you for what you do. Right? But if you teach your sons to live well and live righteously, then what's gonna happen? A blessing. He's gonna visit the blessing on your children, third and fourth generation. So, you get that? Carnally or low self-worth, right? Great question. Right. Derek giving you props. Derek listening, man. You haven't plugged in. Working on them cars and doing his things. Makes sense. Beautiful. Right. So, we just got to understand. Again, it goes back to teaching the children the right things. And just think about it. What should be the goal of a parent? Shouldn't it be to guide your children out of the things that and set your children up in a way that you weren't set up? Whose parent taught them about credit? Okay, right, but did you learn about credit? Did somebody sit you down and say, this is credit, this is how it works, this is how you break it, this is how you build it? Nah, but see, you're doing something that wasn't done for you because you understand now. If this ain't taught, and we in America that we live in this society that everything's based off of credit score. Even the job you get these days, if you ain't got a good credit score, they won't hire you.
Yep.
You got to have a credit score to get a job. That's wild. That's wild as hell, bro. That's crazy. But that's what this society is built on. So wouldn't it be in our best interest to position our children into credit situations that are good? Yeah. You set them up to succeed, not to fail. And you teach them about credit. But if not, if you don't know about credit and you have you're living and destroying your credit, and you don't teach them, all they're gonna do is just do what you did, which is live off of credit, destroy it, not build it, not know about it, and then teach their kids and teach their kids and teach their kids. Our whole job is to set up our kids better than what we had. It should be, right? That's why we push y'all kids. I was 16 once. I was 15 once. And y'all gotta see, the one thing is this, man. 1, 2, 3, 4 kids sitting in here. 5. No, he's... I'm gonna say this. If y'all ain't paying attention, and if you neglect the little small lessons that y'all look at things, you guys look at things. Who in here got to do chores? Children, right? Now I want y'all to be honest. Who likes doing chores? Man, put your hand out. No, I'm playing. No, I'm playing. Do you like it? You like doing chores? Somewhat, right? Nobody raised their hand really. Let me ask you another question. And be honest. Do y'all see the value in doing chores? Okay, somebody back there shook their hand. Nobody else put their hands up. Okay, so if you see the value in it, then why do you fight it? Why do you dislike it? Now, let me ask you another question. You like sitting back and chilling and being on your phone and social media and doing all, video games and all that stuff, right? You like it? What's the value in it? He ain't got social media or a phone, so what's the value? Right. So I'm gonna let y'all think on that, right? Now let me ask you another question. Out of the four of y'all, if we left you for a month to run your house, what would happen first? Would you die of hunger? Would you die of having no lights? Would you die of no water? What do you think would happen first? Or for a month, would you be able to sustain your home? Talking to you four. I'm just curious. Be honest with yourself. How old are you? 15. How old are you? 18? Oh, 16. 15 and what? And 14. So we got the teeners, the tweeners, right? Y'all are going into this adulthood, young adults. Do you have enough to be able to, at y'all's age? Okay, I'll do it like this. The internet shut down, and you gotta send some mail. Who can fill out a letter and put a stamp on it and know where to put the address, return, and sender? Where? You can do it, so she can do it. One person. Okay, so we got that on. We put y'all in a society, and we say, okay, no internet, no nothing. She could mail a letter. Help! I need help. Mail the letter. She got y'all. Right?
Each one teach one.
But see, the problem is that's sad. Y'all depend too much on this technology that it's dumbing y'all down. It's funny, it makes y'all smart, but it makes y'all dumb. Because it gives you the access, you know what it gives you the access to learn how to write a letter out. All you gotta do is Google it. How do I write out a letter? And Google will tell you, oh yeah, the return address and the stamp, right? Who knows how to pay for something with cash and count change? Okay, I hope y'all all can count money. That's important, right? What happens when the tap it don't work? Right? See, all these things, I'm naming these small little things. Who knows how to get from the school here, right now, without Googling it? Oh, wow. Right? He knows how to do that. He knows how to get anywhere in Houston to get home. The dude knows everywhere. Right? Because he pays. The point is this. On the car ride, he's not like this the whole car ride. Right? Like, oh my God. He's looking around and he's observing and he's like, oh wow, damn. I remember that landmark. Oh, that's such and such house. That's such and such. He's paying attention to his surroundings and not letting this distract him. He don't got a phone. Okay, good. You don't need one. You don't need one, bro. That's the worst thing a teenager could ever have is a phone.
That's so true.
It don't do nothing for y'all. To be honest, it makes you. It gives you the access to be smart, but it dumbs you down because you're not even smart enough to use it for what it's created for. You take it out of its use. The phone for y'all is just music and TV. You don't even you don't use it for what it's intended to be used for. Right? But what I'm trying to show y'all is the things that we're trying to instill in you young, it's not for our benefit. You think your mom needs y'all to do chores? Like dishes and stuff? You think that she needs you to do it? You know how to do some, I'm pretty sure she know how to do dishes. I know how to bust some suds, right? I don't need my kids to do dishes. But why was it important for me to learn how to do dishes at, come on, man, younger than y'all? I was doing dishes at like 4 or 5, not 4 or 5, maybe 6, 7 years old. Doing dishes. I was cooking at 7. I remember potlucks, folding clothes, ironing at 7 years old. Why is it important for y'all to know how to do these things? You guys plan to live with your mom for your whole life? She shook her head like, hell nah. Right? But then let me ask you a question. How are you going to live on your own if you don't know how to do the things now that are important to be able to keep up a household? Y'all, hey, look, in the back, y'all plan on living with me y'all whole life? Right. But how can you live on your own if you don't take a hold of what's being shown to you now? How you going to live anywhere? How are you going to live anywhere if your whole life is in this? gotta talk and communicate outside of this to learn things. But if your whole mind and your whole existence is your bedroom, your telephone, then what type of person are you gonna be even in society? What type of job are you gonna hold from the bedroom and from your phone? I know those girls, they only on OnlyFans. The OnlyFans girls is on their phone in their bedroom. Because that's all they were on, was in their bedroom on the phone. That's it. What kind of job are you gonna hold if you don't know how to communicate? What?
I was just gonna say that if you don't understand the basics of anything, you never can get up here. You gotta start down here to even get to here.
Thank you. Thank you. That's the point. The things that we're trying to give y'all early with things like chores. Chores is not about you cleaning and washing a dish, it's about responsibility. So if you can't do your chores consistent for a week, that shows that you're irresponsible as hell. It shows that you're irresponsible, and that if you carry that mind from now into adulthood, you'll just be an irresponsible person that you can't pay rent responsibly. You can't pay water bill responsibly, light bill responsibly, and then you'll always have to depend on, I need somebody to help me. But we're trying to show y'all little things like responsibility early through dishes and trash. Empty the trash, do the dishes, and sweep and mop. And how you, I'm gonna let you come in, how you approach to that and how you do it and the care that you do it with and the value that you see in it is gonna determine how you live your life as an adult. That's what y'all gotta see. It's little things like that. Like my mom had me doing those things early, but I actually get it. I got it early, like, oh, I get this. This is for when I have to live alone. Because there was a time, I remember, I lived alone. I didn't have no woman, but guess what? I couldn't, oh damn, I ain't got no woman. How do I wash a dish? Or let me just get all paper plates, or let me starve and eat McDonald's. Hell nah. I'm in that kitchen, I'm cooking, I'm doing my thing. It couldn't be about another person. It had to be what was put in me and what did I understand. But if you neglect the nurture and look at it like, see, they just want me to do something. Bro, if you only understood.
You know, I didn't get that. My mom would have me clean up when I was younger. And it was something I used to always do that she hated. I used to make fried eggs, splatter the oil, splash all over
on the back, on the stove, on the back.
All over, like just everywhere. And I would wash the dishes, sweep up, but I would never clean the stove because I just didn't think about it, right? And then it wasn't until I moved, and then she'll come, she'll be mad, she'll end up cleaning up and talk. I'm like, just hold on the stove. It's not a big deal, whatever.
Until what?
Until I got my first apartment.
Ooh, baby.
And I went and fried some eggs and splashed it everywhere, cleaned up, left it, came back and was like, what the hell is this? And I was like, that's when I was like, oh, I get it now. And then, you know what else? I remember being in the trap house when I had first came into the truth, and I seen like the way like they had the apartment. It was still like the.
Did you say the toilet was so black?
It was so black inside of it, and I didn't even want to pee. You know,
now, that's a dirty toilet. Come on, that's bad.
And that's the second. I seen another toilet that was like that from another friend, but when I saw that, I was like, oh. And then I ended up having bed bugs in my house, and it turns out I brought the bed bugs from there.
Yeah.
And it was just filthy in there.
Yeah.
And then it made me think. I was like, damn, I'm not like them at all. But that's when I realized, like, damn, like everything that my mom was having me do when I was young that I didn't like making my bed. Made my bed, now I'll make my bed.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, even that.
And it's a difference. You like now when we deliver, when you go in somebody's house and you see their bed is made and their house is clean, it's like, oh damn, this is like a really nice house. You know what I'm saying? And I'm able to see that difference. I was able to see it when I came up, my short time after high school, before I, really got into the truth and everything. I was able to see like all these people that was my age that didn't have what I had, because my mom took the time to show me how to clean, how to cook to a certain extent. So then when I got on my own, Then it was like, okay, now I gotta cook every day, or else I'm gonna waste my money buying food. I could cook, whereas everybody else my age,
They gotta go
all
buy.
my peers couldn't cook.
You go buy. It wasn't about the cooking. Let's bring it back. It was about the grocery store. It was about being like, come on, man. I remember my mom taking me into the grocery store and showing me how to pick out fruits. Who know how to know if something's ripe? Which one of y'all know how to know if a fruit or a veg is ready? But that's important. That's important. Who can go into a laundromat and do laundry right now without being in the house? And fold them clothes and color and all that. Okay, that's important. Those are the things I learned, like go to the grocery store and get this. And you're like, damn, I don't feel like going to the grocery store, right? But then you got to go to the grocery store and get everything on the list to the T. Bring back the change and all that, right? But why is that important? Because now when I hop into the fridge and I look and I'm like, damn, the baby needs milk and this, I can calculate in my brain, milk, cheese, bread, the kids need this, the kid needs that. And walk into the grocery store, get all my groceries, pay and leave, and guess what? Everybody gets to eat. Or I could just give y'all fast food all day, get you fat, thick, get you bumps all over your face and all that good stuff. Or you could have home cooked meals, right? It wasn't about, the cooking stemmed from the grocery store experience and going in and being able to go to the grocery store and shop. And just think about it. The ones that's crying about rent money, they're spending all their money on weed and pizza.
And going out to eat.
And going out to eat. That's what I'm saying.
You know, man, I appreciated my parents when I went grocery shopping for the first time.
Because they taught you how to.
Well, I remember when I got my first apartment.
Thank
and I
you.
went grocery shopping, and I spent $300. I was like, what the hell? It's like $300,
bruh.
You know what I'm saying?
God.
Because I never had to
do it all for yourself.
Never just had to do it all for myself. So all the spices, all the the ketchup, the things that would always kind of just be there. That just replenish.
You think that they just appeared in the cabinet?
Yeah, it would just be there because when you stay with your parents, you don't go and buy salt.
Nope.
You don't go and buy
pepper.
You know when you
toilet paper,
coming up, like
dish
stuff
soap,
like that. I didn't
bathing soap.
They just kind of did
toiletries.
that. So when I went and I did it, I was like, just threw it in the cart, whatever. I was like, yeah, we need this. Yeah, we need that. I was like, damn, I wonder how much this is. And then when we went and shopped out, when we went and checked out, it's like $300 plus. I was like,
okay, we got to put some of this back.
I was like, whoa, this. I paid for it, but I was like, I remember it hit me. I was like, damn, like, this is a lot. You know what I'm saying? And I seen like, damn, this is what they had to do like this whole time. So now I started getting it. I remember I just thought about it. I was like, damn, I get it. That first year living on my own, I can honestly say I understood a lot of what they was trying to instill in me. You know what I'm saying? A lot of what my mom was trying to, like the responsibility aspect. You know, when I had to, cars, just anything that you end up having to manage on your own. I ended up learning it really quick. And then I ended up looking at my peers that was 18 and 19 years old, 20 years old, that was struggling.
Or losing the things that they were getting.
That they just
no
couldn't
experience.
Get it. You know what I'm saying?
Y'all, I'm gonna say this. Y'all have your parents sitting here getting the word, getting the wisdom. You better take in what they're giving you because it's not for you, it's not for them. It's easy for me to shut up and not say nothing. It's for y'all. It's for y'all to be able to understand, okay, yeah, you can live in a house, but you just gonna run the water all day and have a light bill more than your grocery bill? Does that make sense? Or have all the lights on in the house and not care, and then when the bill comes, oh my God, I can't believe this. Yeah. No, shut off all the lights. Conserve things. Don't misuse things. Don't waste things. Right? Wasting was one of the things I had to learn. Like, wait a minute. Now I get why my parents don't waste things because things cost. And that's just the carnal little lessons, right? But there's other things that we try to show y'all that I know for a fact they're neglected. They're pushed to the side because there's more pressing things on your mind, more pressing things in your head. You got the friends over here and the friends telling you this over here and this little whack boy over here and this girl over here because she looks good and she light skinned. Like, that stuff don't matter. Those are the things that we're trying to show you that we were distracted from, and guess what? We got regrets. He's trying to help you not have regrets in life, unless you want them. Yeah, so because when I went through this relationship, that was this scar and that scar and this in my mind and this and that and that.
And you know what else too? Like a lot of like the people I came up with, they wasted a lot of time. Like when you start with like the age that a lot of that y'all are at, like y'all are young adults, and the difference between Israelites and white folks and Asian kids, when they're in this realm, they know what they want to go. They know they got a plan of what they want to do. So then when they graduate, you see them starting to execute that plan, and their credit, they know about credit, whereas we didn't. But then us as Israelites, when we graduate or we're about to graduate, juniors, seniors in high school, and then right after high school, we for some reason we on like having fun and music, smoking,
your summer job
drinking.
Your summer job turned into your lifetime job.
Yeah, that ends up
like,
happening.
how does your Sonic job turn into your whole career?
I'm a pause. I'm gonna take a break from college, and then you just never start
Never go back?
Or you go to college, but you BS the whole time in college, playing around, and next thing you know, you just
owe money.
You build yourself a big ditch, and by the time you realize that credit is real, and damn,
$80,000 in the hole.
Damn, I need to get my life together. You probably got 1 or 2 kids, or you got a felony, or your credit is really crap, and you don't have a job, and you just don't have no sense of direction in your life. And the next thing you know, you partnering up. You can't maintain by yourself. You can't function responsibly by yourself or have a good job by yourself. So, what do? You
go get another irresponsible mate,
and then you partner up with this person.
Yep.
And then y'all living together, and all y'all do is play video games, mess with chicks, smoke every night, drink every night. You can't even pay your portion of the rent, but you over here buying weed, or you out here going to the club, or you out here doing this. You know you need a car, or you know you need to pay your car note.
But you got all the J's.
But these other things that you got to pay for is more important. I watched all that happen, man.
I got a question. If you went to school, you 4 went to school tomorrow or Monday, and the teacher said, we got a test. Here's all the answers. Would you take all the answers? No? Okay. What say you? We got a test. Here's all the answers. Right. It's not a trick question. What would you do? Right? Take the answers, right? Well, remember, we're the answers. We're the answer. All you gotta do is just come and ask and talk and look. Do y'all ever wonder how, like, does it ever dawn in your mind that, like, how things get paid for? Or do y'all think that really money just grows on trees? I know y'all see y'all mom work, right? Yeah. You ever sit back and, like, ask her, like, damn, how do you manage the things? How do you balance out us and bills and this and that? You ever think about that? You gotta ask, because that's gonna give you the insight on how to do things correctly, right? You know, y'all are at an age where, when I was y'all's age, I was paying bills. I just was. I was working and paying bills, and even that lesson, for me, that was one of the biggest regrets of my life, was having a job as a teen, because it took me away from being able to be a kid. I had to become an adult at 16. Some of it was my choice. Some of it was the things I was being shown and told, but I regret it because I wasn't able to execute my childhood all the way and do, the high school things and play my sports all the way and prom and all that fun stuff that you want to do, right? Because I was chasing adulthood.
Yep.
And all it did was just give me a faster track into adulthood to make more mistakes longer. I've been making mistakes since I was 16. I wish I was making mistakes at 30 to now. I'd have only 10 years of mistakes. Now I got what? 15, 16 years of mistakes. It sucks. Right? Y'all got the answer key. Y'all got the answer key, but you have to use it and not act like y'all. First of all, y'all don't know the answers. Y'all don't know the answers. Y'all don't know what y'all are doing. You just really don't. You know how I know? Because your friends will be more of an influence on you than your parents will be, and your friends are stupid too. They're kids also trying to figure it out. So how can a blind man lead a blind man? Does a deaf person hear better than the other deaf person? Does a blind person see better than the other blind person? No. Got the same sight, got the same hearing. But because I can hear out the left ear and you can hear out the right ear, I'm better than you or less than you. That's the thinking. You guys got to make sure that the things that is being presented to you, you look at it in a way of, how is this supposed to benefit me going forward? You got a lot of life to live. You don't want to be 30 years old. Go to Romans 6 real quick. You don't want to be 30 years old. Like, damn, man, I wish I knew back then what I knew now. I wish I know now what. Wait, how does it go? I don't even know the damn saying.
I wish I knew now what I wish I knew then what I know now.
Right. You don't want to be living all the way. You get to 30 and you're like, damn, mama was right. I should have followed that Bible. Papa was right. I should have got off that damn phone and actually talked to people. My dad was right. Now I'm to the point where I can't even be around people. It's awkward and weird. No, it ain't awkward and weird. You're awkward and weird. Yep. You neglected. Go there. Go to Wisdom of Solomon real quick.
Yeah, can I say one thing real quick too?
Yep.
You know, because you had asked the sister about like working, right?
Yep.
You know, one thing that I learned too at a young age as to why like a lot of people my age at the time, 18, 19, 20, why they couldn't get going was because, you know, you see how like we're adults, we got kids, houses, right, apartments, cars, we have responsibilities. A lot of them, they're not ready for the responsibilities. So like, even though we're tired and we don't want to work, it's like, no, I have to get up and go work. Because if I don't work, then there's no house, there's no apartment for my kids, there's no food in this kitchen, there may be not be a car.
But where does that start? If you can't wake up to do the dishes at night, if you can't wake up to do your dishes that day, then you're gonna adopt the mentality that I could put everything off.
Yeah, so like you'll wake up. There's plenty of times when all of us wake up and we're like, damn, I do not want to go to work today. You know how like you wake up and you're like, damn, I ain't getting enough sleep, I don't want to go to school today. There's plenty of times when it's like, we wake up, we're like, I don't want to go to work today. You know it's gonna be some stuff at work. You know what I'm saying? You would much rather be doing something else. And I'm gonna keep it 100 with y'all. 18, 19, 20, a lot of my friends called in. I'm sick. Oh, I don't feel good. My head hurts. I don't go. They don't go. And then guess what?
Fired.
It shows. They get fired. It just happened to my sister. Fired. Fired. But the cold part is she goes to work. You know what her problem is? She always shows up late. So then guess what? Fired.
Yep. Oh, so if your dad says, hey, we're leaving at 7 o'clock for school, but you show up at 7:15 every morning and you adopt that mentality, you're gonna carry it over into your adulthood and be late for everything.
But then you
won't have a job.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
See, the things that we try to instill in y'all early, it's not for, like, I'm gonna tell y'all straight up. When I say be downstairs at 7 o'clock to leave, it ain't for me. It's for y'all. If y'all don't understand how to be on time, then you're gonna take that into your old adulthood of being lazy and not being on time. No job wants a person that can't be there on time. Time is money.
Yep.
Right? But you only learn that when you can be on time for school and be on time for a ride and be on time for this and be on time for that. But if you learn how to be late, young, then you're going to be late, old.
That's very true.
Go to Wisdom of Solomon. Go to Wisdom of Solomon 3
and if I can say this real quick too.
and 11. Go ahead.
Remember this, because I know y'all don't know, but good jobs, or I'm not going to say good paying jobs, like if you want to make like $20 or above, maybe even $15 and above, remember, you can only have a certain amount of lates in a work period. So like if it's in a 6 month time or a 1 year span, you can only be late like 3 times.
Late or absent. Yep.
Like 3 times. You can't show up. You can't not show up to work and don't call. You see what I'm saying? No call, no show, you're immediately fired. But you can't be late. You can't miss a whole bunch of days. You get sick days. You may get, if you're lucky, you get a couple PTO or paid time offs. But once you start having that, the job, they just release you. And they, guess what? They ain't gonna give you no warning. They just gonna call you one day and let you know, listen, you're fired. And then now you're fired and you got bills to pay, you got rent to pay. Or I'll give you another one. If you can't respect authority, if you can't take correction, if you have an attitude problem whenever somebody says something to you, then eventually they'll fire you. And again, when you get fired,
insubordination.
When you get fired, it ain't no, hey, we're gonna fire you in 2 weeks, give you time to get a new job. That's not what's happening. You come into work, they may let you work
the whole day
shift until the person comes to replace you.
I seen that.
And then they fire you.
Then the security guard walks over to your desk with the white box, and he stands there and you fill it up, and then he walks you out embarrassingly to the front door.
And everybody
take your badge, right? If you got a job like that, and they walk you and you do the walk of shame with the white box and the plant hanging out the top.
But then a couple pictures of your family.
And your family.
But guess what?
Or you'll walk in and your stuff's already boxed up.
Oh.
Bam!
And they don't even tell you. But this is the cold part. You still gonna have rent.
And you like, damn, y'all made me drive all the way out here?
Let me waste gas. But bro, guess what? You still gonna have your rent or your mortgage. You still gonna have your car note. You still gonna have all these different things.
And then you're gonna know. And then you know what you're gonna do? You're gonna be like, damn. See, he was right. We should have been on time.
You're gonna be panicking.
Damn, he was right. I should have been more attentive. Damn, he was right. I see the lessons now.
I'm gonna be 100% honest with y'all. You know what jobs y'all are gonna get when y'all get older? If y'all are moving, like how we say, like the examples of what we're telling y'all not to move.
Paper or plastic.
Y'all will be working at McDonald's.
Paper or plastic.
Y'all will be working at.
Who wants to be the fry girl?
That's right.
Oh, okay. That's what I thought.
You're gonna be picking up trash. You're gonna be doing minimum wage jobs. Like you're gonna be in Ross, making $7.25 around a cash register. And I'm not trying to crap on nobody,
that's true.
but it's very true. Why? Because you're not responsible enough to do more.
Yeah, like nobody's gonna pay you $100,000 to be whack. I'm sorry. Nobody's gonna give an irresponsible person $30, $40 an hour. They don't work like that. They give the people that don't want to go to work, that don't want to be there, that they give you $7 an hour. That didn't want to take. Let's just read the Bible. Read it.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 3, verse 11.
Yep.
For whoso despiseth wisdom and nurture.
Right, because that's all young children. You despise the wisdom and nurture that your parents try to give you. So what's going to be the result? It may not happen today. It may not happen tomorrow. But when it's time for you to venture out as your own adult, do I have enough oil in my burner to keep the fire going? Can I pay a rent? Can I pay my little phone bill that I'm so attached to? How much is your phone bill? Do you know? See, that's my point. You don't even know how much your phones are. It's still things like that. Like you got to understand these things. These are the things you got to know. The things you want to use and attach yourselves to. You at least get a feel of what they cost. Yeah. That way, when you step into the world, you're not disillusioned. Like, wait a minute. So that's how much you're like him. He steps in, gets groceries, piles everything into the cart. $300, please. Wait, what? $300? Like, nigga, what are you talking about? $300?
Let me do this real quick. I'm gonna show y'all something. There's part-time jobs and full-time jobs, right?
Yep.
When y'all start working, more than likely y'all gonna get part-time jobs.
Break it down.
Right? If you're making $7.25 for a part-time job, you're lucky if you get about 20 hours.
20 or 30, yeah.
So if you get 20 hours, if you times 20 times 7.25, that's only $145 for the week.
Damn.
Now you're not gonna get $145 for the week because they're gonna take out tax.
Medicare,
and they're gonna take out some other
state
stuff.
tax.
So you may come out of that with like what, 115, 120? If you're lucky,
$90.
You may come out with 90. Now
Per week?
that's per week. So if you times 90 times 4 for the month, that's 360. You can't pay no rent. My phone bill alone is probably 300. But that I have like because of the tablets and the stuff that I have on there.
Yep.
It's 300. So for the month, I would only have enough to pay my
Whack little phone.
my phone bill. The average car note right now
It's 500 plus.
is 500 plus.
Correct.
So
Let me see something real quick.
that's not gonna pay that. You know what I'm saying? The car notes. I mean, it's just not gonna cut it. Y'all see what I'm saying? So yeah,
Put it
I
like
just wanted to
this.
say it. Even if
Put it like
if it's
this. Put
full-time.
it like this. I spend that much money in gas for the month.
Yeah.
I just put gas in my truck. It costs $75, and I got 30% off. I don't know how I did that. When gas was hitting, my gas was 110, 120. Y'all ready? See, y'all think that we just doing this to ridicule and play games. No, this is we set things up in your house life young for you to be able to move as an adult. Let me ask you a question. You don't plan on living with your mom. You don't plan on living with me. You don't. Y'all gonna move out, right? Wouldn't it suck if by the time you moved out, you had to move back in? Wouldn't that suck? I'll be honest. That happened to me.
Yeah.
I remember I moved out from my mom at 16. I was back with mom by 25. I was like, damn, I'm a 25 living on a bunk bed with my little brother in the projects. That thing broke my spirit.
Yeah.
I was like, dang, man, I was going through so much stuff. Mind you, I had my own kid. I had my own house. I had a vehicle. I had all these things, and I just didn't understand. I didn't take on what was being shown to me to manage and be smart with the things I had. And I end up back at mom's house at 25, living off a bunk bed. My younger brother. Everybody done moved, and I'm back. That didn't make sense to me. I'm like, wait, this don't make sense. This is not how it's supposed to be. I didn't take up and listen to the wisdom and the nurture that was being given to me young. Read it.
He is miserable.
Read it from the top.
For whoso despiseth wisdom and nurture.
So you could believe the scripture or not. Go ahead.
He is miserable.
He is what?
Miserable.
Why? Why is there misery with the ones that despise wisdom and nurture? Well, because you don't got what you want. You don't got what you think you deserve. You can't hold on to things. You can't keep things. You can't get things. You can't maintain things. There's a level of misery that comes with being without. Go ahead.
And their hope is vain.
Their what?
Their hope is vain.
Right. Vain hopes. Vain thoughts. You think you're going to be living one way, but you're really living another way. Champagne dreams with bare money. Right? You got champagne dreams, but you got bare money. You got a Gucci belt on, but you got no food in the refrigerator.
Yeah.
You got all the J's, but no gas money, no car.
Yeah.
You got all the fly clothes, but no closet to hang them in. Does that make sense? No, it don't. But see, but still,
at night.
huh?
Still hitting the clubs every night.
Yeah, still in the club, still trying to party, still trying to partake in that life. And all we're trying to show y'all early is that stuff is not gonna bet. You're gonna sit back and regret that anyway. Like, damn, I wasted all that money, all that time.
Yeah.
I wasted all those nights. I wasted all that doing nothing. But because again, what I could talk about my clubbing days, I got zero from that. Zero. All my partying days and hanging out there, we know y'all ain't doing that. Y'all ain't there yet. Ain't nothing wrong with having a little good time, but I know that the way I was doing it, I was going out 4 nights a week, 5 nights a week. Got nothing to show for it. Nothing to show for it. Regrets. Read on.
Their labors unfruitful.
Their what?
Their labors unfruitful.
Right, because now what are you working for? Well, you're only working to put it in a bag full of holes. You're not understanding that, wait a minute, there's a method to the madness, because there is. We're trying to give y'all the method to the madness. Go ahead.
and their works unprofitable.
Read on.
Their wives are foolish.
And what happens is, as you get older in life and you start to move in life, what gets attached to you, if you're a man that despises wisdom and nurture, you're going to get a foolish wife. Because part of the learning, part of the experience that you're getting is what type of people to deal with, what type of people to attach yourself to.
That's true.
Right? We're trying to show y'all as young adults not to be attached to the mentality and the people of this world. They're not your friends. Sorry, it is not.
God.
There's associates and there's friends. What have they done? What have they proven to you? They'll talk bad about you. They'll make fun of you. They'll laugh at you. They'll have you around and kick it and do all that, but are they really there for you?
Yep.
No, they're not.
You know, my 4 years in school, I had a lot of friends. We did a lot together, had a lot of fun together. And I always talk about it after, I remember after graduation day, there was only 3 that I ever communicated with afterwards, right? A year after that, it was 1. And then after that, after the very next year, after 2 years of being out of high school, I communicated with none. None. Because I realized, oh, damn. Well, what I realized when I first left high school after the 4 years was that, like he said, they're not your friends. So all these people I thought I was cool with, close with, that I had all their numbers to, it was only 3 that I actually communicated with. And after a year, that 3 dwindled to 1. After 2 years, it was like, it's none. I don't talk to any of them. You know what I'm saying? I don't talk to any. So it's true. I know he says that, and you're like, wait, they are my friends. I talk to them every day. I see them every day at school. I eat with them. This is who I sit with at the lunch table. I talk with them in class. We walk together in the class. This is who I play with during PE. This is who I'm always hanging around with. We text every day. We may talk every day. Like, I know you can look at it and be like, damn, but I'm being honest with you. They're not gonna be your friends when you graduate.
What does a friend do for you? A friend is going to offer you the truth in situations. A friend is going to correct you. Your friends ain't correcting y'all. They're letting y'all do the madness.
Yeah.
They're not giving you wisdom on how to live life because they don't have it themselves.
Yep.
We're friends. We're friends. Right? Or have I become your enemy because I tell you the truth? We're supposed to be friends up in here. But he that despised wisdom and nurture, ooh, no. I don't like this. I don't like this type of friendship because it don't feel good. You telling me how I should be living life. Well, we only tell you because we care. We only tell you because we understand that the things that we did as people of your age, when we were y'all's age, some of the things we regret. Go to Romans 6 and 14 real quick.
God.
6 and
16 and 4.
No, it's Romans 6.
Oh, it's not.
Romans 6. No.
It's like,
Watch. Go to Romans 6 real quick and let me get it. Romans 6. 20.
oh yes, you know, flipping them like.
The book of Romans, chapter 6, verse 20.
Right?
For when ye were the servants of sin,
Right?
you were free from righteousness.
And this was all of us at a point. We all were servants of sin, thinking that we had the right way to do it. But what did that sin bring? Go ahead.
Verse 21. What fruits had ye then in those things?
Right. Well, the fruits is your regret. Your parents got regrets. Your parents got regrets. There's things that I regret that I did. There's things that I regret, situations that I regret being in. But now, what's my whole entire mission in life? Well, part of the mission. Well, really, it is the whole mission. My whole mission is to wake y'all up to those regrets and say, don't follow the things that I did. Don't do what we did.
Right.
Don't fall into the traps. Right? We're supposed to be the watchmen, right? And warn you guys, warn you children, warn you adults that, wait a minute, if you go that way, this is what's going to happen. Why? Because here goes my scars. Here goes my anguish. Here goes the things that I regret off of that decision. Here's my example. Or you can take the bait and fall into the trap. But again, I ask the question. It's test time. Here's the answers. You ain't going to take the answers? Hell yeah, you're going to take the answers because you want to pass the test. But why not go get the answers? It's not hard. Why not get the answers? Read on.
Whereof ye are now ashamed.
Where you are now what?
Ashamed.
Your parents and a lot of these adults around you, they got a lot of shame.
God.
They got a lot of things that they're ashamed of. And what they're doing is trying to right a lot of those wrongs. And, you know, obviously everything don't happen overnight. But at the same time, one of the worst things you can do is stand by and watch people do the same things that you did that got you ashamed.
So true.
And y'all can sit by and be upset, be mad. I really don't care. I really don't care how y'all feel about what's being said, how it's being said, but understand why it's being said. Understand that, you know, if you sat back and talked to just the typical adult and they just walked you through their life, man, you'd be like, damn, you did that and lived that. And they'd be like, yeah, but if I could do it all over again, I would. There's no doing it all over again. Mm-hmm. Y'all are, in a way, you guys are the do-over. Not that we got to live through you because we can't, but you're the do-over in not having to deal with all the pain, all the hurt, all the anguish. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of pain. There's a lot of hurt. But ask yourself this. Are you even built up enough to go through that? What your parents went through? Nope. Are you able to withstand the things that they went through? No, you're not. You know why? Because you're buried in the wrong things. Your mind is not even strong enough when somebody raised their voice to you. You crumble. You break. Even at the tone of a voice, you get emotional. You lose it. You're not even in a situation, and it's not y'all's fault. I'm not saying that you have to be like that, but think about it. You guys are not even bred the same way as your parents were bred. Now, let me ask you a question. Who could work a full-time job and go to high school? Still get your work done, still graduate. Who thinks they can do it? No, stop. I'm talking to them for it. Do you think y'all can do that? I know you can't, because as soon as you get home from school, you fall asleep. As soon as you get home from school, you're like in the bed, gone. Now, I remember high school, hopping in my car and driving to work. Working all the way, 10 at night, and then waking up 7 in the morning, whatever, driving 45 minutes to school, going through school, then going to work. Remember having 2 jobs in high school. I'm not saying it to brag.
6 days a week.
I'm not saying it to brag, but what I'm saying it is that y'all ain't even built like that. Y'all ain't built the way your parents were built. And you shouldn't be built like that. You should be built with more smarts.
Yep.
Working smarter and not harder. But where does that smarts come from? The experiences of your people, of your parents. The smarts come from asking and looking at the access. Not despising the wisdom and nurture, but saying, damn, wait a minute, hold on. How did you do that and why did you do that? Instead of trying to run heads, like rushing right into the fire, take a step back and say, wait a minute, that's fire. I shouldn't be so quick to want to run into that. Y'all ain't built the way even your parents were built to go through the things that they went through. Come on, man. You're just not. And you're not because of the things that we've been setting up for you. Let's be real. It's the things that we set up for y'all for you not to be built the way we were built. That's the whole goal. The whole goal is not for y'all to go through hardships. Don't y'all get that? Do y'all even understand what I'm saying? Or y'all just think I'm yelling and screaming? Do y'all, no, really, I want to know, do y'all understand what I'm saying? Y'all ain't built like that because you shouldn't be built like that. Y'all are supposed to be the generation that flips the script. Y'all are the information generation. What generation are they? X?
Yeah.
But y'all are the generation of information at the palm of your hand. The things I had to go to the library to understand, you can just dial it up on Google or Bing or this search engine or that search engine. There's an app for everything. I had to walk to the library. I had to go and do the Dewey Decimal System. And y'all know what that is? Right, see? But now I can get every book online. If I want to read a book, all I got to do is go into damn Amazon Kindle or this and that. Boom, free or $1. Every book at my leisure, every dictionary, every encyclopedia. Right there. Y'all ain't built for what we had to go through, but the way things are set up is you don't have to be built for that. Y'all are supposed to be built to be smarter. Smarter and not harder. We had to work hard. And then the generation before me had to work harder. The things my pops had to go through, and my mom had to go through, come on. Immigrants in America, the things they had to deal with. Bruh, my pops would tell me, he used to tell me, and I'm like, damn. His pops, same thing. He ain't built like his pops, but he shouldn't have to be. He got wisdom now. Y'all got access to wisdom. Y'all live around it. Y'all live with it. When are you going to use it? Or are you going to let your phone, your friends, your own mind, your lack of, your wanting to be alone and locked in the room, and your lack of community and your lack of socialism, you going to let that be your wisdom? How far is it going to get you? How far do y'all think it's going to get you? How far is your phone going to get you? Social media. Music. How far? Unless, I'm going to say this. Unless you're building apps, you might as well just stay off of apps. Unless you're building video games, you might as well stay off of it. You're losing money. Unless you're building websites, don't even use the internet. That's the age we're in now. It's not even about using it and getting money off of it. If you're not building content, you got a dude that was 14 years old programming for what is that game that everybody plays? Would y'all be playing Fortnite? Is it Fortnite?
Fortnite, Minecraft.
Or Minecraft? One of them.
I don't know.
But this dude, you know what he was doing? He's the one that builds the content that you go in there and buy. You buy the clothing and all that different stuff. At 16, he bought his first house at 16. 16 years old, he went and bought a house. Because he was selling content to the ones that are stupid. The ones that just want to sit in front of the game and play. Well, I need the new avatar. I need to do this. I need to do that. He was selling that stuff to y'all and getting rich, while y'all got more dumb just playing the game. That's the point. Y'all are supposed to be transitioning out of being used up, transitioning out of being the user, and now using the wisdom for your benefit. You know what you want to be when you get out of high school? You know what you want to do? What? You want to be a lawyer. So you got to get to work, bro. But guess what? Do you got to wait till you get into college to be a lawyer? No, you don't. No, you know what I'm saying? You don't, because you have the access. You have the internet to be able to look up certain things. Everything is online. Where they're not capping information, they're putting it out there. So if you want to get ahead, what I'm saying, if you want to get a head start on being a lawyer, you can start now and have a head start. That way when you hit college, you'll have a few things already in your mind. That's how it is with all these professions. But you got to know what you want before it's too late. Y'all get what I'm saying? Use the wisdom. Don't act like you know it all. Use the wisdom. Use the things around you for your benefit. And don't let technology and selfishness be a hindrance, because that's what it's looking like. You're more hindered than helped. You're more wise. You're more foolish than wise. Y'all get it? Can we jump back?
Yep.
Let's jump back.
Deuteronomy chapter 24, verse 17.
How did we get here? Go ahead, read.
Thou shalt not pervert the judgment or the stranger, nor the fatherless.
Right, because we were talking about the fathers not being put to death for the children. Then I went into a rant. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Nor take a window.
Thou shalt not what? Pervert the judgment of a stranger, nor the fatherless, nor take the widow's raiment for a pledge. Right? Is that what it was? That it for you? Oh, go ahead.
But thou shalt remember that thou wast a bondman in Egypt, and the Lord thy God redeemed thee thence. Therefore, I command thee to do this thing.
You got it.
When thou cuttest down thine harvest in thy field, and had forgot a sheaf in the field, thou shalt not go again to fetch it. It shall be for the stranger, for the fatherless, and for the widow, that the Lord thy God may bless thee in all thy works of thine hands.
You know, you wouldn't go back to get it because you already have everything else. So, no need to be greedy. Go ahead.
When thou beatest thine olive tree, thou shalt not go over the boughs again. It shall be for the stranger, for the fatherless, and for the widow. When thou gatherest the grapes of the vineyard, thou shalt not glean it afterward. It shall be for the stranger, for the fatherless, and for the widow.
Yeah, don't take the whole thing. You can leave some back. Go ahead. Okay. All right. Yeah. Let's go. Yashkar, Shabbatashoa, Yashkar, Ban Yashar Allah, Benavizra, Amadim, Barak.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua Barakatam.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua Barakatam. Yeah.
Deuteronomy chapter 24 and verse 22. And thou shalt remember that thou was a bondman in the land of Egypt. Therefore I command thee to do this thing. Deuteronomy chapter 25 and verse 1. If there be a controversy between men, and they come unto judgment, that the judges may judge them, then they shall justify the righteous and condemn the wicked. And it shall be, if the wicked man be worthy to be beaten, that the judge shall cause him to lie down and to be beaten before his face, according to his fault, by a certain number. 40 stripes he may give him, and not exceed. Lest, if he should exceed and beat him above these with many stripes, then thy brother should seem vile unto thee.
So you see that? So even when back then, if somebody did something messed up, and the sentencing was for them to be beaten, then you couldn't go above 40 stripes. But if you see during slavery, Esau didn't care. You know, even a lot of Arabs still do it to this day. Like whenever they sentence somebody to get beaten, I think they don't go past 40 stripes. Somebody can correct me on that, but you can pick a number between 0 to 40 pretty much. So You wouldn't go past that 40. Go ahead.
Verse 4.
Uh-huh.
Thou shalt not muzzle the ox when he treadeth out the corn.
So the ox is working for you. You can't put a muzzle over his mouth. He's the one working. If he wants to eat, let him eat. Go ahead.
If brethren dwell together, and one of them die, and have no child, the wife of the dead shall not marry without unto a stranger. Her husband's brother shall go in unto her, and take her to him to wife, and to perform the duty of an husband's brother unto her.
Mm-hmm.
And it shall be that the firstborn which he beareth shall succeed in the name of his brother which is dead, that his name be not put out of Israel.
And you can read of a situation of this in Genesis 38, verse 9, with Judith's 2 sons, where one of them died. The other brother was supposed to go in onto her and raise up seed, but instead he decided to just spill the seed on the ground, but still do the action. So they both ended up dying. So yeah, if I have a brother, his wife dies, then, I mean, not his wife dies, but if he dies and he didn't have any kids, then it was supposed to be my duty as the brother to go in and raise up a seed in his name. Go ahead.
And if the man like not to take his brother's wife, then let his brother's wife go up to the gate unto the elders and say, my husband's brother refuseth to raise up unto his brother a name in Israel. He will not perform the duty of my husband's brother. Then the elders of his city shall call him and speak unto him. And if he stand to it and say, I like not to take her, then shall his brother's wife come unto him in the presence of the elders, and loose his shoe from off his foot, and spit in his face, and shall answer and say, so shall it be done unto that man that will not build up his brother's house. And his name shall be called in Israel, the house of him that hath his shoe loose.
You know where else you can read this at? Anybody of the situation playing out? You can read of it in Ruth, where before it was Boaz, right?
Yes.
Boaz, he had to go through. There was a cousin that was before Boaz, and that cousin had to pretty much lose it. The cousin ended up losing his shoe and giving it to her, and then Boaz ended up going in to get Ruth. Go ahead.
When men strive together, one with another, and the wife of the one draweth near for to deliver her husband out of the hand of him that smiteth him, and putteth forth her hand, and taketh him by the secret, then thou shalt cut off her hand, thine eye shall not pity her.
Alright, so if 2 men are fighting, and the wife's husband is losing, and she decides she's going to go and grab the man by his secrets, then her hand gets cut off. You see that? Why? Because she's playing with she's playing with that man's lineage. Yeah, her hand will get cut off. You know what's funny is whenever you see, y'all ever watch lions fight? Or if you ever watch like a male lion surrounded by hyenas, the other animals always kind of they're always going for his parts because they're trying to cut off his lineage. So even when you see like the male lions fighting each other, you'll always see they put their butts down. They're like surrounded, but they put their butts down because the other animals, what they want to do more, the most important thing they want to do is just stop his lineage from coming, especially the other male lions. So it's the first thing they go for. So, yep, let's read on.
Verse 13. Thou shalt not have in thy bag diverse weights, a great and a small. Thou shalt not have in thine house diverse measures, a great and a small. But thou shalt have a perfect and just weight, a perfect and just measure shalt thou have, that thy days may be lengthened in the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Yep, a false balance is an abomination unto the Most High. So you can't have diverse weights. You know, like how America does now. You go and you buy a packet of meat, but it's filled up with salt and water.
Yep.
So by the time you start cooking it, you look at your chicken just shrinks up.
So true.
You're like, dang, it used to be this small. But why? Because you look at the packaging, you're paying for the price. You're paying per pound, right? You're paying, the amount you pay is per pound, and They put the water weight in there and get you. Go ahead.
For all that do such things, and all that do unrighteously, are an abomination unto the Lord thy power.
It's funny because I was just about verse 17. I was just about to talk about Esau, and it's about to bring him up in verse 17. This is why when you read in the scriptures it says that Esau cannot gain no repentance from the Most High, because he breaks all these things. Literally everything we just read is everything that he breaks. Everything, he finds a loophole, he goes around it. He broke all the Most High's laws. Go ahead.
Remember what Amalek did unto thee by the way,
Uh-huh.
when ye were come forth out of Egypt. How he met thee by the way, and smote the hindmost of thee,
Uh-huh.
even all that were feeble behind thee, when thou wast faint and weary, and he feared not the Most High. Therefore it shall be, when the Lord thy God hath given thee rest from all thine enemies round about, in the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee for an inheritance to possess it, that thou shalt blot out the remembrance of Amalek from under heaven. Thou shalt not forget it.
You see that? We was not supposed to forget it. But Saul did. That's why the Most High told Saul to go and get them. But Saul didn't want to do it. Saul didn't do it the whole way, I should say. But remember, every king was supposed to read and write a copy of this law. Saul knew that. He just didn't do it. And to this day, we deal with Amalek. So that was it for Deuteronomy?
That's it for Deuteronomy. We're going to the book of Isaiah. The book of Isaiah, chapter 54, starting at verse 1. Isaiah chapter 54 and verse 1.
The sister said real quick, she moved it.
What's that?
No, she was saying it had talked about raising up seed for your brother if he died and had no children.
Right. Law of raising up the seed. Yep.
Yeah, she was pretty much saying, like, so if he has kids, there's no need to do that.
Right. There is no need.
Yep.
There is no need to do that if he already had kids. It was only in the case if he didn't have children, and you didn't have to do that. You didn't have to do it, but in the spirit of brotherhood, you would want to do that for a few reasons. Yeah. Okay. Let's read through this and get up out of here.
Yeah.
Isaiah chapter 54 verse 1. Sing, O barren, that thou didst not bear. Break forth into singing, and cry aloud, that thou didst not travail with child. For more are the children of the desolate than the children of the married wife, saith the Lord. Enlarge the place of thy tent, let them stretch forth the curtains of thy habitations.
Right, so Israel is the desolate woman, right? And he was showing us that once he restores us, we were gonna bring forth our lineage and have that abundance. When you look at Sarah and Hagar, you can look at it in that light, right? At first, Sarah was barren. Hagar started having the children. Then what happens? Sarah, mother of nations. So it's kind of like this little allegoric thing that he's showing us. You started out one way. When I bring you into your good stead, you're going to end another way. Go ahead.
Spare not, lengthen thy cords, and strengthen thy stakes.
Go ahead.
All right, Isaiah chapter 54, verse 2.
Yeah.
Enlarge the place of thy tent, and let them stretch forth the curtains of thy habitations. Spare not, lengthen thy cords, and strengthen thy stakes. Verse 3. For thou shalt break forth on the right hand and on the left, and thy seed shall inherit the Gentiles, and make the desolate cities to be inhabited. Fear not, for thou shalt not be ashamed, neither be thou confounded. For thou shalt not be put to shame. For thou shalt forget the shame of thy youth, and shalt not remember the reproach of thy widowhood any more. For thy Maker is thine husband, the Lord of hosts is his name, and thy Redeemer, the Holy One of Israel, the power of the whole earth shall he be called. For the Lord hath called thee as a woman forsaken and grieved in spirit, and the wife of youth, when thou wast refused, saith Yahweh. For a small moment have I forsaken thee, but with great mercies will I gather thee. In a little wrath I hid my face from thee for a moment, but with everlasting kindness will I have mercy on thee, saith the Lord thy Redeemer. For this is as the waters of Noah unto me. For as I have sworn that the waters of Noah should no more go over the earth, so have I sworn that I would not be wroth with thee, nor rebuke thee. For the mountains shall depart, and the hills be removed, but my kindness shall not depart from thee. Neither shall the covenant of my peace be removed, saith the Lord, that hath mercy on thee. O thou afflicted, tossed with the tempest, and not comforted, behold, I will lay thy stones with fair.
You at verse 10?
Oh, that was verse 11.
Yeah.
That was it.
Go to verse 10.
Oh.
Jump to Matthews 20,
All right.
24, 29.
Going to Matthew 24, verse 29.
So y'all understand that Isaiah, right? Showing our first estate, barren, our last estate, bringing forth abundantly as a nation. Go ahead.
Matthew 24, verse 29. Immediately after the tribulation of those days shall the sun be darkened, and the moon shall not give her light, and the stars shall fall from heaven, and the powers of the heavens shall be shaken. And then shall appear the sun. Then shall appear the sign of the Son of Man in heaven. And then shall all the tribes of the earth mourn, and they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. And he shall send his angels with a great sound of a trumpet, and they shall gather together his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. Now learn a parable of the fig tree. When his branch is yet tender, and putteth forth leaves, ye know that summer is near. So likewise ye, when ye shall see all these things, know that it is near, even at the doors. Verily I say unto you, this generation shall not pass till all these things be fulfilled. Heaven and earth shall pass away, but my words shall not pass away. But of that day and hour knoweth no man, no, not the angels of heaven, but my Father only. But as the days of Noah were, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. For as in the days that were before the flood, they were eating and drinking, marrying and given in marriage, until the day that Noah was entered into the ark, and knew not until the flood came and took them all away. So shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. Then shall two be in the field, the one shall be taken, and the other left. Watch therefore, for ye know not what hour your Lord doth come. Wisdom of Solomon 19.
There than you believe. Wisdom of Solomon 19. As for the ungodly, wrath came upon them without mercy to the end. For he knew before what they would do, how that having given them leave to depart and sent them hastily away, they would repent and pursue him. For whilst they were yet mourning and making lamentations at the graves of the dead, they added another foolish device, and pursued them as fugitives, whom they had entreated as to be gone. For the destiny whereof they were worthy drew them unto this end, and made them forget the things that had already happened, that they might fulfill the punishment which was waiting to their torments, and that thy people might pass a wonderful way. So this is talking about after the firstborn was killed. Remember, he's going into the plagues. After the firstborn was killed, we fled to the Red Sea, and the Egyptians decided, instead of letting them go, they're going to chase us down. Verse 5, and that thy people might pass a wonderful way, but they might find a strange death. For the whole creature in his proper kind was fashioned again anew, serving the peculiar commandments that were given unto him, that thy children might be kept without hurt, as namely, a cloud shadowing the camp, and where water stood before, dry land appeared, and out of the Red Sea a way without impediment, and out of the violent stream a green field. So it's telling you here, we walked on grass through the Red Sea. You see that? where through all the people went that were defended with thy hand, seeing thy marvelous strange wonders. For they went at large like horses, and leaped like lambs, praising thee, O Lord, who hast delivered them. For they were yet mindful of the things that were done while they sojourned in the strange land, how the ground brought forth flies instead of cattle, and how the river cast upon a multitude of frogs instead of fishes. But afterwards they saw a new generation of fowls, when being led with their appetite. Wow. This right here. This right here. It's talking about the manna, that it was fowl and not fish.
Wait.
Woo! Oh, God. So dirty. Look, I just look at my chops.
Wait, what verse was that?
11. But afterwards they saw a new generation of fowls. When being led with their appetite, they asked delicate meats. Fowl and fish is too.
And then it said for quails came up onto the
So quails is foul regardless. Watch this. You know I got his number. You know I got his number. For quails came up unto them from the sea for their contentment. And punishments came upon the sinners, not without former signs, by the force of the thunders, for they suffered justly according to their own wickedness, inasmuch as they used a more hard and hateful behavior towards strangers. For the Sodomites did not receive those whom they knew not when they came, but these brought friends into bondage, and had well deserved of them. So it's jumping into these different instances in history. After we left Egypt, the Red Sea, the quails, dealing with Sodom and Gomorrah. So it's jumping histories. So you got to kind of keep up. And not only so, verse 15, and not only so, but peradventure some respect shall be had of those, because they use strangers not friendly. But these very grievously afflicted them, whom they had received with fastings, and were already made partakers of the same laws with them. So what is it saying? That the Sodomites, and you read it in the Josephus, it tells you how the Sodomites would like bait people in. They would act like they were their friends, and then they would turn them into slaves, and they would sodomize them. It said they would use sodomatical practices on people that came to their gates. Right, and you could see it when the men were there with Lot. I mean, they basically try to rape those men.
Yep.
Basically, let us know them. That was let us know them in a way of sexually. Okay. You just got to reread that story. Anytime it says, and this man knew this woman, and Adam knew his wife, that was talking about he lay with her. Remember, he said, "Bring those men out so we may know them." Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what that meant. Therefore, even, verse 17, therefore, even with blindness were these stricken, as those were at the doors of the righteous man. When being compassed about with horrible great darkness, everyone sought the passage of his own doors. For the elements were changed in themselves by a kind of harmony, like as in a psaltery notes. Notes change the name of the tune, and yet are always sounds, which may well be perceived by the sight of the things that have been done. For earthly things were turned into watery, and the things that were before swam in the water. Now went up the ground. So now what is it going into? And the fire had power in the water, forgetting his own virtue, and the water forgat his own quenching nature. On the other side, the flames wasted not the flesh of the corruptible living things, though they walked, fire and brimstone, right, though they walked therein, neither melted they the icy kind of heavenly meat that was mature, apt to melt. For in all things, O Lord, thou didst magnify thy people, and glorify them. Neither didst thou lightly regard them, but didst assist them in every time and place. Bahasham Yahweh Shai. Right? So that's the end of Wisdom of Solomon. Again, he's jumping around. He's jumping around. So you kind of got to just keep up. He's going from one historical event to another. So he's talking about the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, that fire and brimstone. Everybody get that? Yep, we got Ecclesiasticus next. So, a lot of precepts to be had in Ecclesiasticus. Right? So Samara had a question in Judith. What's that?
So from 14 and down in Wisdom of Solomon, that's when he's talking about the Sodom?
Yeah, Sodom and Gomorrah, the destruction, the way they lived, and then their destruction. Yeah. Let me send this real quick. You know I ain't playing. Man, that's why when you read, you gotta read. Wisdom of Solomon, all the way back in Wisdom of Solomon 19 and 11. Wow. So, Judith. Can I get an understanding on Judith, chapter 10 and 19? Let's go there real quick. My question is on the end of the verse at surely it is not. Okay? See, I gotta get back in Judith to refresh my brain. 10, 19. Let's see here. Read it.
Judith, chapter 10, verse 19.
Right.
And they wondered at her beauty and admired the children of Israel because of her. And everyone said to his neighbor, who would despise this people that have among them such women? Surely it is not good that one man of them be left, who being let go might deceive the whole earth.
That's 10 and 19.
Yeah, it's 10 and 19, yeah.
Read it one more time.
And they wondered at her beauty,
right,
and admired the children of Israel because of her. And everyone said to his neighbor, who would despise this people that have among them such women?
Right, such woman, right.
Surely it is not good that one man of them be left, who being let go might deceive the whole earth.
And they that labor. Surely it is not good that one man of them be left, who be like, oh, so what is it talking about? Well, didn't they? Let's see. So then it was a. So they told him of her. And they that lay near Holofernes went out all his servants, and they brought her into the tent now. Surely it is not good that one man of them be left. See, I'd have to read the whole thing. Let's see here.
Well, this one, it's when Judith was, when she left and she was going to the army and everything.
Right.
They seen her coming. They marveled at her beauty.
Right.
And after they marveled at her beauty, they was going to bring her to Holofernes, the captain of the army.
Right.
Who she ended up killing and taking his head. Right.
Right.
So they were saying, surely it is not good that one man of them be left. But they were going to save the women. It says, who would despise this people that have among them such women?
Oh, I get it.
Surely,
right.
So there was like, let's keep the women.
And get rid of the men.
Yeah, it was like, surely it is not good that one man of them be left. And it's going to tell you why. Who being let go might deceive the whole earth.
Right. So it's talking about the men of our people.
Because we weren't going to bow down to him.
Right.
To them. That's
right.
why they were coming against us.
Right, right. So you see that, I mean,
it's like,
he said it.
Kill all the men and take the women for yourself.
That's war. That's war. Yeah. Again, we talked about it earlier. you ain't gonna deal with those men, and you gotta wipe out the men, because they're gonna be the ones to rise up and fight and go against an idea.
Right.
So you take the men out, surely it is not good that one man of them be left. You know what's funny, if you watch any of these like Middle Kingdom movies and castles and demons and dragons, and the idea is you always kill the male, any heir to the throne. Kill them, all the children. Why? Because you don't want nobody to rise up and start a tumult or start any type of murmurings or uprisings to take back the throne or to revolt. So you get rid of all the males.
That's what happened with Jezebel. Whenever they hid the king for so many years, then they brought him back and they made him the king, and then they.
Right. I mean, same thing in Yahweh Shai's time, right?
Yep.
Kill all the males
Right.
of a certain age to try to get that heir.
Mm-hmm.
Yahweh Shai fled, came back after that king was dead.
Right.
What were they doing in Egypt? Kill all the males, or they're trying to, right?
Yeah.
Kill all the males.
Yeah.
They were just sending. That's when Moses got sent downriver, right? Because they didn't want us to rise up. So it's the same thing. It's just a war tactic. That's all it is a tactic of war. But see, again, how are they doing that now? Well, they're not going to go out and just kill all our males, but they're going to give you legalized weed. They're going to make sure you got pills in your system. They're going to make sure that liquor stores open every day at 8 a.m. and close at 12. They're going to make sure you got access to all the foolishness, all the folly, so they don't have to kill you, they can just lock you away. Or they can kill you under the pretense of you being high or under the influence. But wait a minute, I thought it was legal. But nah, not when you got it in your system and then you got a gun. Ooh, see that? So they set it up to do these things. We ain't gonna keep none of your men alive. And our people are dead, man. Let's be real. Our men, weak and docile. That's what ganja does to the system. That's what alcohol does to the system. It makes you just want to sit on the couch. So that's a war tactic. So hopefully you get that. I'm glad you picked that up because I wasn't getting it at first. My brain work. I can't just look at the scripture and be like, not all like these stories. I gotta get some context.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's that. Anything else?
I have read it before.
Yeah, I read it.
You had asked. I saw it and I just read it.
You don't remember. Oh, really?
No, yeah, I saw it and I read it real quick. Before, like,
The whole chapter?
no.
Oh.
But I do remember parts of the story, but I had already read it.
Gotcha.
I had already read it and kind of see what was going on.
So, Samara, you got that? Anybody else? With anything? Y'all want to go home? I know.
That's pretty bad.
Can I get an understanding on Psalms? Psalm 78:55. What does divide the inheritance by line mean? Psalm 78:55. Damn, am I the only? Do I smell gas or am I tripping? Right. What's going on? There's no stove.
This is coming from. They got a stove over there.
Bro, hey, do me a favor. Go next door and let them know that they got something on. There's gas, please. Yeah, I'm like, wait. I said it like 10 minutes ago. I think I smell gas. Y'all smell it, right? Yeah, I knew I wasn't tripping. Yeah, we gotta make sure that they're not. I think they got stoves next door. She does catering, but that's not good because look, one light of this and it's over. Psalm 78 and 55.
Book of Psalms, chapter 78 and verse 55. He cast out the heathen also before them, and divided them an inheritance by line, and made the tribes of Israel to dwell in their tents.
Oh, let's see here. Go to so this is going into Egypt also. Chapter 79 of Psalms.
They're not there.
Oh, shit. They're not there. We gotta hurry up and get them out of here. Chapter 79 of Psalms, This goes in 78. This goes into Egypt also. So read 51.
Verse 51. And smote all the firstborn in Egypt, the chief of their strength, in the tabernacles of Ham, but made his own people to go forth like sheep, and guided them in the wilderness like a flock.
Right. So I think somebody had asked about 51 a few days ago, right? About the tabernacles of Ham. How, I think it was Samara, she asked about it. How basically Ham, that was going into Egypt, right? Go ahead.
And he led them on safely, so that they feared not.
Right.
But the sea overwhelmed their enemies.
So you led us to the Red Sea, sea parted, killed them. We just read that in 19 of Wisdom of Solomon. Read on.
And he brought them to the border of his sanctuary.
Right.
Even to this mountain.
Right.
Which his right hand had purchased.
Go ahead.
He cast out the heathen also before them.
Go ahead.
And divided them in inheritance.
Right. Remember, the land of the promised land. What happens? Well, he cast out the heathen. Canaanites, Jebusites, Jebusites, they all got cast out. And he did what? Go ahead.
By line, and made the tribes of Israel to dwell in their tents.
Right. He divided them an inheritance by line. Like, what you got?
Line, border.
Right. He gave us borders. So he gave us borders according to the size of each tribe.
Yep.
Like Manasseh had 2 cities, two lands, east and west Manasseh, I believe, because Manasseh was huge. You had Judah, you had northern kingdom, southern kingdom, but he divided it by line, by borders. He gave us borders.
Yep.
What's up?
Well, we mostly smell it in the front right there.
Yeah, 'cause I was smelling it when I was on the phone out there. That's weird. That's my question on the tabernacles of it. Right, that was your question. So that's what it means. The line, an inheritance by line. He just gave Israel cities by their size, the lot of their people, like the size of each tribe, and he gave us borders for each tribe. That's what that was going into. Yeah, he cast out the heathen, so he cast out the Canaanites before them and divided them an inheritance. He gave us, the land was our inheritance by borders, and made the tribes of Israel to dwell in their tents. We basically dwelt in the land of Canaan. The land of the promised land was the land of Canaan, excuse me. I get the understanding. Can I get the understanding? Lamentations 3:28. Can I get the understanding on Lamentations 3:28? Go there real quick.
All right.
Lamentations 3. You can start at 25.
Book of Lamentations, chapter 3 and verse 25.
Right.
The Lord is good unto them that wait for him,
Right.
to the soul that seeketh him. It is good that a man should both hope and quietly wait for the salvation of the Lord.
Right.
It is good for a man that he bear the yoke in his youth.
Right.
He sitteth alone and keepeth silence, because he hath borne it upon him.
Right. Go ahead, read on. 29.
He putteth his mouth in the dust, if so be there may be hope.
Verse 19 to 21 gives you the full context of really what it's talking about. Because then when you jump to 25,
Right. Really, what is it going into without having to go back to 19? It's talking about a man having patience and having hope, right? It is good for a man that he bear the yoke in his youth. He sitteth alone and keepeth silence, because he hath borne it upon him. Let me hold on. What is that, 20? He sitteth alone, 28. Before I speak. I mean, it's going into discipline. Well, what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say, when you read in it, it's when you start at verse 1, it says, "I am the man that had seen affliction by the rod of his wrath," right? So he's speaking of the Most High disciplining him, right?
Right.
So then, when it goes into from verse 19, I started at 19, I was reading when Yashkar had said it. So it's talking about the Most High pretty much afflicting you. So then when you go to verse 26, it says, "It is good that a man should both hope and quietly wait for the salvation of the Lord." So it's going into patience while you're going through this affliction that the Most High is putting you through, or the discipline, right?
Right.
It is good for a man that he bear the yoke in his youth. So it's good that you do get disciplined when you're young.
Right. Despise not now the chastening of the Lord.
Yeah.
Right. So that's exactly what he's saying.
Yeah. So then in verse 28, her question, it says, "He sitteth alone and keepeth silence, because he hath borne it upon him." So it's you know who gave you this.
The Most High is not mocked.
So yeah, you sit there and what can you say?
Yep.
Just do what it is that you got to do, or bear what it is that you got to bear.
Sit quiet and take it, like Job, right?
So no silence, no complaining, no murmuring, right?
Right.
And this is what does it. This is what shows it that this is what it's talking about. It's Zion scripture. When you jump to verse 39, it says, "Wherefore doth a living man complain, a man for the punishment of his sins."
Right.
So it's how you gonna complain when you're the one that born this on you? So it's just sit there and be quiet and deal with it. You did it.
It's like what we went to earlier in Ecclesiasticus: "Rejoice in thy youth, O young man." And let the heart cheer you, but just know for these things you shall have punishment or judgment. But then how can you complain for the judgment that you brought on yourself?
Yeah.
That's what this is. That's what that's
going into. And then verse 29, he put his mouth in the dust. If so be there may be hope. Think about it. When do you put your mouth in the dust? When you're praying.
Yep.
When you go down, face down.
Humbling yourself.
You're humbling yourself. You cast ashes on your head and all that. You're praying. That's why it says, if so there may be hope. He giveth his cheek to him that smiteth him. He is filled with the reproach. It's not talking about necessarily another person hitting you. You're giving your cheek to the Most High. Let him smite you.
Yeah, you're not turning away from the discipline. You're actually putting yourself in that. Remember, if thou wilt, thou shalt be taught.
Yep.
If you bow your ear, if you bow the shoulder, you'll receive understanding. So yeah, you're not just punch me in the face, Yahweh, but I'm bowing myself and opening myself up to correction.
Yeah.
If there is hope, well, where does the hope come from? Well, if you bow your ear, you'll be taught. If you humble yourself, if you're willing to hear, you'll receive instruction. Right. So that's why you gotta have good brothers that are next to you to help you out. What else? Good questions. Samara is getting her study on. That's good. Good sister there studying. Right? That it?
Oh yeah, she did say 2:30.
Yeah, she said 2:30. Yeah. All right. That might might be it. Amayim Wapanya Kwadam, rise and face. That's it? Yeah, okay. Amayim Wapanya Kwadam. Rise and face these. Next play. Yes, sir. Doing that? Doing that, baby! What are they doing? What are they doing today, though? Right? We'll talk about it. Let's go.
All right. Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Baba Koshai.
Baba Koshai.
Shemai.
Shemai.
Nawa.
Nawa.
Lanawa.
Lanawa.
Shalach.
Shalach.
Maya Ka'ala.
Maya Ka'ala.
Waha Alahayim.
Waha Alahayim.
Lashamar'al.
Lashamar'al.
Barak.
Barak.
Rapa.
Rapa.
Magan.
Magan.
Hagan.
Hagan.
Wa.
Aisha.
Aisha. Kazak.
Kazak.
Ha'ain.
Ha'ain.
Yashra'ala.
Yashra'ala.
Gum.
Gum.
Shalach.
Shalach.
Lanawa.
Lanawa.
Rab.
Rab.
Hakamah.
Hakamah.
Rab.
Rab.
Da'ai.
Da'ai.
Rab.
Rab.
Bayana.
Bayana.
Rab.
Rab.
Sabalan.
Sabalan.
Rab.
Rab.
Amawan.
Amawan.
Rab.
Rab.
Achadwat.
Achadwat.
It's like Achadwat Yum.
Achadwat Yum.
Wa.
Wa.
Rab.
Rab.
Ahab.
Ahab.
Racha.
Racha.
Alahayim.
Alahayim.
Wa Salachnawa.
Wa Salachnawa.
Chatzayamyan.
Chatzayamyan.
Yahushai.
Yahushai.
Ba'a.
Ba'a.
Mahayar.
Mahayar.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Ata.
Ata.
Ba'ata.
Ba'ata.
Yachol Nawa.
Yachol Nawa.
Tamyad.
Tamyad.
Wa.
Wa.
La'ayawalanyim.
La'ayawalanyim.
Aman.
Aman.
Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, please listen to us now, right now. Send Michael and the righteous angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Israel. Also, send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahweh Shai, come quickly. For in thee is our hope, always and forever. Amen.
Rakata Yahweh.
Rakata Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Hawa
Hawa.
Talanoa.
Talanoa.
Hatawara.
Hatawara.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Rakata Yahweh.
Rakata Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Hawa.
Hawa.
Talanoa.
Talanoa.
Award. Lara. Slakia. Award.
Award.
Lara.
Lara.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light to see.
Rakata Yahweh.
Rakata Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Hawa.
Hawa.
Talanoa.
Talanoa.
Ha'ayo.
Ha'ayo.
Korah.
Korah.
Lakorah.
Lakorah.
Ha'ain.
Ha'ain.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Rakata Yahweh.
Rakata Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Hawa.
Hawa.
Talanoa.
Talanoa.
Shaman. Zayat.
Zayat.
Lamashat.
Lamashat.
Yasher Allah.
Yasher Allah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
And we'll anoint at the end. This is Psalms chapter 92. It is a good thing.
It is a good thing.
To give thanks unto Yahweh.
To give thanks unto Yahweh.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Most High.
O Most High.
Show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp with the solemn sound.
Upon the harp with a solemn sound.
Thou, O Yahweh.
But thou, O Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy word.
Hast made me glad through thy works.
I will triumph in the works of thy hand.
I will triumph in the works of thy hand.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
Great are thy words.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth a fool understand it.
Neither doth a fool understand
When
this.
the wicked spring as the grass.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
When all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou, Yahweh,
But thou, Yahweh,
art most high forevermore.
art most high forevermore.
Below thy enemies, O Yahweh.
Below thy enemies, O Yahweh.
Below thy enemies shall perish.
Below thy enemies shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
But my horn,
But my horn,
thou exalt,
shalt thou exalt,
like the horn of a unicorn.
like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
Mine eye also shall see.
My desire, mine enemies.
My desire, my enemies.
And mine ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire, the wicked that rise up against me.
My desire, the wicked that rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like the cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh Shai
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh Shai
shall flourish in the courts of Yahweh.
shall flourish in the courts of Yahweh.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth food in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
By Hashem Yahweh Shai.
By Hashem Yahweh Shai.
This is Psalms 133. Shayar,
Shayar,
Hamalawat,
Hamalawat,
Ladawad,
Ladawad,
Hana,
Hana,
Matawah,
Matawah,
Wama,
Wama,
Na'ayam,
Na'ayam,
Shabbat,
Shabbat,
Akim,
Akim,
Gum Yachad,
Gum Yachad,
Kashaman,
Kashaman,
Hatzawab,
Hatzawab,
Ayil,
Ayil,
Hara'ash,
Hara'ash,
Yarad,
Yarad,
Ayil,
Ayil,
Hazakwan,
Hazakwan,
Zakwan,
Zakwan,
Aharon,
Aharon,
Shayarad,
Shayarad,
Alpayah,
Alpayah,
Arawathiwa,
Arawathiwa,
Katol,
Katol,
Kamran,
Kamran,
Shayarad,
Shayarad,
Ayil,
Ayil,
Harayah,
Harayah,
Tizayawan,
Tizayawan,
Kaya,
Kaya,
Shum,
Shum,
Tazawah,
Tazawah,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
At, Habaraka,
Habaraka,
Kayayam,
Kayayam,
Aid,
Aid,
Ha'aiwalam,
Ha'aiwalam,
Aman.
Aman.
Psalms 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore.
By Hashem Yahweh Shai.
By Hashem Yahweh Shai.
Kawada,
Kawada,
Yah,
Yah,
Aman.
Aman.
Circle up.
Yeah, we apologize for the computer. I wonder if it's that cord. Call it.
Men of Israel, Imagine, Barak.
How about Hashem Yahweh Shai Rakatham? Kum Yisrael! Kum Yisrael! Kum Yisrael! Kum Yisrael! Kum Yisrael! Kum Yisrael!
Get him a time. How you gonna be quoting when you sleep? Bruh, come on, man, stop it. Turn and face the sisters. Call it.
Salute now the daughters of Zion. Men of Israel, Imagine, Barak.
Yahweh Shema Lathan Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai. That him a time? Dismiss. Whose baby is that? That baby looks baby almost a bigger than her mama.
All right, everybody, let's say shalom to them online.
Shalom. Whose baby is that? That baby looks so big.
Chilling